Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Luffy ate Yami no Mi 2 years early instead of Nika Part 2? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the FawnTheFox for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. No dash. Thatch breathed over and over like a mantra as he ran over to the boy on the floor. He heard people talking in harsh whispers around him. They were worried. He ignored them. They didn't matter. He crashed to his knees, hovering his hands over him, unsure of what to do. Luffy! Luffy! He called, growing concerned when the other didn't respond. You're okay, you're alright, he promised him, even though he knew Luffy couldn't hear him. He placed his palm over the other's face, waiting for the soft, shallow breath. Only there wasn't one. His shaking hands clamored for a pulse, but when he realized they were trembling too much to be of any use, Thatch lay his head against Luffy's chest, listening for a heartbeat, for his lungs to draw a breath. But there was nothing, only silence. And somewhere deep in his heart he knew he was dead. They had killed Luffy, for a war he had no part in. They had tortured him over and over, all for what? This wasn't justice, as the Marines claimed. This wasn't fair. Even Thatch, a good-for-nothing lawless criminal in their eyes, would never have done the things the world government had sanctioned. But none of that mattered right now because Luffy was dead. They were friends, more than that, with everything the two of them had shared. Thatch had promised to protect him, and he was dead. He lifted his head slowly, pressing a clumsy kiss into Luffy's messy blood-matted hair. I am so sorry, he whispered to him, putting every word he had into his apology. I wanted to protect you. He looked over the still body. I've done a horrible job, haven't I? The man wiped his nose on the back of his hand, turning away. The Marines were watching him intently. They had wanted him to fix Luffy. That was what they told him when they had dragged him from his cell and down into the prisons. But by the time Thatch had gotten down here, it had been too late. Luffy must have died all alone in this horrible room. The man who had done this was nowhere in sight. Neither were the others, but Thatch was sure they would be here soon. After all they still had use for him. He turned back to Luffy, reaching out to pet his hair in a way that would have been comforting if the other could feel it. He moved a bit closer, so the Marines couldn't hear his next words. Not that they looked particularly interested in what Thatch had to say, other than his inability to fix this problem for them. Luffy looked so small on the floor of that cell. New injuries scattered across him from the Marines' final attempt to break him. His face was pale and smattered with old grime and new blood. But despite everything he looked peaceful, a small smile on his face underneath all the pain and injuries. That was just like Luffy, wasn't it? Thatch bowed his head so the crowd couldn't see the tears threatening to spill over. No one's going to use you anymore, he promised him. No one can hurt you again dash. His throat tightened and his voice trailed off, unable to continue. He heard the sounds from the hallway. They were coming, they had been told finally. He knew they would take him away, condemn his body to the sea, or continue to use him for power. There wasn't much time left for Thatch to make this right. Wherever you go, know that you will not be alone. He knew the words by heart by now. Thatch, while not old, was far from young. He had seen his fair share, far too many funerals. He knew the sailor's song by heart. May the sea comfort you on your journey. Let the waves pass you by, for you press forwards no longer. We'll wait for the year, when the tide comes, rolling over the rails, from here to the end of the island, washing away all that was you, and taking you to a softer place. He faltered as his voice once again failed him. What was he going to say to Ace? What could he possibly say? Luffy could have been free. But he had come back for him. And it had cost him everything. However many times he had done this for his fallen comrades that had come before. It had never been as hard as it was right now to get the words out. Even if his family rescued him tomorrow, and he was allowed to walk out of this place on his own 2 legs. Without Luffy, he could never truly escape. He would never fully be free from here, not when he had left such an important part behind. The door flew open, Teach cussing up a storm. The doctor on his heels as he knelt before the pair of them. Stethoscope in hand, the man searched for something that wasn't there. Thatch felt a hand on his shoulder as someone tried to pull him away. He shrugged them off, leaning closer so he could be sure Luffy would hear his words wherever he was, and forced himself to continue. Wonder no longer, my friend. You have lost your path, and we have lost our song, but with the sea as our witness, we send you home. Well, how long has he been like this? Doc Q asked, ignoring his captain in favor of glancing up at the uneasy-looking Marines above him. We don't know when he stopped breathing, one of the men said reluctantly. A few minutes maybe? Do something, Teach commanded his doctor. If we lose him, we lose our footing with the revolutionaries. And they are not a group you want to mess with without a backup. I'm doing all I can, the man told him, spilling his tools onto the floor so he could pick the needle free of the mess. With strong, steady hands he had gotten from years of practice, he loaded it with one of his vials. Fix him. There's not much I can do at this point, the man grunted as he pushed the needle into the deathly still arm. I'm not a miracle worker. Someone tried once more to yank Thatch away, but he held on for one moment longer. Just long enough to say goodbye before he fell apart. When the sun sets on the ocean blue, remember me as I will always remember you. And when the sun rises, we will part ways, you and me, because my brother, now you are free. Luffy was lost. And he didn't like it. Every single doorway looked the same to him, and all of them were locked, leaving him to wander the empty hallways endlessly. The further he went, the darker it seemed to get. At first all he could feel was the cold, but now it didn't bother him so much anymore. Thatch. He called out, hoping his friend would answer him back. But he was alone here, and Luffy hated being alone. Somebody? He asked the dark pathways before him. Anybody? Hey there, Lou. Luffy perked up at the familiar voice and he hurried down the hallway, bare feet flying over the stone floor as he broke into a run. He recognized that voice. This far down it was so dark, but everything was becoming clearer step by step. The world around him was coming into focus. Miss me? The boy asked with a big smile as Luffy slammed into his arms. I missed you so much, he replied, his voice muffled by the other's chest. I thought I would never see you again, he told his brother as he hugged him tighter. I was alone here, he said, out of breath. I thought I would be wandering around lost forever. He told him as Sabo pulled back to get a good look at him. Were they picking on you again? They had been. And it had really hurt. But he didn't care about that now. Luffy smiled up at his brother. He looked just how he remembered from when they were kids, but taller and older. It seems like he and Ace weren't the only ones who had grown. Sabo, can you help me get out of here? He asked, looking around them. I don't like it here and I'm worried about my friend. You can't go back the way you came anymore. Sabo ruffled his hair. You have to keep going until the end. But if you're worried about your friend, you better get there before the door opens. End of the hallway, got it? Luffy said, even though he really didn't, as he grabbed his brother's hand, pulling him along with him as he ran down the hallway. Open the door. No problem. Before the door opens, Sabo told him patiently as he allowed Luffy to pull him into his stride. That's what I meant, he corrected himself. How dark is it going to get? He asked his brother, as he was forced to slow down a bit in the blackness. Scared of the dark now, are we, little brother? Sabo asked, and Luffy frowned, marching them both through it in a show of bravery. I'm not afraid of anything, he told him. Right, Sabo said, unconvinced. It wasn't like Luffy could lie to him easily. They had grown up together. He had seen all the things that scared Luffy, especially when he was a kid. But he didn't need to bring it up right now. It isn't the dark you need to worry about, Sabo told him, ever the factual one. It's Dash. What's that? Luffy paused again. The path in front of them had begun to glow. A bit like in those early mornings when the first glimpse of sunlight climbs the horizon and slips out over the fields, making everything shine with an orange tinge. Except there was no color in the light, it was just light, and Luffy paused because, well, it unsettled him. What's down there? He asked for the first time. I thought you weren't scared of anything, Sabo reminded him, tugging him forwards down the path with him. I'm not, he said again. Except being alone, Sabo reminded him, being, in Luffy's opinion, really unhelpful. I was alone before I knew you, Luffy reminded him. When he turned behind him, he could no longer see the dark. It was like a switch had been flicked, and the hallway was now flooded with light. And you hated that, didn't you? Luffy didn't answer. He didn't want to admit Sabo had a point. What he wanted was to see where the hallway ended. It's getting brighter, Luffy said. That means you're running out of time. Time to do what? Just time. He told him simply. Sabo, you're being weird, Luffy told his brother as he pulled them along faster. It was like they were trapped in a maze where the only direction he could go was forwards. That sounded like Luffy's kind of maze. Like hell, he was going to lose at going straight. He was directionally challenged, not slow after all. What do you remember about before? Sabo asked him, and his pace faltered. The cub doesn't have long left now. By Thatch, you died today, son of dragon. I will not tolerate your blood on this ocean any longer. Pain. There was so much pain. Someone was screaming. He thought it might be him. Yep, that was definitely him. But the man was angry because he wasn't screaming the right thing. They wanted him to scream the answers to secrets he didn't think he had. But even if he did, he would never give it to them. Stop. Stop it. Luffy shook his head, tightening his grip on his brother's hand. I don't know, he told him. Yes, you do, Sabo urged him. I know it hurts, but this is important, all right. You have to try and remember. He pressed his forehead against the younger, willing him to do it. Come on, Lou, why won't you stop? He was begging them to stop hurting him. And when they didn't, he began to scream something different. Without realizing it, he had started screaming for Ace like he was 7 years old again. Help me! He cried to his brother. Make them stop, Ace. Nichan, please, don't leave me here, Ace. And the man did stop. But not because anybody made him. Because he was laughing. Oh, you poor thing, you don't know yet, do you? KNOWH what? He asked, shaking in pain. That boy that you keep screaming for, he's not going to help you. You don't know him. Luffy told him firmly. He's not going to leave me. The man shrugged, putting the knife back on the tray. You're right, I don't know him. Maybe he would have come, maybe not. But it doesn't matter now. Why? Ah, kid, keep up with the news, yeah. He's dead. Shut up. He snarled. It's true. Guess they forgot to tell you. You're lying. Shut your lying face. Yell if you want. He told him. It won't change anything. Teach ordered him to kill his captain. Dumb kid confronted the man on his own, and he pitched him through a wall and straight into the ocean. They couldn't even fish his body out of the sea. Devil fruit users, you lots sink like stones. I don't believe you, Luffy told him, his voice low. I don't care if you believe me or not. I'm just telling you what happened. The man told him, wiping the blood from his blade as he changed his tools. Your pirate friend Blackbeard bugged him. He heard the whole thing go down. As you can imagine, he is none too happy to have lost his double agent. Probably why he fought so hard to keep you out of here. But here we are, and here you are. So believe me, kid, that hero of yours isn't coming. No, he whispered as a stabbing pain worked its way up into his chest. It was so strong all other feelings in his body were momentarily cancelled out. You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. Ace would never do that. He promised me. He promised me he would never die. He has to be here for me. He wouldn't do that. He would never leave me here. Then why are you still here? Luffy, Sabo's voice was soft as he shook the other's shoulder. Luffy, can you hear me? At some point, Luffy didn't know when, he had sat down, tucking his head into his knees. He said. Luffy tried to force out, but his voice wouldn't obey him. You remember? Sabo asked softly, and he nodded. He said Ace is dead. He finally cried, hugging his legs tighter. He's lying. Tell me he was lying. Hey, it's going to be alright, Sabo comforted. It's okay, Lou, I need you to get up, alright. You can't stop here. I can't. He cried harder, and Sabo kneeled down in front of him, placing his hands on either side of his head and forcing Luffy to look up at him. Yes, you can, he promised him. Lou, you've been so brave. But you need to keep going. You're running out of time. The door is almost open, and then there will be no going back. Luffy fought off his hold, and he pressed his forehead back against his knees. I don't care. Yes, you do, Sabo told him patiently. You've come so far all on your own. It's just a little bit further. But I can't carry you. You need to walk there yourself. When Luffy still did not move, he sighed, standing up. Come on, I'll help you, he told him, holding out his hand for the other to take. When he didn't, Sabo tried again. Come on, little brother, just a little bit further. Don't you want to get out of here, see the sky again? Luffy sniffed, slowly lifting his head at that. He nodded, and Sabo smiled. He took the other's hand, and he helped him onto his feet. Don't let go, Luffy warned him as they began down the hallway once more. Never, Sabo promised, squeezing his hand. The light was almost pure white now. Blindingly so. Luffy had to close his eyes as they crossed through the last archway and into the room at the end of the hallway. Luffy hadn't seen the entrance when they had arrived here. He had been, in Thatch's words, super drugged up. So he didn't even know what the door looked like. For all he knew, they could have entered the base on a magical rainbow, although he would have been angry if they had and he missed it. But just like Sabo said, there was a large wooden door. The dark wood was faded with rusted square bolts embedded in it. It looked just like the dozens of other ones Luffy had passed on his trip down here and the hundreds that he saw during his time in the hold. It's just a door, he told Sabo, a little disappointed. I thought it would be cooler. Well, this is your party, Lou, and you've always been a pretty literal person. Not to mention you don't have much of an imagination. He would have shot back, annoyed his brother was throwing shade at him right now. But Sabo had a point, and Luffy was too distracted. Because this door was different than the others in one way, this one was open. The light in the hallway had come from the outside, and it spilled easily through the open door, lighting up everything around him with a frightening intensity. Like 1,000 suns burned just outside the threshold, and Luffy ventured closer, Sabo's hand gripped tightly within his own. He could feel the warmth from here. But not a burning feeling like when they were hurting him. It was a nice glow, like falling asleep in sunlight. What do I do now? He asked. Now? You leave. Sabo told him simply. That's what you wanted, right? Luffy stared back at the door. That was the only thing he had wanted for months now. I can leave? He asked, taking another step towards the light. It's as easy as that? It's as easy as that, Sabo promised. Nobody can stop you anymore. You will be free forever. They can't cage you and they can't hurt you. No more pain, no more loneliness. Luffy smiled as he held out his hand to the light. It felt good on his skin. That sounded perfect. Chief Rhino the Whitey alone. He paused, his hand resting on the door as he looked back behind him. Sabo, can you hear that? The blonde shook his head and Luffy took a step back, trying to see the hallway behind him. What do you hear? He frowned, tilting his head to listen. It was faint, but they're all the same. It was as if someone was speaking far away from them. Back on the other end of the hallway. No matter how far Luffy had come, he could still hear them. We'll wait till the tide comes. Someone's talking, he told his brother. And remembering himself, he took another step back towards the hallway. What about Thatch? He asked. He had forgotten about his friend in all the chaos. I can't just leave him here. What will happen to him? His family is coming for him, Sabo assured him. They have been looking for him for a long time, but what if they can't find him in time? Then he comes here, Sabo gestured at the door. Would that be such a bad thing? Luffy looked back at the light and shook his head slowly. No, it wouldn't be. But all the same, he's my friend, he told him. I don't want him to be on his own. Are you asking what happens if you stay? Luffy nodded, figuring that must be what he was asking. Well, the door's not completely open yet, you might still have a chance to close it. But is that really what you want? You don't like being alone. If you stay here, you might have to be. What do you mean? Luffy, you heard what he said about Ace, Sabo told him softly. He might not be here anymore, he gestured to the door. He might be out there now waiting for you. But what about you? Luffy said. You're here, you have to be. You saved me, you gave me your goggles. Are you sure about that? Sabo asked him gently. If that was me, why did I leave you? Why did I never come back for you? Why wasn't I there to save Ace? When have you ever known me to let him go against a stupidly strong opponent without backing him up? They were your glasses, Luffy said defensively. He did not like what Sabo was saying. So what if they were? He said, squeezing his brother's hand gently. Maybe they found their way back to you all on their own. It was your handwriting. Are you sure about that? Are you really sure it was? Luffy wasn't sure. He thought he was, but it had changed a fair deal. He had wanted it to be. But right now he didn't know what he still wanted. He felt frustrated, tears well up in his eyes and spilled down his cheeks. But what if you're wrong? He asked finally. What if they're here waiting for me and I leave? Don't cry, little brother, Sabo told him, pressing his forehead against his once more. The time for tears is behind you. There's no suffering beyond the door. But I'll be alone, he sniffed. No, Sabo shushed him. Not even for a moment. There's no time anymore, no more space. If you choose to go and we are still here, then we will be back with you before you even realize it. Everyone you ever loved will be, but you guys will be here alone. Won't you be sad if I'm gone? Of course we will be. But we will also understand. Sabo used his sleeve to dry Luffy's cheek, although it was all for nothing as new tears spilled over. We never wanted any of this for you, he told him. We never wanted you to be hurt or broken. I know how you feel inside, that there is this huge crack through you that seems to get bigger and bigger until you slide out of place. If it's permission you want, you already have it. It's okay, Luffy. You've been so brave and strong, and I know you can handle it. You can handle anything. But just because you can doesn't mean you have to. It's okay if you want to be free now. Luffy wiped his nose on the grubby sleeve of his shirt as he turned to look at the door behind him. Like Sabo said, it was almost all the way open. There was only a few inches between the wall and the wood. A few inches before he had to go. He could hear the voice a little clearer now. He wondered if it was because the door was almost open or because he was listening for it. I was going to be Pirate King, he told his brother finally. There was nothing but understanding in Sabo's eyes as he nodded. I know. I was going to go on so many adventures. I was going to see everything out there. All these years, and all he truly knew of the world was the tiny island he had been born on. But there was so much out there, he knew it. He would be giving up all of it. But what's more important was his brother. If Sabo really was gone and Ace was still alive, then he would be leaving his brother all alone here. And while it might be nothing to him, it would be a lifetime for Ace. I don't think I could do that to him, Luffy whispered, and somehow Sabo understood what he meant. He wants you to be safe, Sabo told him softly. He wouldn't forgive himself if he found out that you stayed behind, that you were hurt again, to protect him. Isn't that what brothers do for each other? Wasn't that what Ace had done for him all his life? Besides, he would be all on his own here. He has his crew, his friends, Thatch, Sabo told him, rubbing his cheek encouragingly. The choice is yours, Luffy, and yours alone, but you have to make it quickly. Even now I don't know if you can force the door closed. But whatever you do, you have to be sure. If you stay and we are already gone, there is no guarantee that someone is going to save you. You could be trapped forever. Teach is going to turn you over to the Marines soon, and they will make it so you can't ever escape. They will clip your wings, and if that happens you won't ever see the sky again. They could keep you in the dark and cold for the rest of your life. Is that really what you want? He shook his head. That wasn't what he wanted. He wouldn't wish that upon anyone, not even stupid Teach and the ones who had locked him up here. He turned back to the door. Even now he could feel the light, making all of the hurt before nothing but a distant memory. Out there was nothing but freedom. And no one was forcing him to stay here any longer. It would be so easy, wouldn't it, to just walk out the door? He would be with his family again. He had everything to gain by going, and everything to lose by staying. If his brothers really were gone, if they were beyond that door and he chose to stay, he would be alone in this world again. Trapped here where people continue to hurt him over and over again. Like Sabo said, for the rest of his life. Or until they messed up and killed him again. Wonder no longer. Friend, lost path, and we each lost. The seas owe you. We send you home. What is that? Luffy asked again. It's called the Sailor's Song. Sabo answered. It's a prayer to those who are lost or buried at sea. It's supposed to give them safe passage into the afterlife. Why? Your friend is saying goodbye to you, Sabo told him. If you can still hear it, there might be time left after all. But you're hesitating at the gate, Sabo told him. Why? I don't know what to do. Luffy told him as he rubbed his eyes uselessly. Yes, you do. Sabo promised him. You know, you just don't want to do it. And then he felt a sharp stabbing, like a bee sting. Ouch. Luffy rubbed his arm in surprise, although there was no mark there. That hurt. Wait, why did that hurt? They are trying to bring you back, Sabo told him. Can they do that? No, you are beyond their reach now. The only one who might be able to drag you back is you. It might help you close the door though if that's what you want. Luffy tilted his head, hearing the song clearer now as if it was growing closer. On the ocean blue, remember me, always remember you, and when the sun risks we part ways you and me, because brother, now you are free. Luffy turned back to his brother holding out his arms. Sabo obliged, catching him up in a great hug as he squeezed him tight. Can you help me with this? He asked into his shoulder. No, you have to do the rest yourself. I missed you. I know, Sabo promised. I love you. I love you too, little brother. And then he was gone, and Luffy was standing alone in front of the big door. As the light grew brighter all around him, he sniffed, drying his tears a final time on his sleeve. He could feel whatever they had stuck him with work its way into his body, although he felt it distantly like a phantom pain. He couldn't hear Thatch anymore, but that was all right. He knew his friend would understand. He knew everyone would understand. Everyone but himself. So Luffy closed the door, which was one of the hardest things he ever had to do before. For a long time the door didn't budge, and it seemed like it would not move for him. But the door didn't know Luffy very well. He was very stubborn. So little by little he closed it, and the light began to fade. It was slow at first, but the more he closed it the easier it became to move until he slammed it shut all at once, and everything was dark once again. Only this time the dark was a relief and he gave into it happily. When he woke up the room was dark and unfamiliar. He sat up slowly, feeling his body protest. Everything was bruised and his muscles felt oddly out of sync with the rest of him. It took a long moment for things to come into focus, and another longer moment to realize he wasn't alone. There were two men in the room with him. The furthest from him was a young man sleeping on an old desk chair. He was sitting with his chest against the wooden back, arms draped over the top to cushion his head. He was dead to the world for the time being. The closer one was a scruffy-looking old man who had his back to him, rifling through a bag of supplies. He turned around slowly, medicine in one hand and a bottle of whiskey in the other. But upon seeing him awake he dropped both, cursing viciously as he clutched at his heart. Damn near gave me a heart attack, he accused once the swearing had died off. Boss, he called to the sleeping young man. We got a problem. He was already up. The noise had snapped him awake seconds ago. I can see that, he told the other as he straightened, sitting but not standing up. This wasn't just any young man though. It was harder to see in the darkness, but he knew this kid, didn't he? His mind, still slower to react, tried to recall where he recognized him from, and then all at once it clicked and the last of sleep's foggy fingers released his mind. He rose to his feet, or at least tried to, but he was forced to sink down to his knees on the bed as his body protested the sudden movement. But even so, it was impossible to mistake his posture for anything other than threatening as he glared at the blonde boy. "I should go," the doctor said, looking between the two of them uneasily. "Yes, you probably should," the young man told him, never turning away from the pirate's intense glare. The man nodded curtly, grabbing some of his tools as he hastily shoved them back in his bag, turning towards the door. He paused for a second in the frame to look back and worry at the kid. You going to be okay, boss?" "Go," the blonde told him, not looking his way. And that was all he needed to say as the man ducked out of the room, slamming the door a few moments later. But neither reacted to it, caught up in the intense stare down. "I see you're feeling better," the blonde said humorlessly as he regarded the man somewhat wearily. Although there was no fear in his eyes, Marco wanted to see if he could change that. He stood slowly, making sure he was ready for it this time as he swiped a scalpel from among the forgotten doctor's tools. The boy watched him as he made his way from the bed over to the corner of the room where he sat. He raised the scalpel's point to his throat, so it pressed warningly into his larynx. Not to break the skin, but ensuring the other felt how sharp it was. "You're going to kill me?" The kid looked exhausted. There were dark circles beneath his sleepy eyes. This was no surprise since he had been sleeping until a few seconds ago. Still, there was no sign of fear or even surprise. He had suspected this would happen, and he was not afraid of Marco. Not yet, at least. "That depends on what you say next," he warned him, his own voice hoarse from disuse. When the boy still did not answer, he added a slight pressure to the blade. "Who are you?" The blonde frowned and slowly raised his hand to his neck. With two of his fingers he pressed on the blade, gently guiding the scalpel away from his throat. Marco let him move his hand, only an inch or two off its course. Close enough to slash his throat if he tried anything else. Only the other boy did not look like he had any tricks up his sleeve at the moment. "Who are you?" he pressed impatiently. The young man's eyes moved down to the blade. "Or what? You'll kill me?" he said again. "Any sudden movements and you'll find out," Marco warned as he looked around the room. It was staggeringly underwhelming. A very modest space with not much else besides a bed and a table where various medical equipment was spread out. There was a door the doctor had left out of, still half open, and a window on the other side that reflected the blackness of the night sky. Turning his attention back to the boy, he gestured for him to rise with the tip of the scalpel. He obeyed, standing from the chair slowly in front of Marco. "Turn around." He did so wordlessly as Marco patted him down, starting with his shoulders and working down to his broken-in boots, which he kicked off when instructed. "I don't have anything on me," he said as Marco turned him around roughly as he continued to search. "Forgive me if I don't believe you," he told him as he took special care with the sleeves of his loose-fitting shirt. But when he still found nothing, he had to concede that the other was right. "Unarmed then?" "Pretty sloppy of you," he said as he turned his attention back to the room. The other's lack of fear was beginning to grate on him. "Devil fruit? No. Backups on the way then?" That would explain why the old man had run away, but the blonde just shook his head. "No backup, no weapons, no plan." Marco lowered the blade in disdain. "I don't believe that for a minute." From his limited interactions with the kid, there was always a plan. "Believe what you want," he told him. "One of Teach's? I would never work for that pig." There was actual emotion in his voice this time. A far cry from the evenness of his tone when he asked if Marco intended to kill him. Based on that alone, he was inclined to believe him, except for the fact that if he wasn't Teach, then who was he? He had better figure it out quickly. Up until now, Marco had been cutting him a break since he was still just a brat, an amusing one, but that was before he had allied himself with Teach's crew and tried to kill him. He was still unsure about the details. He tucked the scalpel into his waistband in case he needed it later. "Look, kid, you know who I am, and you know what I can do. So, I am going to ask you one more time, who are you?" The blonde hesitated a moment, but he seemed to be willing to talk now that the knife was put away. Apparently, he didn't respond well to threats. They had that in common. "My name is Sabo," he finally told him. "Sabo what?" "Just Sabo." That was hardly anything to go off. "That doctor called you boss, because I pay him," he said. "It's amazing what people will call you when money is involved." "Paying him to do what?" "Fix the roof," he told him, and his voice was so honest that for a split second Marco believed him. Feeling his frayed temper threaten to snap, he crossed the distance between them, snatching the collar of his shirt as he pushed him into the wall, pinning him there with a firm hand. "Is this funny to you?" he demanded. The boy's hands automatically came up to try and lessen the other's hold on him, but then he seemed to think better of it, and dropped them back to his side. It seemed like he was going out of his way to avoid a fight, but he was also trying to avoid talking. So far, he had done a pretty good job of redirecting or refusing all of Marco's questions, but he wasn't smiling when he told him, "None of this is the least bit funny to me." Marco tightened his fist, raising his arm, so the boy had to stand on his toes to remain on his feet. "Answers," he told him. "Now." And both of them could smell the slight burning of the cloth as the fabric of the boy's shirt began to singe under the heat. "Why are you against the Whitebeards?" "Not the Whitebeards," he told him, trying to keep his balance. "Just you." "What?" He knew for a fact the two of them had never met. "How have I done you wrong?" he asked, shoving the boy back into the wall harder than he needed to. The other's hands did rise now as he wrapped them uselessly around Marco's, trying to pry the other off him. "Tell me," but he shook his head, trying to push him away. "I don't want to fight you," he told him honestly. "I have nothing against you or your captain." "What does that mean?" "Kill me if you want," the boy told him. "But from what I've heard about you, you're probably not going to do that without answers." So that was his plan then? "Don't be so sure," Marco told him darkly. "I'm having a bad day." He threw the other to the ground roughly, once more looking around the room. Confident the kid was not going to tell him anything of use, and that he was significantly outmatched by Marco as it was right now, he decided to get his bearings. He headed to the bedroom door, still half open in the doctor's haste to leave. "Wait!" he called, still winded, as Marco made his way from the room and into a dark, dusty hallway. Where was he? Wherever it was, it seemed to be mostly deserted. The wooden floors were cracked and worn, and cobwebs littered most of the corners. The few rooms he passed were boarded up as well. The main room at the end of the hallway seemed to be the only other functional room, with papers and maps scattered around every open surface. He skimmed over the maps with vague interest. They were of a particular section of paradise, with various islands X'd out and a few circled. A large map lay over the table, and one of the labels caught his eye. The Moby? He tapped his finger over it unconsciously as the bad feeling in his stomach continued to grow. He needed to talk to Oyaji now, but before he could act on that impulse, something else caught his eye. Resting on the corner of the table, sitting atop a stack of reports, was a ratty straw hat. He grabbed it from its seat, inspecting it carefully. Unless he was wrong, this was Ace's brother's hat. The very same one he had carried all this way with him across the ocean. "Put that down!" The other boy had followed him into the room and was now standing in the hallway looking, for the first time, angry. When Marco didn't immediately drop it, he strode over to take it back. But Marco stopped him midway across the room with his phoenix fire. Remembering himself, the blonde Sabo paused. Although the anger was still there in his eyes. "Put it down," he said again, slower this time. But Marco did no such thing, satisfied to finally get a rise out of the other. "What's so important about this?" he asked, challenging him with the safety of the hat. "Don't you already know? Why do you want it?" Marco asked again. Sabo sighed as he crossed his arms, standing his ground despite the fire burning inches away from his bare feet. "It's Luffy's hat," he said finally. "And why do you have Luffy's hat? Why isn't it with Ace?" As far as he knew, the other would never have parted with it willingly. "If you hurt him, I'm holding on to it for him," he told him finally. "You can hold it. But don't mess it up, please. And Ace just gave it to you and what? Left." "Yes, actually." "To do what?" The silence in the room stretched around them as the blonde boy once again stopped talking. "Look, kid. You said you didn't want to fight me. But after what you did, if you really mean that, you will start talking right now." During their fight, Marco has sensed his bloodlust but no hatred behind it. Nor did he feel it now. Although he knew the other boy was pretty masterful at concealing it. He shuffled through some of the notes, making sure to keep a careful eye on the young man who was trapped in the center of the room by Marco's fire. But despite everything, he seemed willing to stay there for the time being, so Marco turned back to the files. For the most part, they seemed to be field reports and pirate ships sightings around the Grand Line. Although upon second glance they went a little deeper than that. He had here, organized into geographical stacks, the records for every major, and most minor, ports on this side of paradise. The dates were recent as they got. Information like this, well, one doesn't just stumble across it. It comes from a very widespread and organized intelligence network. Marco cast another glance at the blonde boy before turning back. He doubted even Pops could pull something like this together. At least not as quickly as this boy must have. The only group that came to mind with that kind of power was the world government. He pursed his lip, continuing to shift through the records. That would explain why he had allied himself with Teach if they were trying to bring the Whitebeards down. But he didn't look like he belonged to the Navy. Nor did he fight like they had trained him. The gleam of a glass bottle caught his attention, and Marco moved to snatch the vial up from the bookcase. There wasn't much left in the already small container, but what was left of it was an unusual deep purple color. He turned around, wiggling the bottle between two fingers for the other to see. This would be the neurotoxin, I take it? The blond boy nodded. Well, Sabo, was it? How did someone like you get this? Or better yet, where did the rest of it go? If Marco was recalling it correctly, then this little bit was one of the most poisonous substances on the seas. Not even his phoenix was immune to it, which made it both extremely rare and difficult to find. There was never any more. The blonde told him evenly. I only just had that which I used on you. Marco rolled his eyes, holding the glass up to the light for the other to see. There is a line where the glass got tinted from the toxin. It was hard to detect unless you were looking for it, like he had been. I'm no expert, but it doesn't take this much to coat a blade, so I'll ask you again, and then I'll start burning. The fire crept closer at his words, and he had to give credit to the blonde for not backing up, even though he knew he could feel the flames licking at his exposed feet. It's with Ace, he told him finally. Oh? And where is Ace? Marco said, tucking the vial away in case he needed it alter. At the very least, hopefully out of the other's reach. He was unsurprised this time by the lack of an answer as he turned back to the papers. There had to be something, a signature, a sign, something to give the other away. He was sure it was in here, he must have missed it. He flicked through the sheets again. So Ace is working with Teach? He asked, fishing one of the papers out of the stack. Bingo. You say it like he had a choice. Sabo bit back, and once again there was anger in his tone. It seems like it was possible to get under his skin. Marco had just been going about it wrong. He turned to look at him, the paper loosely clutched in his hand. Didn't he? He asked. Teach took something from all of us, not just him. Our captain sent me here to help him. But instead of talking to me, he switches sides? I would have helped. He knows that. But that didn't seem to matter much to him, did it? Marco continued, noticing the other's mounting anger. So, he casts us aside. That's how much our friendship was worth to him. No, instead he partners with the people who betrayed us, who stole his brother, and you. A liar and a murderer because everything about you screams trustworthy. That's not how it happened. He snapped as his unusually tame temper finally broke. What would you know about what happened? How much help were you lot? It was your crewmate who's doing all of this, but Ace is the one he's going after. If anyone is paying for your bad judgment, it's him. And now because of your mistake, Luffy is what? Marco prodded as the other boy trailed off. Finally remembering himself, he glared up at Marco. You did that on purpose? He accused, and the man shrugged. Why? Because I manipulated you? You would know all about that, wouldn't you, revolutionary? What? The boy asked, looking for the first time truly and honestly worried. Marco held up the sheet of paper, a dragon's signal in the top corner with red ink, marking the document as an official revolutionary message. I wondered what kind of group could have a reach this large but also overt. He gestured to the papers. And how a kid like you could get that poison. Sabo's ability to lie like no other and remain calm under the pressure also made a lot more sense. He had been trained for covert operations, so that begs the question? Marco said, his tone dangerous as he leaned against the desk. What would the revolutionaries be doing aligning themselves with Teach, our enemies? Small territory squabbles aside, the two groups rarely crossed paths. The revolutionaries had made it their mission to underhand the world government, while the Whitebeards stuck to the seas and their territories. But this? Was Dragon really sending out spies to discreetly overthrow Whitebeard? And at the end of this all, Sabo could slip away with no one realizing he had been there at all. I suggest you choose your next words carefully, Marco told him. If you don't want to start a war, that is. They have nothing to do with this. The boy said fiercely. Stop lying, I'm not. He grit his teeth. I am a revolutionary, you got me there. But I am not here on anyone's orders. I brought myself here. Believe it or not, I could care less about your feud with Blackbeard. Why would you do that? The answer was immediate this time. To help Luffy? While you guys are arguing with Teach, they're doing terrible things to him. And why do you care so much about what happens to Ace's brother? Because Ace is my dash. The blonde sighed, calming himself again before he continued. Because he is my friend. Ace is my friend, he said again, softer this time. I don't want to see him get hurt. And I want to help him save Luffy. Whatever it takes. So, if you want to be pissed at him, fine. But he spent the last few weeks doing absolutely everything he could to help you guys. To keep you safe from Teach. So, he turned to the revolutionaries? Marco asked, struggling to understand. He wasn't as angry with Ace as he acted, nor was he completely forgiven. More than anything, Marco was confused about everything at this point. And the faster he could catch himself up, the faster he could actually make an informed decision on what to do next. He didn't go to the revolutionaries. He just asked me for help. Ace didn't even know I worked for them at first. You guys are such good friends, he didn't know where you worked and never once mentioned you. It's complicated. It must be, Marco told him dryly. Your sarcasm is noted, Sabo told him. But if I really partner with Teach and the revolutionaries wanted you dead, then you would be dead, not here with every open opportunity to kill me. Whose oversight was that then? Yours? It was Ace's, Sabo told him. He asked me not to use Sea Stone because you guys were friends, and apparently, friends aren't supposed to do that to each other. They also didn't stab each other, but neither needed to call attention to that right now. Then again, I was counting on him being the one to explain this to you, not me. The chances of the first commander going off on a random traitorous stranger were much higher compared to his shipmate. But expected or not, that seemed to have the desired effect on the man, and the fire burning next to Sabo's foot flickered once before disappearing, leaving nothing but a burnt spot on the wooded floor. Thank you, he told him honestly. He was grateful for anything, even the small amount of trust he was showing him. Although the feeling was short-lived, Marco just shrugged, turning away towards the door. I need to contact my captain. No, Sabo said, taking a few steps towards him on reflex. The flames were back as quickly as they had come the first time, and once more, he put up his hands in placation. Don't do that, he told the other man slowly. Just hold off for a day. Marco regarded him carefully, lessening his flames but not yet extinguishing them. And why should I? There was silence again between them. No doubt they were dancing around the topic he had been reluctant to share. That was the problem with revolutionaries. They never gave you the whole story, not at first at least. Trust is a two-way street, Sabo, Marco reminded him. You want me to believe you, then you have to tell me what's going on right now. The younger man seemed to consider for a moment. He opened his mouth, but whatever he had to say Marco never got to hear. There was a loud thunk sound as something clipped the wall of the house, and their attention was drawn over to the window. One of the glass panes had been left open, letting the cold air of the night inside. There was a small squawk, and to Marco's surprise a crow landed itself onto the windowsill, tilting its head at the pair of them. Tensions must have been running high. That stupid bird was enough to restart his heart. The man turned back to Sabo, but the bird squawked again, louder this time, and he realized that he had never seen one out this late before. The creature hopped from the balcony to fly onto Sabo's shoulder, calling as it did in a shrill voice. What are they? Marco asked as a second one perched itself on the now vacant sill. Sabo reached up to the one on his shoulder, running his finger down its fur as if searching for something. But the bird just shook itself out, sidestepping his prying hands as it let out another squawk. It sounded like an alarm call. What is it? Sabo pried, and Marco knew he was not talking to him right now. The bird cried again, lunging for his finger. Its beak clipped his bare hand once, then twice, drawing a droplet of blood on the second peck. It cried again when he drew his hand back, flapping its wings on his shoulder. All round the strangest bird behavior Marco had seen. What are they? He asked again, his tone leaving no more room to be ignored. Blue eyes met his as the boy held his arm for the bird to move to. Show me, he commanded, and the squawking stopped. To Marco he said, that would be my backup, Ace, ACE. The voice was growing closer as the screeching around him died down. He felt a distant tap against his fingers as one of the crows tried to get his attention. He thought it was the one who had carried him here, all this way. Not that he remembered very much of it after falling into the ocean. It had snatched him back up right before he could sink irrevocably below the surface, and he felt grateful for that. But beyond still being topside, he wasn't sure where it had taken him. Not until his name was called again by that same familiar voice, and it clicked in his brain. Ace. He called again as they crashed to their knees in the sand of the beach. He felt hands on him. These were far more insistent than the gentle pecking of the crows had been. Oh my God, Ace! A second voice asked as another pair of hands searched him over. What did you do? Help me get him up, his brother commanded, and he let out an involuntary groan as he was pulled upright. Your backup has looked better. The voice was suddenly right next to his ear as he felt the additional strength help support him. Ace, you promised me you wouldn't do this. Sabo sounded mad, his worry laced with annoyance and a hint of betrayal. And despite his scarce coherence, Ace panicked. He couldn't deal with letting down any more family right now. He couldn't do that again. He dug his feet into the sand beneath them, pulling back against their grip with everything he had. He heard Bo stumble beside him with the sudden shift, but he ignored that in favor of grabbing his little brother's shoulder. Sabo, don't be mad. Yell at me, scream at me, just don't be mad at me. His words were slurred, so much so that he didn't know if they were intelligible. But he knew the other got the message when he answered back, the irritation gone now, leaving just worry and understanding. Ace, I'm not mad, he told him softer. Promise? He asked, unaware of how childish, and generally off, he sounded. I promise. The blurry shape of his brother told him. He tightened his grip in the other's shirt, holding them all in place even as the other two tried to pull him along. Sabo, he said again to get his attention, which was useless as he already had the full, undivided attention of the two of them. I'm sorry, he told the blonde again. Eye it up. And then the sand was rushing up to meet him as his legs buckled underneath him, sending him crashing back down to where he had started. What does it feel like to be totally alone? It feels cold. How do you know what being wanted feels like when being unwanted was all you had ever been? In life there are those that have had love and loss, and the hurt comes from knowing what that absence feels like. But sometimes there is only a hole where you know feelings are supposed to go, but there are no feelings to be had. How do you learn that you're broken? That you've been broken this entire time? Is it not realizing that something about you is wrong that makes you broken, or is it only when you realize you're missing a piece that you seal your own fate? Can you fix yourself? Are you even worth fixing? Are there people in this world who would miss you? And if there aren't, then does that mean you're worth nothing? Is the worth of your entire soul summed up by the people who care for you? Or is it the other way around? Do the people who you care for give you value? Who decides who should live and who should die? And how could they be so cruel? Ace saw a still baby once. It had died during the night from a sickness its immune system couldn't overcome. In the great terminal illness often ran rampant. He only saw it for a second. It was wrapped up so tightly in its blanket. But it was tiny enough for the sight to haunt his memories. What was worse was the screaming of its mother. How she didn't let go of that tiny bundle for the life of her. He tried not to listen, but she was being so loud, it was impossible to tune her out. People were trying to comfort her, but she was inconsolable. And when he passed her, he caught the grieving mother's eye. Ace still had no idea why. Maybe it was because he was so young at the time, almost a baby himself. She might have seen what could have been for her own son. Whatever it was, she stared at him through the crowd, and he couldn't help but look back at her as he passed. And she had asked him, "Why my baby? Why did it have to be my baby? What did he ever do to deserve this? What have I done?" She looked like she wanted to say more, but she collapsed into a fit of tears and couldn't continue, and Ace pressed on. He tried his best to forget the incident, but it stayed cemented in his mind for years to come. He had no answer for her. Or rather, he had no satisfying answer. The simple one being that life was cruel. It would chew you up and spit you out without a moment's hesitation. That was just how it was, especially around here. But on a deeper level he had to agree with her. Why had her baby died? She had loved it. So much so that she drove herself mad over a weakling. It may have been weak, but it had also been loved, and Ace had started to wonder why he was still alive. He wasn't like that baby. He was strong, he knew that despite being very young. But if he were to die, no one would notice. Not like that mother had. In fact, they might celebrate. Throw a huge party where everyone would get a little too drunk. When you were unwanted, it hardly needed to be said. You just knew. And oblivious as he was to other humans, Ace wasn't so in the dark to mistake his living situation as anything else. They called him a demon behind his back, and sometimes they said it to his face. And when he would beat up grown men, they would scream it, while running away like scared cowards. That's no child, it's a monster. At that point it hardly came as a surprise to him, it was expected by now. It really shouldn't hurt. But it did every time. That baby may have been weak, but it wasn't a monster. It wasn't unwanted, and it didn't bring suffering wherever it went. Not like he did. And the more he thought about it, the angrier it made him. Was this it? Was this really everything there was? Ace was one of the lucky ones. He was still breathing. He had survived, and all for this. Because if that was true, if his life was meant to be years upon years of this, then it wasn't worth it. That mother must have been wrong. Wherever her baby was, it was better off there. At least it wouldn't suffer. But then he thought about the mom, so ready to give her everything to a baby that wasn't here. A baby that had received more love in the few days that it had been alive than Ace had gotten in his entire life, and suddenly he was angry again. He didn't know who or why he was angry, he just was. And every time he took his anger out, it made him feel worse and worse. The bandits were done with him. They had given up on him for months ago. He overheard most of what they said about him. That was how he knew that if he were to disappear like the baby had, there would be no one crying, only celebrations. And that made him angry, and that was right about the time that Ace met him. Kids were scared of Ace. It was no wonder. After all, any kids that watched him take on a full-grown man with a knife would turn tail and run if they so much as caught sight of him. Not even the nastiest of the bullies dared picking a fight with him anymore. But it was for the best. Ace wouldn't know how to react to other children. His social skills were non-existent, and as far as he was concerned, if he had made it this far without any friends, then he was fine without them. If you spent so long being alone, if it's all you've ever been, then you don't believe there is any other way to be, until suddenly you're not. It started the same way everything started for Ace. He was beating some men up, 2 of them, both of whom had picked a fight with him, when they caught him wandering the outskirts of Grey Terminal after dark. Something that most sane people shied away from. After the men had realized he was not as easy a target as they thought, they had turned tail and fled. Before they had turned their anger onto Ace, they had been targeting another boy. Ace had seen them chasing him, but he had chosen to ignore it. What did he care who they hassled? He had only gotten involved when they forced his hand. And once they were gone, the other boy came up to him happily. That was awesome, he told Ace, a dumb grin plastered over his face. His lip was split and sluggishly bleeding, and he was covered in dirt from the bottom of his shoes to the top of his blonde head. Ace looked him over once before turning away. Whatever. He hardly cared what this kid thought. But to his surprise, the other followed him. I've never seen a kid take down adults like that. Ace turned to him, annoyed already by his attitude. If you don't off, I'm going to beat you next. The blonde boy stopped for a second mid-step as his smile faltered. And then it was back again. Are you threatening me? Who else would I be talking to, dumbass? He snapped. I mean it, stop following me or else. Or else? He repeated, confused. And in a split second, Ace turned around, stalked back to the blonde boy, and rammed his fist straight into his face. He went down easily. Ace was strong after all. Stay out of my way, Ace told him, turning away, satisfied that any second the boy would scurry away. Hey, there was a tug on his collar, and the next thing he knew, the boy's fist hit him firmly in the jaw. Ace took a step back from the impact, feeling the familiar sting of pain, although it wasn't nearly enough to make him lose focus. Instead, he set his eyes, now furious, on the blonde boy. There was no contest in who could hit harder. The boy's nose was bleeding, dripping blood down his chin and the front of his shirt. For all Ace knew, he could have broken it. He hoped he had. You're going to regret that. He spat at him, and the blonde boy once again surprised him by smiling. Are you going to make me? They ended up beating each other purple. Ace did far more damage to the other, but at the end of it he came away with his fair share of bruises. For someone whose punches were so weak, he could take a surprising amount of punishment. You really are strong, the boy told him from his spot on the ground. Both of them were trying to catch their breaths. You should get stronger before you start mouthing off like that, Ace told him, annoyed. I think you broke my hand. He wiggled it before wincing. Nope, it's just sprained. Well, you shouldn't have followed me. I was going to ask for my knife back. Huh! He gestured to the knife tucked into Ace's shorts. He had taken it from the men he beat up and meant to toss it, but he had forgotten. They took it from me earlier, the boy explained. It's my only weapon, and it gets pretty rough here at night. He laughed a bit unsurely. I'm new to these parts, so it helps me get by when people like that come after me. Did I ask for your life story? You think my life story is hi, I'm new? Shut up, he snapped. The kid sat up, turning to look at Ace, still smiling a bit like he wanted to laugh but was trying to hold it back. He reached out his hand towards the other. I'm sorry I hit you. It seemed like the thing to do at the time. And to be fair, you hit me first. Can I have my knife back? I sort of need it, please, he added for good measure. Ace rolled his eyes as he grabbed the blade. It was rusted and dull, hardly worth the trouble to steal it. He really ought to give it back and be rid of the trouble. And then, without fully realizing what he was doing, he tucked the knife back into his pants and stood up. You want it so bad, then come and take it from me, he told the blonde as he began to walk away. The boy stood up as well, but he didn't chase after like Ace had half expected him to. What's your name? He called back. What do you care? It wasn't like they were ever going to meet again. I'm Sabo, the kid yelled back at him as he continued onwards. Learn how to throw a ing punch, Sabo, Ace called over his shoulder. Somebody was talking near him, their voice soothing in its familiarity. It was Sabo, he realized sluggishly, and his nerves calmed themselves. If he was here, everything was all right. Ace was okay. The horrible tug at the back of his mind ordering him to wake up and deal with the world could wait a bit longer. As he fell back asleep, he listened to the voices around him, arguing with hushed tones. I told you this isn't a revolutionary setup. What were they talking about? Yeah, well, if your motivations are really friendship, then answer me this. How old is the kid? What? Ace's brother? How old is he? The voice faltered a little bit. I don't know. Then how about Ace? How old is he? Don't know? Then what about his birthday? When's that? When Sabo failed to answer the questions, continued. Favorite food, least favorite? Do you know anything about him? Ace staved off sleep for a little bit longer, as the feeling of wrongness grew. Why wasn't Sabo saying anything? He knew this stuff. Kid, I warned you not to lie to me anymore. Ace sat up with a groan, the dream still playing fresh in his head. Why was he thinking of stuff like that right now? His sleepy gray eyes fell onto his brother, who in turn was staring at him with concern. And Ace saw the scar on his face, and everything came rushing back to him. Of course Sabo couldn't answer those questions. Ace and Luffy were still strangers to him. The concern was because of Ace's reaction when they had found him. And Ace had reacted like that because he had just betrayed his crew and turned his back on the only father he had ever known, and now he had to explain all of that to Sabo. It was like a cascade of awful. He felt the familiar lightheadedness that usually accompanied his stress-induced sleeping spells, but he gripped the fabric beneath him, sinking his fingers into it like an anchor. Everything he had done brought him here. This was a result of his actions, and right now was the time to deal with them so he could not faint. Ace? Sabo asked, watching the other carefully. Are you all right? He nodded, turning his gaze over Sabo's shoulder to Marco. The man was watching everything the two of them did. Now came the hard part, convincing Marco, Whitebeard's right hand, to go along with them. He hadn't expected to deal with this so soon. Together with the doctor, they were working on keeping the man sedated so he couldn't interfere. The plan was to keep him out of the way until, at the very least, Ace got back. But it seems like that didn't go exactly as planned. Although he was incredibly grateful, Sabo managed to keep the man from killing him, or both of them, and storming out. Trust Sabo to be the logical one in situations like this. The fact that Marco was still here meant he had to be at least willing to listen. Ace chewed on his lip, feeling the wave of dizziness threaten to overtake him again at the stress of it all. Never in a million years did he think things would turn out this way. After all, the Whitebeards meant a lot to him, so for the moment he put aside everything, the plan, strategy, all thoughts of them getting their way to apologize to his friend. Ace shakily stood from the old couch he had been laying on. The floor moved uncertainly below him, but he steadied himself, realizing for the first time that a thick layer of bandages had been wrapped around his torso. Sabo moved beside him, as if to catch him if he pitched forward, but Ace held his ground, picking up straight where he left off in his fight with Marco. Ace squared his shoulders and addressed him with all the assurance that he was sure was still inside him somewhere. I'm sorry for everything that's happened, he told his old friend. I never wanted to hurt you guys. When Marco didn't say anything, he forced himself to continue, knowing it was best to say everything while he still had the chance. Usually Ace would never broach this kind of emotion sharing, but right now the embarrassment seemed pretty far off from how awful he had felt ever since this whole thing started. I know I wasn't with you guys for very long, but I honestly thought I would sail with you forever. But life was kind of funny like that. Ace should have been used to getting blindsided by now. But he kept getting hit time after time like the idiot he was. Maybe he really was cursed. Marco regarded him for a long moment before he spoke. Why are you saying this now? Ace shrugged. He figured he owed them at least this much after everything. And if he died, then ghosts tell no tales. I just wanted you to know, I guess. No matter what happens in the future. He gestured behind him where his brother was giving him a what the hell are you doing look that Ace ignored. I'll tell you everything, he told him wearily. And you can decide what to do. But whatever happens, none of this is Sabo's fault. There was a noise of protest, but he ignored Sabo. This was my plan. I am responsible for everything, not him. If you need someone to blame, then blame me, please. Realizing he was being blown off, Sabo rolled his eyes, making a small noise of frustration. You're right, that was your plan. Shut up, Ace growled. It was both our ideas, Sabo told Marco. So if you want revenge, then you just have to go after both of us. Good God, Sabo, shut up, please. Ace turned back to the man in front of him. Marco had watched the whole interaction carefully, and finally he nodded. Fine, fine? Ace repeated stupidly. Tell me everything. Ace nodded. Sabo, can you run into the hills in case this goes south? But he didn't say that part. The blonde looked between both of them before grabbing Ace's arm. I can give you guys some space, but I need to tell you something first. Can it wait? Sabo shifted uncomfortably, looking back at Marco. It could wait, and it could also be told in private, but either way there was no easy way for Ace to hear this regardless of how he said it. Sabo justified withholding for as long as he did because he was already worried that Ace's hot-headedness would get him killed, but now, he wanted Ace to hear it before he made any big decisions. It's about Luffy. Is he okay? The response was immediate even when both of them knew how stupid it was. Of course, he wasn't okay. He hadn't been okay since this started. But Sabo understood him. He's more valuable to them alive, he offered weakly. Feeling weird to be talking about him like this. Like he was another mission factor for Sabo's work. I wish I had better news, he said quietly. Do you want me to wait? He gestured to Marco, but Ace shook his head. No, it's fine, just tell me. Do you know about the organization Cypher Pole? They're with the government, right? Aren't they spies? Sort of, Sabo said. He had really hoped he wouldn't have to be the one to explain them to Ace, but it seems like fate had other plans. More like they do the government's dirty work. They are a mostly covert group that prefer to keep a low profile and stay out of public eye. But that means they are in charge of doing the really bad stuff the government would prefer not to be attached to. What does this have to do with Luffy? There are different sections of Cypher Pole, but by far the worst is known as CP0. Sabo turned to look at Marco, who was leaning against the wall silently listening. You know of them? He nodded stoically. They bring death and suffering wherever they go, he said, and Sabo agreed. Compassion and empathy are seen as weaknesses to them. They have no code other than to obey every command from the world government. They handle things like assassinations, information collection, and interrogations. CP0 in particular is infamous for their inhuman tactics when it comes to torturing people. He paused for a moment when Ace fell silent. I'm only telling you this so you understand how bad these people are. And Dash? Ace pressed quietly when Sabo faltered. And I found out a few days ago that Teach allied himself with the government. It seems that he wants to trade Luffy for status. Sabo, Ace said quietly, half ordering and half begging his brother to just come out and say it. One of CP0 is leading an inquisition against Luffy. They tortured him. At least once so far that we know of. But they will do it again and again for as long as he lasts. That's stupid, Ace said, his voice sounding hollow. He doesn't know anything. Yeah, I know, Sabo said quietly. That's not the point. What's the point? To make him suffer. The silence stretched around them, and Sabo wished he insisted more on telling Ace this in private. Now, on top of everything, Ace would have to explain all of this to Marco, including why the government was so obsessed with Luffy, which was probably the last thing Ace needed right now. He glanced to Marco, thankful that he was keeping all the questions he must have about the situation to himself for the time being. Do you want to sit down? He asked Ace, gently gripping his shoulder when he saw the other sway on his feet. You're still hurt, and you're really pale. If Marco wasn't standing right there, Sabo would have added that it was okay if Ace couldn't keep it together. That for just this moment he could afford to lose control a little bit. But he was, so Sabo just squeezed the other's shoulder reassuringly. I haven't heard about anything involving them interrogating the Whitebeard, so I think they probably spared your friend, he told Marco quietly. I can't be certain, but I think he is still all right. The man smiled ever so slightly, a very bittersweet smile, but the relief was evident all the same. Marco had really missed that idiot since he had been gone. Although this was hardly the verdict on if he was all right or not. And Thatch had been with that bastard long enough for Marco to guess that, like Luffy, the man was probably not all right. But he wasn't dead, and that meant everything. Thinking of his missing ship brother, Marco turned to Sabo. This plan of yours, tell me. Sabo nodded silently, looking over at Ace, who still looked very pale. Ace? He said again, and Ace shook his head as if trying to clear away the bad thoughts. I'm fine, he repeated as he looked up at the two of them. Really, he added when Sabo hesitated. Just tell him, Sab, Ace said quietly as he moved to lean against the table as he fought off a wave of dizziness. Ace didn't know if it was his injuries or narcolepsy that was trying to topple him, but either way he refused to submit, not right now. Or at least until his eyes fell on the familiar straw hat sitting innocently on the table. Ace heard Marco and Sabo talking behind him. Here's your scalpel. Can you give it back to the doctor? You can probably keep it if you want, Sabo said. That's okay, the blade's dull. Ace should have been glad the two seemed to be getting along, at least enough to be in the same room. But his mind was 1,000 miles away, and he couldn't tear his eyes away from the straw hat. And then exhaustion hit him like a tidal wave, smashing into his already tired body, and his legs buckled underneath his weight. It happened so fast that he was asleep before he even hit the floor. Your knife sucks. The blond boy looked up as the stolen knife was tossed to his feet. You're back? he said in surprise as the other boy strode into his base like he belonged there. You live here? He asked, looking around the small space. It wasn't much by any means, just a bunch of pieces of driftwood clumsily lashed together, a lean-to, but a crappy one. The cracks were mostly filled with mud, but the chilly night air found a way in, and tonight was freezing both inside and outside of his tiny home. Just for now, Sabo told him, still a bit perplexed about his sudden appearance. I'll move on in a week or so. Hopefully to a warmer spot. He was too exposed to the elements out here. He put down the flint stone, heading back to retrieve his knife from where it was thrown. What are you doing here? He asked as he slipped it back in his boot, regarding the other somewhat wearily. It was late, very late, and the weather outside was rotten tonight. The wind was howling like a pack of wolves and the rain was pouring down on them. And Sabo's crappy home was hardly waterproof. He had put out buckets for the worst of the drips, but it would take the entire Grey Terminal's supply of them to catch all of the leaks, so mostly he just made do with what he had. He couldn't imagine what the other kid would possibly be doing wandering outside right now. Giving the knife back, he gestured to it abstractly. In the middle of the night, the boy just shrugged. I was wandering around. I saw the light and I figured I might as well. It was useless to me. The blade is super dull. You can't even cut wood the way it is now. Sabo frowned, running his finger over the metal. He wasn't wrong. Hopefully soon he could get a better one. But for the last week he had made do without one at all, and all things considering it wasn't at the top of his priorities right now. Not when he nearly froze to death every night. Taking his silence as a cue, the kid shrugged again, uncaring what the other thought. See you around, he said as he headed back for the door. Wait! Sabo called without quite knowing what he was doing. The boy hesitated a moment, looking mildly irritated as he turned around. What? What are you doing wandering around during this storm? Are you trying to get hypothermia? Hypo what? You're going to get sick. I don't get sick, he shot back. You're going to freeze to death, Sabo tried again. Why don't you go home? Now the other definitely looked annoyed as he scowled at him. What's it to you? Are you homeless? He pried, ignoring the rising sense of danger at angering the kid. No! He snapped. I have a place to live. I just don't feel like going back there now. Got a problem with that? No. Sabo told him honestly. Good. Then mind your own business, he said, turning away again. You don't have to go, Sabo told him. You can stay if you want. The anger was back, but much stronger now as he turned on his heels, glaring daggers at Sabo. Don't you dare feel sorry for me, he yelled across the tiny hut. You're the one living in a shack, so take that concern and shove it. Apparently, Sabo had said the wrong thing and pushed him a bit too far. He put up his hands in placation. Unlike the other night, he really didn't feel like getting into it right now. Not when he felt half frozen himself. I'm not, he told him quickly. I'm the same way. What? I'm not really homeless either. I just don't want to go back right now. Or ever again. I would rather freeze or starve out here than go back. So if you want, you can stay, or you can go to wherever it is you are from. I don't really care, Sabo told him as he turned away, retrieving the flintstone once more. He heard the boy rustle behind him, and he expected to hear the door slam, but it didn't. Before he was interrupted, he had been trying to get a fire going, but the fire pit had been thoroughly rained on before he found the leak, and everything from the wood to the flintstone was soaked. Here. The flint was grabbed away, and suddenly the boy was kneeling right next to him. Sabo watched as he carefully adjusted the logs, leaning them against each other like a tent, while he gathered the scrap material in the center. He rubbed the flint against his boot twice before scrapping over it with the scrap metal. To Sabo's shock, he got it to ignite on the very first try as sparks rained onto the fire pit. What was even more surprising was how he managed to start the fire despite the wetness of the logs in under a minute, feeding it gently with the larger logs piled high beside the pit. When he stepped back from the blazing flame, he realized Sabo was staring at him. What? He asked, rubbing his blackened hands on his pants. How did you do that? Practice, he said. How do you not know how to do that? I'm not from around here, Sabo reminded him. I didn't exactly grow up doing this stuff. It's all kind of new to me. So you're an idiot then? Maybe, he said as he crouched in front of the fire. But I am a quick learner. I can usually pick up on things if I've seen them once. There was a soft shuffle as the other sat down next to him, holding out his rain-soaked hands to the fire. In the light of the flames, Sabo could see the bruises on his arms and face, as well as the bandages. He looked pretty beat up. Did the people you live with do that? He asked after a long moment of silence. I will throw you into this fire. He snapped, his bad temper flaring up once more. It seems personal questions and concern were a sore spot. Sabo frowned, trying to think of a way to calm the other without further agitating him. He patted his own cheek, turning slightly so Ace could see the fading bruise. "The ones I used to live with did this," he told him evenly. "It's not that I'm scared of getting hurt again or anything. I just don't like that I have to live with people like that." He shrugged. "If someone is going to hit me, then I want to be able to hit back, even if it means I'll just get hurt more." Silence stretched between them, and Sabo wondered if his words made any sense to the other. It was an odd thing to try and convey, but it seems like at least some of it must have gotten through to him. "They're too scared of me," he told Sabo quietly. "Huh, the group that I live with. They're not going to hit me. Not for real. They're scared of me." "Oh," Sabo said when he didn't know what else to say. The silence stretched on between them, and it was tense enough to be uncomfortable. "It wasn't my intention to offend you," Sabo said after a long moment, falling back on the practiced apology he had been forced to use every damn day. The kid turned to look at him. "You talk weird sometimes. Is there something wrong with your head?" "You're kind of mean," Sabo told him. "Sorry to hurt your feelings." He snapped back. "You told me to stay. Not the other way around. Kick me out and I'll go gladly." "No dash," Sabo interrupted, fighting the urge to sigh. This boy was like a tinderbox ready to blow at any second. "I'm not saying that. I kind of like it actually." "What?" he asked, caught off guard. "Where I used to live, everyone there was so weird. They never said what they really meant. And when they did talk, it was to gossip behind people's backs." He sighed. It was enough to drive him insane listening to them day in and out. "You're mean, but I think deep down most people are. At least when you talk you mean what you say." It was kind of refreshing compared to the people of Hightown. The other boy was staring at him now. At least he didn't look angry. Rather just confused. Finally, he turned away. "Whatever, weirdo. At least I don't talk like a rich old guy." "I do not. I'm irrevocably responsible," he said, trying to mimic Sabo's voice but taking it a few octaves higher. "Please pardon my adhesive behavior." "You don't even know what you're saying," Sabo defended, laughing despite himself. "I take back what I said. You're not mean, you're just an idiot." He half expected the insult to set the boy off, but it didn't. Instead, he smiled at him. And in that moment, he looked like a completely different person than he had been up until now. "Takes one to know one, Sabo." That caught him by surprise, as Sabo hadn't expected him to remember his name. "Well then, Ace," he told him. "Well then, Ace, right back at you." When he woke up the next day, the rain had stopped. Ace had left sometime in the night. The blanket Sabo had lent him was in a heap beside him, and laying on top of it was a new flint stone and a sharpened knife. Sabo figured they wouldn't cross paths again. Was he ever wrong? Far away at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku sat in front of his desk skimming through the papers provided to him. There were pages and pages of painstakingly transcribed dialogue that amounted to nothing. Well, nothing more than dialogue that got progressively crueler to read. "Anything useful?" a gruff voice asked from the doorway, and the man sighed as he set the pages down. "Would you like to read for yourself?" Garp frowned as he entered the office. He glanced over at the spread pages but did little more than skim the first line before turning away. "No," he said firmly. "Did you get anything you could use?" "Not even remotely," Sengoku said. "And did you get a response from Dragon?" "No, revolutionary forces have increased their hold. But as of yet there has been no correspondence." "So have you made your decisions yet, Fleet Admiral?" Sengoku was silent a long moment before he answered. "There is no decision to reach. The word of the government is law." Garp replied, unimpressed. And I know this kid's history. You have to promise me that I won't come to regret this. He cannot be allowed to turn out like his father or brother. How am I supposed to know what's going to happen in the future?" Garp said dismissively, doing nothing to ease the other's worry. "There will be no war over this, understood? Your actions will not result in prolonged fighting, otherwise you will have to face the consequences. I don't think my life is really going to make up for a huge war." "You're not making this easy," Sengoku snapped. "Your mind's already made up, so what does it matter?" "My mind's not made up on anything," the man told him irritably. "As a Vice Admiral and highly accomplished Marine, you have access to certain resources. That is the law. It's what you choose to do with them that could be considered treason. If it was really that easy, you would have given it to me weeks ago." Garp snapped back. "Make up your mind already, or I will use those resources of mine to find him myself." Which both men knew could become highly scandalous if word got out. Much more so than the shady business that was happening right now. Knowing his back was against the wall, Sengoku sighed heavily. Leave it to the Vice Admiral to put him in a situation where treason was the best way to save face. "Consider every single favor I owe you, past and future, paid," he told his old friend as he handed him a folded-up note. "I mean it," Don't make me regret this. Ace was sitting on the roof when Marco found him. From the top of the old broken-down mill there was a perfect view of the city, the tops of the buildings sticking up from the trees. But Ace was looking at the ocean, or perhaps beyond that. Marco didn't even have to guess what he was thinking about. I know it looks big, Marco said softly as he sat down beside his friend. But take it from me. The ocean's not nearly as vast as everyone gives it credit for. Trust me, it's a small world when you need it to be. Ace looked up at him before sliding his gaze back at the open ocean. You're trying to make me feel better, Marco shrugged. Old habits died hard, it seemed. When did you wake up? An hour ago, he admitted. I meant to come find you but he was still worrying over what Sabo said. Speaking of which, where is the revolutionary, Sabo? I told him to go to bed. He looks like he has been up for days. And I thought you might want some space. You're still worried I'm going to kill him? Ace shrugged, confirming Marco's suspicions. I haven't yet. Although that was a close call when he first woke up. No wonder Sabo had sent the doctor away. The old man had come back to give Marco a checkup while Ace was sleeping, skittering around Marco like a nervous mouse while he worked. When he was finished, he bullied the blonde boy into eating some more food, claiming he was wearing himself out. Does he actually listen to you? Marco's experience with revolutionaries was that they didn't take orders from anyone. They were rebels like that. It was right there in the name. I think he pretends to, Ace told him. Sabo gave them space, but he doubted he was actually sleeping. Sabo was so worried Ace was going to pass out again he was doing pretty much everything in his power to appease him. Why? Why is he helping you at all? What is in this for him? He claims he is your friend, but he doesn't know the first thing about you. Sabo's consistent referral of them as friends had not gone unnoticed by Ace. He pushed whatever urge he felt to tell Marco the truth down, and instead settled for a half-truth. If Sabo wasn't going to broach that can of worms, then neither was Ace. He's a really old friend of mine, Ace explained. We haven't seen each other for years. He might not remember me, but I know everything about him. People change, Marco told him after a long beat of silence. Not this one. At least not in the ways that count. And despite everything, Ace would never entertain the idea that Sabo could be capable of doing anything that might stop them from saving Luffy. I would ask you to trust me on this one, but I think that would be kind of stupid of me, all things considered. Marco turned his attention to the ocean below them. The sun was sinking lower in the sky, and as it fell it hit the water in a way that made it light up like diamonds. No wonder Ace liked it up here. He missed watching the sun fall onto it. He missed his family. Sabo told me how long I was out for. Marco had never imagined he had been out of commission all that time. To him it had felt like a few days, but in reality, it had been weeks. But that had been part of their plan. He had been part of their plan. At first to trick Teach into thinking Marco was gone and Ace was his dutiful puppet, and then Sabo and Ace had kept them out of the way for the rest of it. Probably because he would have objected. He had figured out that much on his own. You talked to Whitebeard. It was Marco's instinct, especially after going missing so abruptly. He couldn't even imagine what his crew must be thinking. The last thing he wanted to do was worry them when they should be focused on getting Thatch back. But, not yet, yeah, Ace said miserably, resting his cheek on his bent knees. His tone reflecting someone who thought their entire plan, months in the making, had just crumbled around them. But when Marco's words finally registered, his head shot up, looking at Marco with an owlish gaze. Wait, what? You didn't. No, Marco told him again. Why? I told you yesterday I would listen if you told me everything, and I meant it. Give me some credit. I doubt I'll agree with this plan you two cooked up, but right now I don't really have much of a choice. Not when it might be their best chance of finding Teach. But Ace stuttered for a second before regaining his composure. Thank you? I didn't do it for you. I know, but thank you all the same. It would be a stretch to say the teenager looked happy, but he did seem a bit calmer than when Marco first approached him. Probably because he knows there was still a chance now. Tell me everything, and I mean everything, and then I'll decide what I am going to do. You can thank me or curse me then. Ace agreed easily, not that he had much choice. What do you want to know? Tell me when all of this started? Since when have you two been working together? Have you been working against us since you left the ship? No, came Ace's immediate reply. Of all things, he looked a little offended at the suggestion. Of course not, but you were hiding something. He had noticed a change since the younger had first talked to Burgess. Oh, that, the young man sighed, wringing his hands over his shorts in a nervous way. It's not what you think, he said finally. It had nothing to do with you. They just caught me off guard. Teach is blackmailing me. Yeah, I got that much. Not with Luffy. Ace tried to explain. Well, yes, with Luffy. Him and Thatch are the reasons I have to do what that bastard says, but he went after me out of everyone on the crew because he found out something about my family. Your family? Marco repeated, confused. He hadn't thought Ace had much of a family. At the least, he never mentioned any. I don't really know a lot about it, he admitted, still fidgeting. Clearly this topic made him extremely uncomfortable. I never met them or anything. They died before I was born, he trailed off, unwilling to continue. It's not something I like to talk about. I still don't know how Teach found out, but he thinks it might be worth something to the government. Ace nodded. I used to think it would be the end of the world if it got out. But with everything with Luffy and Thatch, I know that it doesn't really matter anymore. I just want those two to be okay. Even if that means everyone finds out that I really am nothing but worthless criminal trash. Where you come from doesn't define you, Marco reminded him. It's what you do. What I've done is betray my crew, Ace reminded him, his voice full of loathing. The people who do that, people like me, they are the ones I hate the most. Marco didn't know what to say to that. And he usually always knew what to say. But before he could figure it out, Ace continued, I promise to tell you everything though, and I will. No, it's okay, Marco told him. He saw no need to make Ace share something that he had kept secret his whole life. Especially now with the threat of everyone finding out. Marco figured he must have some family skeletons for him to catch Teach's eye. Are you sure, Ace? It's okay. If you want to tell me, you can. But I'm not going to force you. But you owe me the rest of the story. He nodded, relief showing clearly in his features. Thank you, Marco nodded. It was the least he could do. He waited a few moments until Ace began talking again. All of this really started when I went to drop off the recruits. They gave me a choice, either kill you in 2 days or they would torture Luffy to death. I didn't want to agree, but you couldn't let him die, Ace nodded. I am supposed to protect him. I can't be the reason he's not here. The young man shook his head as if trying to chase away the darker of his thoughts. I wanted to tell you, but I figured they would be expecting that. They made it so that it was impossible to fake it. Or at least impossible for me. I'm guessing that's where the revolutionary comes in, Marco said. He knew this plan was too complex for Ace to come up with on his own. He nodded again. Sabo found out what happened to Luffy and came looking for me. I am the one that asked him for help, Ace said quickly. I didn't know what to do other than what they said. So Sabo came up with the plan. How did you manage to trick them? I switched your body, Ace told him. We broke into the town's morgue. A pirate died in battle a week ago, and no one had claimed the body, so they were going to burn it. You don't do anything halfway, do you? We didn't want to risk losing to you in the fight, so we cheated with a neurotoxin. After you passed out, I pretended to burn the entire room up. The temperature was so hot that Burgess had to turn away, plus fire visibility's not real high. So I switched your bodies and burned up the corpse. By the time I was done, it was like charcoal, so they had no way of knowing it wasn't you. He took the head back to Teach like he promised. Burgess didn't stick around long enough to search the warehouse, so I guess we were pretty convincing. From the little of it Marco had been a part of, they had been convincing. Enough to fool him, and that was hard to do, but that was weeks ago. Why couldn't you have told me afterwards? Because Teach had another job for me. I think he was pleased with how it went, and he figured I was a good way to get some of his dirty work done. What was the job? To poison Whitebeard. Marco was on Ace in a second. The young man put his hands up quickly to stop the other, although he made no move to escape, or even move back. He's okay, he said quickly. Or he will be. What does that mean? Marco demanded, crossing his arms over his chest. And you could have led with that. You damn near gave me a heart attack. Sorry, Ace told him honestly. My head's not working right since I woke up. I didn't mean to scare you. I did poison him with the neurotoxin, but I left him the antidote and faked my death. Now everyone thinks that Oyaji's dying, you betrayed them, and now you and I are dead, Marco finished for him as the picture began to come into view. By all accounts, that was a pretty impressive feat for the two of them to pull off, strategically at least. Ace nodded, his expression anything but pleased with himself. Instead, he looked like he might be sick. How did you manage that? Every night after the nurses went to bed, I broke into the infirmary and injected the poison in his medicine so Not that, Marco interrupted him hastily. He didn't really want to hear how Ace had poisoned his father, which was all well and good, as it didn't look like the other wanted to talk about it, or any of this. How did you fool everyone? Ace sighed softly, shifting ever so slightly so his knees were closer against his chest, subconsciously protecting himself before he spoke. Teach ordered me back to the ship. He claimed credit for murdering you when he spoke to Whitebeard. But he told me that if I even thought of betraying him, he would tell them that it was actually me and let them kill me themselves. So I went with it. I tried to act normal. I don't think I did a very good job though. Izo knew something was wrong. Marco smiled ever so slightly at that. Izo always knew. He was smart like that. He really missed them. Whitebeard knew I was lying, but he didn't do anything. I think he wanted to let everything play out. But on the last night I was there, I confronted him and told him everything and renounced him as my captain. I attacked him, but when I failed I jumped into the ocean. The crows saved me and brought me back here where you guys found me, Ace added when he saw the look on Marco's face. What's the deal with them? They keep giving me weird looks. They're helping Sabo. Don't worry about them right now. So then why did you do all of that? Why couldn't you have just told Oyaji the truth? Teach bugged me. He heard everything I said since we split up. He would have realized something was off if he overheard the crew talking. We needed them to believe what we wanted to, otherwise he would have caught on. How do you know he is going to be okay? Marco pressed. I gave him the antidote. You did? Well, sort of. I left it at the door to his office before I confronted him. I folded up a note asking him not to take it for a few days. Hopefully he still trusts me enough to listen, Ace said, trailing off. He had, in his own way, been asking Whitebeard to trust him even as he fought, but he didn't know if the men had gotten the message or not. Beneath all the horrible things Ace said, why wait? Because we need it to seem like he is dying. Teach thinks that he's weakened right now. That's how he will put his guard down. How do you think he is going to find out at all? Ace frowned, leaning forward a little bit as he added, Sabo thinks that there might be a spy in the crew. Is he sure? No, Ace admitted. He just said Teach probably has ears in the Whitebeards. It would make sense. I guess he would know about spies after all, Marco muttered. He didn't like to think about it, but it was a possibility. Judging by how Teach worked, it was a big one. The Whitebeards had an extensive crew, most of them Marco knew very well, but there were new recruits all the time, usually a few seasonal workers to help with operations. It wouldn't be that hard to buy off one of the hundreds of crew members. Especially one on the fringes of the group. Either way, news like this spreads fast. Ace told him. Sooner or later everyone is going to know that Whitebeard is weakened, especially if we let it get out, Marco said, catching on. Let the rumors spread that Oyaji was losing strength and sick. If they could trick Teach into believing it, he would let down his guard. And that's when they would attack. Ace nodded wearily. That's the plan. And you figured I would have stopped you too, wouldn't you? Marco thought for a moment. Yes, probably. He agreed. Part of being a first mate meant you stopped assassination attempts against your captain. He doubted he would have been able to stand by through everything. Still, you could have found some way to tell Oyaji what was happening, Marco argued. It didn't have to be this way. Would he have gone along with it? Lied to his entire crew based on the words of a traitor? Marco honestly didn't know. Telling Oyaji would have been a risk for sure. One that Ace didn't seem willing to take. It was pointless to think about now. What was done was done. There was no changing that. Only time could tell if things would play out. But for the moment Marco could work with this. The tables were beginning to turn. Teach strode through his fortress with the self-assurance he had no doubt earned from all his hard work. Everything was falling into place at his feet, just like he knew it was. The only thing left for him to do was deal with the odds and ends until the government gave him what he was owed. But still there was no rest for the wicked. He made his way through the passageways, ducking down into the prison area where one particular prisoner was still held. He stopped at the room at the end of the hallway, turning his gloating expression at the prisoner inside. I had almost forgotten about you, he said with a laugh. You're a whole lot quieter without your little friend. Before this, Thatch would be screaming every day about something. He needed medical supplies, for them to stop hurting Luffy. But now, he was just silent. Thatch sat in the darkness of his empty cell, leaning his back against the bed as he faced the wall, continuously bouncing a pebble against it to have it ricochet back into his hand. He said nothing to the boss, preferring to continue on as if the man was not there. What's wrong? You're not still sad about the kid, are you? It seems Teach's gamble of letting Thatch become attached had paid off. A little too well, judging by his reaction. He had figured Thatch's bleeding heart and weakness for kids would make him sympathize with Luffy. But the two had gotten much closer than Teach could have predicted, which was all well and good as it suited his needs just fine. Both were easier to control this way, and taking Luffy away had proved to be the final nail in the coffin of Thatch's spirit. Do me a favor and get over it, will ya? You should be far more worried about yourself. Thatch frowned, and the constant clicking of the pebble ceased for the moment, as he turned to Teach. Take your own advice, he told him darkly. Do what you want with me. But you have to deal with Ace. He is going to kill you for what you've done. Oh, I doubt that, came the dark reply. I don't think Ace is going to cause trouble for me or anyone else for that matter. Thatch looked up sharply. What? Ace failed his last assignment. Apparently, he would rather go for a swim than risk the consequences of disappointing me. He jumped into the ocean. You're lying. Teach let out a booming laugh that echoed around against the tiny walls. Funny, that's exactly what the kid said. You told him? Thatch asked in horror. Not me, someone else. I wish it was, though. I would have loved to see the look on his face losing all hope. For Thatch's benefit, he added, right before he died. You really are a monster, Thatch said, his voice croaked from disuse. A vein of annoyance throbbed in Teach's forehead, and he took a step closer to the bars. Then, apparently thinking better of it, he backed down with a laugh. Be like that then. Sit there trapped in a cell while I kill everyone you have ever cared about. Let's see if you are still so defiant then. You think you can just use people as you like, Thatch answered quietly. Just because you lie and cheat and steal, that doesn't make you above the rest of us. Maybe you will kill me, maybe everyone. But sooner or later everything you've done will catch up to you. All the fame and power in the world can't protect you from that. There you go again, lecturing me, Teach growled. Do you really think I would take advice from my prisoner? What? Should I have a bleeding heart like you? And what did that get you? The crew you are so loyal to is nowhere in sight. You got too attached to the kid and now he's gone and you're all alone. So keep your advice. I am not stupid enough to listen to the man who loses the game. There was a moment of silence before the bouncing of the rock resumed again. Teach shook his head in disgust, turning back to the door. It's not advice, Thatch told him as he left. It's a warning. Sabo was sleeping outside when Ace found him. Well, he didn't really find him. One of the crows was perched on Sabo's shoulder, crying its head off bloody murder. Every few minutes it would hop down his arm in agitation, occasionally pecking at his face. Still, he didn't wake up through all of that. Ace called his name once and then a second time with more alarm. Upon reaching him, Ace sunk down to his knees beside him. The bird stopped its frantic calling upon Ace's arrival, hopping onto his shoulder as he tried to wake the other up. Sabo, Sabo dash, Ace said as he began to shake him harder. What was he doing sleeping here of all places, halfway through the overgrown clearing that surrounded the old mill? When Ace had asked him to get some rest, the nearest patch of weeds was not what he meant. Is he all right? Ace had forgotten that Marco was right behind him. After their talk on the roof, they had gone off in search of Sabo to ask a favor only to find him here. I don't dash, Ace trailed off when his brother stirred. HM? Sabo asked sleepily. Oh, thank God, Ace thought as his shoulders sagged in relief. He remembered clearly how the doctor had pulled him aside to warn him that he had found Sabo on the floor a little while ago. He thought it was due to stress and overworking himself. Ace had done his best to keep an eye on him. Old habits died hard. But with everything going on, apparently, he hadn't done a good enough job. What happened? His brother asked as he sat up. That's my line, idiot, Ace said, punching his shoulder. What did I tell you? The crow hopped from Ace onto Sabo's head, stomping its feet into his hair as if to scold him. Sabo shooed him off as he turned back to Ace. To get some sleep, he said with a small but mischievous smile. Don't be cute, Ace snapped at him, unaware Marco was staring at him. I told you not to overdo it, idiot. Sabo brushed him off easily as he moved to stand up. Ace had to grab him when he realized his leg had fallen asleep. I'm fine, he insisted, gently pushing Ace off him once he found his balance. I guess he didn't kill you after all. Ace looked back at Marco. For now, we need a favor though. Apparently that's what I do. Ace opened his mouth to respond, still visibly angry, when he froze. Your nose. The other frowned as he reached up to his face. Blood had begun to lazily drop from his nose down his face. Ace was instantly worried again. What happened? Nothing, Sabo shrugged him off, stemming the bleeding with his sleeve. Ace, nothing happened, he insisted when the other refused to drop it. It's just a nosebleed. Did you hit your head when you fell? Marco spoke up, surprising the two of them. Sabo gave him a weird look. He was confused why Marco was concerned when he made it clear that he did not trust Sabo. I know a thing or two about medicine, Marco informed him. No, I'm fine, he said again. I told you already. I always know when you're lying, Ace reminded him. Sabo sighed in surrender. I'm fine, really. I just had a killer headache for the past few while. Guys, it's no big deal, he told them when both of them continued to stare at him. We have bigger things to worry about than me. AC, fine, Ace caved. Can you show Marco what you were doing while I was gone? You probably figured it out already, but I was looking for Teach, Sabo explained to him as they headed back to the old mill, their makeshift HQ. with revolutionary resources, Marco cut in. What does your boss think about that? Sabo looked at Ace, who simply shrugged. He knows, Sabo admitted finally, and he is okay with that. He's a nicer guy than people give him credit for, Sabo said weakly. Not that nice. How would you know? Ace. Teach is blackmailing dragon, Ace said as Sabo made an exasperated sound behind him. Whatever Marco had been expecting, that was not it. What? How? The two of them shared a look. If it's okay, I think it's his business, Ace said. Don't worry, it has nothing to do with you guys. So that's it, Marco mused. He has a personal stake in this. Is that why you are here? I keep telling you I'm here because I want to be, Sabo said in exasperation. I'll tell you what, Sabo, Ace warned, but his brother brushed him off. If you find out that I'm lying, that I've actually been working for Dragon this whole time, you can finish what you started when you woke up, Sabo. Ace snapped, shocked and annoyed by his brother's recklessness. Don't say things like that, dumbass. Deal, Marco agreed, and Ace groaned. The blonde held out his hand and Marco shook it, cementing their promise. Stop it! Ace ordered them, breaking up their hands. Nobody's killing anybody and nobody's betraying anyone. It's fine. Don't worry about it, Sabo told him, continuing onwards ahead of them. Far less concerned than Ace was about the new arrangement. Marco, don't listen to him, Ace said, pulling his friend back. He's an idiot. Don't hurt him, okay? You think he is lying? I know he's not lying, Ace told him. But I am tired of my friends getting hurt. The last thing I need is them fighting each other for no reason. Just tell me you won't hurt him. Why are you so desperate to protect him, Marco? Ace said, a slight hint of desperation in his tone. I hated lying to everyone. I hated attacking Pops and I hated fighting you. It was one of the worst things I've done. And I've done awful things. Please, don't make me fight you again. And Marco understood what he was trying to say. Ace would side with Sabo again if it really came down to it. Ace was anything but disloyal, despite current circumstances. But everyone had a weakness. It was clear Luffy was Ace's. But apparently there might be two people he put before everything else. It was your friend who made the deal, Marco reminded him. You can't protect him from himself. Besides, a promise between pirates isn't something you can will away. But if you believe it won't come to that, then I choose to believe you, Marco told him as he pulled out of Ace's gentle grip, following the quickly disappearing blonde. Not that he could tell his friend this, but he doubted it would come to that as well. Revolutionary or not, Sabo had shown himself to be brave and honorable. And at times, like right now, he reminded Marco so much of Ace. In short, he was starting to like the kid. Missing something? The second dragon answered the call, and the scratchy voice projected from the snail. He knew he had made a mistake. It's you. Hello to you too. How did you even get a hold of me? All this time and you still underestimate me. I have had a way of contacting you for years, I just didn't want to, Garp told him. I'm not missing something so much as you lost someone, Dragon replied darkly. He was with you so this wouldn't happen. You were supposed to be looking out for him. I was. Can't get more remote than where I stuck him. But things happen sometimes. Especially to that kid, he is a trouble magnet. So you called me for the first time in years to tell me things happen? No, I called you to tell you that I am sorry. I don't support your actions, but I sure as hell don't like the government blackmailing you with my grandson. Your sentiment is noted, Dragon told his father with irritation. But I can't fight back with sentiment, can I? Always so serious, Garp scolded him. This is why Luffy takes after me. Thank you for your concern, but I am better without it, came the stiff reply. Geez. Hold on. I didn't call you to say I'm sorry. I called you to make this right. I know where he is. What? This whole time? Dragon thundered. Geez. Calm down, will ya? Garp told him. Miffed his son thought so little of him. If I had known all along, Luffy would have been back 10 times by now. It's not like they just willingly handed me this. I had to call in every favor I had and break a dozen rules. But that being said, I'm not exactly in a position to go get him myself. Senny would have an army on me before I got out the doors. So I'm giving this to you instead, on one condition. Condition? Luffy's brother, his name is Ace. This whole mess is kind of his fault. He is going to make this right. I know he will. So if I tell you where they are keeping him, I need you to find Ace and pass it along, got it? Unlike you, I don't have ways of contacting Ace. He could be anywhere. Ace, huh? Dragon said. I might have some idea. Good. Garp said. I'm entrusting Luffy to you two for now at least. Don't let me down. He is my kid too. Sabo spent most of the night showing Marco where on the maps he had crossed off. Just from listening to him talk, Ace had to agree his brother had done a ton of work. No wonder he wasn't sleeping. No doubt he was as worried about Luffy as Ace was. We need to narrow it down more, Sabo told him, tugging at his hair in frustration. But I can't seem to find anything else. It's like the ship disappeared somewhere in these waters. That's a lot of ground to cover, Ace said, his chest tightening at the thought of it. They were still so far away. He needed something more than this. I'm sorry, Sabo apologized in earnest. I don't understand how they just disappeared in the Grand Line. I'll keep working. Don't apologize, Marco told him before Ace could answer. This is good work. You're a skilled tracker. It might not be what we want, but it's something. More than we managed to get so far. Sabo smiled faintly at the praise, although most of his attention was fixed on the map. I know how important it is that we stay undercover, but I think it's about time I call Whitebeard. At the very least, he can help us search the area. The two of them shared a look before Ace nodded slowly. Will a letter work? Yeah, that will probably be fine. I think it's time you introduced him to your friend, Ace told Sabo. Your friend? He's coming here. He's been here the whole time, Sabo said, holding out his arm. One of the crows that had been perched on the windowsill swooped into the air to land on Sabo's shoulder. He is here as a favor to me, Sabo told Marco. Not on orders. Wasn't going to ask, Marco said. I believe you, you promised after all. Sabo grinned as his attention moved to the crow. Can we talk? He asked it, and the creature stared at him with its black beady eyes. If not for the bird's strange behavior earlier, Marco would have thought the both of them had just lost their minds. For a second nothing happened. And then, like hail, there were bangs from the outside as hundreds of wings beat the walls of their base. The crows seemed to stream in through the open window like they were part of a single hive mind. They flooded the room in a flurry of black feathers. Marco ducked down to avoid them as they flew over his head, all seemingly amassing around where Sabo was standing. Circling around his head and hands. No, not really circling, they were fusing. To Marco's surprise, if anything could surprise him anymore, the murder began to take form, the form of a man. A very large, intimidating man dressed in a cloak of black feathers like the Grim Reaper himself. I pet you, Marco accused him. The man stared at him for a moment without answering before turning to Sabo. There was a muttering sound like he was saying something unintelligible. Sabo reached up, standing on his toes to fidget with the man's mask, and suddenly his voice was booming. You look pale. Not you too, Sabo waved him off. How are things? The Whitebeard pirates are in chaos. You're spying on them, Marco said incredulously. Be mad about it later, Sabo said, cutting Ace off before he could try and explain. This is Karasu, Sabo told him. The man turned to Marco. Your captain is aware of me, he told him. He reached into his coat to pull a familiar set of goggles, handing them to Ace. These were recovered from your bag. He asked that I return these to you. Ace looked down at them in shock, taking them back. Thank you, he said quietly, and the man nodded. He was worried you could have drowned, but he thinks you escaped. You talked to him? He talked to me, Karasu said. I listened as a crow. It seemed like he figured out why I was there. He turned back to Marco. Your crew is saddened and grieving, but they are intact and looking for retribution. He tilted his head respectfully, showing his solace before turning back to Sabo. Can you get a message to him? Sabo asked, and the man dipped his head again. It's the safest way if we want to stay dead. Sabo explained to Marco. Thank you, Marco told him earnestly. I appreciate your help. Karasu dipped his head again. Not a man of many words, it seemed. He excused himself to go get food before his flight, leaving the three of them alone again. Marco moved to the desk in search of paper, while Ace turned his attention to Sabo. You! Go to bed. What are you, my mother? I'm worse than your mother. Well, now I'm scared. Good. Finish your work tomorrow, Sab. There's no time. Marco listened to them bicker as he began to write out a note. There was so much he wanted to tell his father, so much that he was sorry for. But now was not the time for that. They could talk after this war was over. There's time for you to sleep. We already have to deal with me passing out all the freaking time. The last thing you need is you to start copying me. Sorry, I didn't realize you had the monopoly on falling asleep. Well, I do. Marco really didn't understand them. Their argument was broken up by the sudden buzzing of the Denver. All three of them stopped, turning their attention over to it. Who is that? It's Dragon, Sabo said in confusion as he moved to answer it. That's weird, though he doesn't usually call so late. Whatever it is, it must be pretty important. Izo sat patiently against the railing, going through the motions of cleaning his guns. He was actually keeping a close eye on his captain. The man sat in his great chair on deck a little ways away, talking animatedly about something on the den to one of their allies. It was a good sight to see. The last few days Oyaji had been confined to his cabin. There were rumors that he was dying, spreading like wildfires among the crew. There were a lot of rumors now. And Whitebeard had done nothing to dispel any of them. Not even his commanders understood what was happening. But as always, they were following his lead. "Oh, is that so?" his captain asked, and there was something wonderful in his tone. Izo could feel the contentment bursting from him. "Well, I surely hope that's the case." Izo smiled as he turned back to his task. Satisfied that his captain was happy, the ship hadn't been the same since the most recent betrayal. Something that Izo felt deeply responsible for. If he had done his job like he had been asked, then none of this would have happened. But he hadn't counted on Ace being that clever nor sneaky. It wasn't like him at all. Everyone on the ship had heard the crash as the entire section of the wall in Oyaji's office crumbled. They had rushed to him at one. But all he told them was that Ace had attacked him, and when he had failed to kill Whitebeard, he had thrown himself into the ocean. They dredged the water again and again, going as far as to enlist Namor, but his body was already lost to the ocean. Ace's bag had been abandoned in Oyaji's office. Whitebeard had already searched it before he handed it over to his crew. Sure enough, they found an active baby Den that confirmed it. Ace had been a spy to each spy. Who knows for how long? And who knows what really happened to Marco? The crew had felt the blow from this. Ace of all people, after everything Whitebeard had done for him. And before they could even begin to process what could have possibly been going through the young man's head, he was gone just like that. The general consensus among the crew was he deserved whatever he got. A traitor was a traitor after all. Any mixed feelings they might have had were pushed so far down for another day. Those among them that had known Ace the longest were shocked. They refused to believe that he would do something like this. After all, pirates that betrayed their crews were the people that Ace hated the most. But despite that, there were no answers. So the entire crew carried on with a cloud hanging over them. They did their best to try and forget Ace, with his bright smiles, quick retorts, and absolutely no regard for his own safety. The last one drove them crazy. And they did their best not to think about Marco either. No one wanted to be the first to give up on him. After all, phoenixes could never really die, could they? So, they focused on those that could still help. Their captain and Thatch, who somewhere out there was waiting for them. No doubt he had suffered greatly while in Teach's clutches. Personally, Izo tried to stay above the rumors. He did feel great fear just a few days prior when it seemed like Whitebeard was succumbing to some sickness. But his health had taken a turn upwards and he seemed to be getting better. Although it was always hard to tell with the man. "Be sure to tell your wife not to worry," Whitebeard continued, his voice getting softer. "Children always strain our hearts, especially when they are so far away. But families have a way of coming back together, and children are strong. Particularly this one." He waited a moment as the snail continued to speak, its words too soft for Izo to hear. "Yes, of course. I think a 3-day vacation sounds wonderful. Although not for you. You will have to act quickly if you want to make it to the party on time. I almost forgot. Make sure to say hello to your mother-in-law. Her pet birds are really quite hard-working. How nice of her to lend them to us." He paused again to listen to the reply, and Izo tucked his guns back into their holster. "I can't tell you how good it was to hear from you again, my dear Margot. I thank you for the support you have shown the Whitebeard pirates. Alliances are not such an easy thing to come across these days. I look forward to seeing the lot of you again," Whitebeard said. "Make sure to keep an eye on your extended family. They seem like a handful." Whitebeard smiled as he hung up, reaching up with his giant thumb to wipe at the tear that had collected under his eye. Izo watched him silently as he rose to his feet. Whitebeard caught sight of him after a moment, smiling despite his tears. "Ah, my son, life is a precious thing, isn't it?" Whitebeard shook his head slightly with a laugh. "You were always one of the smartest, weren't you?" Izo smiled. "Yes, he was." "Children strain our hearts?" he asked. "A story for another time," Whitebeard told him. "Would you do me a favor and gather a few of your brothers for me? I think it's time we go get our children back." He looked exhausted. Not even his own mind could deny that. There were dark circles under his eyes and his skin was completely pale. If there was ever a bad time for whatever this was, Sabo thought in annoyance, as he washed his face once and then again. He had hoped the cold water would help him, but all it did was make his headache worse. The very same headache that refused to go away. "What the heck?" he muttered gingerly, feeling his face with his hands. Why did he look like he was dying? Why did he feel like he was dying? Was this like a brain tumor thing? He hoped not. That was the last thing he had time to deal with right now. Ever since he had cracked his head open as a kid, he had been waiting for it to catch up to him. but after all these years whatever brain damage this was could wait a little bit longer. When he was sure the blood was stopped, he washed his face again. Then he scrubbed all evidence of the nosebleed off his collar and gloves. That would only make Ace worry, and he was worried enough as it was. The three of them had stopped on a tiny island in paradise. It was more of a rock than an island. Marine presence was non-existent here, and the tiny island was plagued with its fair share of criminals. But it was a good place for them to gather supplies and maybe get a few hours of sleep. It had been 5 days now since Dragon had called Sabo with the location. In that time the three of them had been continuously on the move. No one had really slept more than 2 hours a night. They were too busy or impatient to sleep. Apparently his father Ace and Luffy's grandfather had given it to him. Sabo was still trying to wrap his head around the kind of man who dedicated his entire life to the world government, then fathers Dragon and willingly takes in the son of his enemy. Yet through all of that he kept his beliefs cemented in the world government's methods. And now, when they had taken his grandson away from him, he still believed that he was on the right side. What an interesting guy. Sabo hoped they would never meet though. He spotted Marco on the other end of the bar. He was sitting in the corner, talking to the baby Den on his shoulder. And Ace was who knows where. When Marco caught sight of him he stopped for a moment. After a series of letters, thanks to the tireless efforts of a very sleep-deprived Karasu, Marco had been communicating with his captain again. This was the first conversation he was able to have with his leader in months, even if it had to take place entirely in codes, and Sabo didn't want to bother him right now. "Are you okay?" Marco mouthed across the crowded area and Sabo froze. Did he really look sick enough that even Marco was worried? But the next moment Marco tugged his collar, signaling to Sabo the blood trail on his own shirt that he had missed. Frowning, he turned his coat collar out trying to hide the evidence of his latest nosebleed the best he could. He turned back to Marco putting a finger to his lips, silently asking him to keep it a secret from Ace. The man didn't promise anything either way, but Sabo could work on him later. And Sabo didn't want to add any more to Ace's burdens. Because Ace seemed to have this weird thing about Sabo. It was like, well, maybe not quite, but it kind of reminded him of the times growing up when Koala pretended to be his mom. Not in the literal sense, but she would scold him when he did stupid stuff, or shirk his responsibilities, or sleep through meetings, especially when he slept through meetings. It was that sort of thing, except Ace didn't get mad. Instead, he would get sort of quiet whenever the blonde did something he deemed as particularly stupid. Which was saying something, considering recklessness was Ace's entire personality. Sabo stood on the steps of the bar, waiting for Marco to finish up. He prayed to whatever gods may or may not be out there that the idiot was sleeping like he had told them he would. Earlier, right before the marathon nosebleed, Sabo had been talking to Dragon. He would help them. Of course, he would. It turned out that despite everything he loved his son. Parenting techniques aside, that meant something. But the revolutionary's power wasn't infinite. Reinforcements would take time either Ace or Sabo were willing to waste for Luffy. Dragon hadn't asked for Sabo to wait. He must have realized it was pointless. He did, after all, know him pretty well. But instead he asked Sabo to be careful. To not be spotted before their reinforcements arrived, because strong as they were, they couldn't take on the force of the military alone. Hopefully it wouldn't come to that. But after what they had done, all bets were off about how much caution they would have proceeding forwards. He should probably be sleeping as well. But he would wait for Marco to finish up. He needed to know what Whitebeard said. He wouldn't be able to sleep a wink until he knew if he, and more importantly Ace, had just become the new targets of the Whitebeard pirates. Figuring this might be a while, he allowed himself to take a seat on the steps, watching the people passing by. His eyes flickered across the crowd, landing on a nicely dressed woman trying to let the catcalls brush past her as if she didn't hear them, then to a man clutching a briefcase to his chest, looking as if the world was about to end, an old lady waggling her cane at some boys and then the boys themselves. They had tried to steal something out of her purse. Naughty children. They had realized her reflexes were slow and were circling her like a shark. When the taller one ventured too close to her, she whacked him viciously with her handbag, the type of thing that would leave bruises for sure. While she was distracted, the smaller one came closer only to get a face full of what Sabo now suspected was a purse full of bricks. The kid went down like a champ, scraping up his arms as he did. Realizing they were beat, they glared at her as the old lady cussed them both out viciously before carrying on her way. The kids rose, dusting themselves off, scowling the whole while. Sabo reached into his pocket, fishing around for the oat square he knew Ace had slipped in there this morning with the specific instructions of "this is for you to eat." He whistled to catch their attention. They both turned their scowls onto him. The little one holding his now bleeding arm. Sabo held up the oath square. The bigger one stayed exactly where he was, his eyes full of fire as he glared at Sabo. But the little one risked venturing forwards. Sabo tossed him the food. The kid caught it easily and his scowl broke into a smile. "Thanks, mister." He beamed as the other boy reluctantly came over. "Got anything else?" The kid continued, still smiling. Sabo had no food on him. He had a little money, also a knife, but he definitely wasn't going to give them that. He pulled the coins out of his pocket and briefly considered telling them not to steal from grandmothers, but then he thought better of it as he handed the money over to them as well. The little guy looked content as he beamed at Sabo, turning to leave, but the other boy held off a moment longer, eyeing Sabo. "If we told you we were sick, would you give us more?" "It's all I have on me," Sabo told him. "Liar." He turned out his coat pocket to show them. They both stared at him a moment longer, and then the little one bluntly asked, "What happened to your face?" He had gotten that question a lot. Before he could answer, the other boy smacked him across the head. "Idiot, you can't ask stuff like that." "Why not?" "'Cause it's not nice and stuff." "I don't know," he said in frustration. Turning back to Sabo, he tilted his head in gratitude. "Thanks for the food and stuff, old guy." "Sorry, my little brother's a shit." Sabo felt the old guy comment pierce him much deeper than anything the other boy had said. As much as he deserved it. He had been way worse when he was their age, blunt enough to make soldiers cry. The older boy grabbed the other's arm, yanking him roughly away as the kid unwrapped the food, shoving it entirely into his mouth. As they left, he turned to wave at Sabo, mouth stuffed. Sabo smiled and waved back as they disappeared into the crowd. When he was sure they were gone, he leaned down to rest his forehead against his knees, feeling the pain collected their pound more forcefully than it had in a while. Like someone was hammering on the inside of a skull with a sledgehammer. Apparently being nice really was going to kill him. They were cute. Sabo's head shot up despite the pain. He was surprised to see Marco standing there, for who knows how long. He forced himself to stand back up, using the wall to help. "How did it go?" Marco waved his hand, signaling they could talk about it later. "That old lady is glaring at you," Marco pointed out. Sure enough, the old woman with the weapons-grade handbag glowered at him from one of the shop windows. Apparently she too had seen that. Sabo just waved at her, and her face pinched up in anger as she turned away. She did not approve of him helping her attackers and not her. Then again, you couldn't please everybody. Aren't you guys supposed to be for the people and whatnot? Sabo guessed Marco too had seen that whole thing. He shrugged as he fell into step beside the man. "I don't like to discriminate," he told him. Just because she was old didn't mean she was any less capable of defending herself. If they were stealing from the elderly, then it was because that's what they have to do to survive. And kids that young could hardly be faulted for a system where becoming low-grade thieves and surviving were one of the same. "God," the man moaned after a minute. "That is such a revolutionary answer, isn't it?" "It's a me answer," he said as they made their way down the street. "I have a soft spot for kids like that." He always had. Ever since his meals and bed became guaranteed, he felt for the kids who went to sleep cold and hungry. He was thinking about those two kids. The way the older one let his brother eat the food without comment. "Your nose." "Huh!" Sabo reached up to feel blood once more trickling down his face and groaned. Not again. The loss of blood was making his headache worse. "I'm seriously thinking of bringing you to a hospital," Marco told him as he handed over a napkin. Sabo accepted it gratefully, tilting his head back. "You guys need me," he reasoned. "Besides, I promise you want your friend to be safe more than you need me to be healthy. So don't worry about it." Marco sighed, clearly annoyed. "That's not really an answer." Sabo shrugged again. He didn't know what to tell the man. He had no clue what was wrong with him. Nor why now of all times. But he was willing to hide it the best he could if Marco was willing to look the other way. "Just don't tell Ace, alright?" "Why are you so worried what Ace thinks?" "I'm not," Sabo defended. "I am just trying not to get put in the timeout zone by him." Which is exactly what he would do if he found out. "Come on," Sabo persuaded him. "You don't even like me. So, who cares what happens to me?" He was teasing, mostly at least. Trying to lighten the other up a bit. But apparently that had been the wrong thing to say as Marco turned to him angrily. "Great, another one," he told Sabo in irritation. "No wonder you and Ace are friends if you are both like this." "Like what?" Sabo asked, baffled by the tone shift. Clearly, he had set the usually calm man off. But Marco was done talking about it as he set off down the street, Sabo having no choice but to follow him. The revolutionary had been oddly quiet in the last few months. They had maintained their ground and continued to support the rebellions in progress, but few outside conflicts were started. They had been behaved, which was exactly why Koala was surprised when she was called into Dragon's office to give the order to start assembling whatever forces they could spare, but do it discreetly. Boss? She tilted her head, sharing a look with the commanders beside her. She couldn't outright ask her boss in front of everyone, especially considering she wasn't even supposed to know. Luckily for her, she didn't need to. We can gather our available fighters, boss, but it's going to be a challenge to do it without the government taking notice. Dragon nodded. I understand. Let the government notice, but not yet. Buy as much time as you can with whatever discretion we can afford. But act quickly, we don't have much time. Time for what? Someone asked. A partnership against the Navy. He said it like it was simple. But there wasn't anything simple about a toe-to-toe confrontation with the world government. Who would the partnership be with, boss? Ivankov, who had been silent up until now, finally spoke out. The Whitebeard pirates. Silence fell once more over the room as the members contemplated that. While they did have an enemy in common, they rarely allied themselves with pirates. To the eyes of the world government, criminals were all the same. But the revolutionaries did have a strict honor code, one that not every pirate shared. If they aligned themselves with a group that later proved themselves to be cold-hearted, then they would be supporting the very thing they hated. So the impromptu news of a partnership were sudden, to say the least. Although the Whitebeards had a reputation for being a fair and merciful group, did they agree to a team-up? Dragon fell silent before he answered, choosing his words carefully. I spoke a short while ago to Whitebeard. It seems we have something in common. The government has taken hostages as a premeditated act against us. Since they targeted us together, it is only fair we fight back against them together. But a confrontation with the government is not something I take lightly. I understand there will be heavy causalities on both sides. I have my own reasons for fighting. A few heads shot up, but Dragon continued on before the questions could come. I choose to keep those to myself. Clearly, I am not without my own motivation, so instead I ask the question of you. Knowing the circumstances, would you team up with pirates? The decision is yours to make this time. Dragon abstained from the vote. But it didn't matter. It was unanimous. They were going to war. It was a bit of a surprise to be called to Whitebeard's office in the middle of the night. The man had taken special care to keep the spirits of his crew high even though they were going through difficult times. But this felt different. Haruta got the summons earlier that day from an oddly cryptic Aizo. He was to go to Oyaji's office at midnight. If that wasn't odd enough, per the whispered instructions of Aizo, he was supposed to keep the meeting a secret. So he did as he told. When midnight rolled around, Aizo stuffed his bed like a teenager sneaking out. He was running a bit late as he knocked on his captain's door. Join us, my son. Haruta was surprised to see 3 other commanders standing before his captain's desk, serious looks on their faces. It seems like he was the last one here. He closed the door behind him before coming to stand beside his fellow commanders. Aizo stood to his right while Vista and Juzo were on his left. Only then did Whitebeard begin to speak. It pains me greatly to admit this to you, my children. But I have not been entirely honest with you. Nor can I afford to be at the moment. Of all the things Haruta had been expecting, that was not it. Their captain was apologizing to them for keeping secrets. He risked a side glance at Aizo, but the man hadn't so much as blinked. Apparently this was not news to him as it was to everyone else. Aizo always had been pretty quick on the uptake, but that secrecy has not come without benefits. We now have our best lead to where Teach may be. Captain, are you sure? Vista asked in shock, mirroring the rest of them. Nothing's ever certain, the man replied patiently. But I am fairly certain. How did you do that? That is a very long story, my sons. This is great, Haruta said, unable to contain himself. How far is he? Are we heading there right now? But Oyaji stopped him with a knowing smile. Not so fast. Like I said, this is more complicated than I care to admit to you. I can tell you that Teach has aligned himself with the world government. Sickening as it was, there was no real surprise there. It was a logical move for a criminal who had just sold out their crew and were looking for power, although it did not bode well for them or Thatch. If we start moving our forces, Teach will catch on, and he will be ready. We can't do nothing, Haruta said, unable to stop himself. We will never get Thatch back if we do not act on this. Otherwise, he could be lost forever. I fear that if Teach thinks his power is being tested, he will kill Thatch before we make it. If he does that, he loses the advantage he holds over us. Aizo pointed out, practical as always. Not entirely, Whitebeard told them. As I said, this is complicated. But much of this story is not mine to tell. What does that mean? Haruta pressed. But Whitebeard was not fazed by his desperation. He met the looks of confusion with love and sympathy. You deserve nothing less than the truth. But I cannot afford to tell you it right now. I fear that keeping it from you may come at your expense, but the consequences of not will be greater. He paused for a moment to look down at his chosen commanders. So as always I ask for your trust. In exchange for a temporary delay in answers I swear to you that we will take Teach down. What's more, we will save your brother. So my children, what do you say? The effect was immediate, and all the burning questions in Haruta's mind silenced themselves as he joined the others in the burst of agreement. Aye, Captain. The cry rang out through his small office, and despite everything it brought a smile to the old man's face. Thank you, he told them sincerely. Now would you like to hear my plan? There was honesty, nothing Haruta wanted more. He had been waiting for a chance like this one ever since Thatch was taken off their ship. One moment he was there, and then Ace was the next to go. Ace Haruta had been trying his best not to think about Ace. Teach's betrayal had stung, but Ace's downright hurt him. The two had been close, although not quite as close as he had been with Thatch. Which made it hurt so much more that Ace had decided to throw in his lot with that man. What could make someone like Ace, who valued freedom and loyalty above all else, betray them like that? But Haruta quickly chased those thoughts away. Whatever his reasons were, Ace did not deserve his sorrow. He chose instead to focus on Thatch and Marco. He was still missing in action. Ace said he was dead. But Ace was a liar. Marco could still be out there. Or at least Haruta thought that was what Whitebeard thought. The man hadn't offered his opinion one way or another on the topic of his missing right hand. So, while the world went on counting Marco dead as if he was just another weed to be mowed down, Haruta still held on to hope that somewhere in the world Marco was there, waiting until he could come back to his family. He might be delusional. But what was the problem with that? So he forced himself to stand there patiently, like one who hadn't just heard the best news of the year, and listened to Ayaji's plan. It hurts me to say this, Whitebeard told them mournfully. But I suspect we might have yet another rat problem on board. So for the time being, everything we talk about tonight needs to stay between us. The commanders nodded, and Whitebeard continued. I will inform the crew of the location in a few days. Then we will summon our forces and we will face off against Teach and whatever naval support he has managed to weasel his way into commanding. Hopefully that is time enough. To do what? To save your stolen brother. Captain, I told you my fears of what Teach could be capable of when pushed. I want you guys to go ahead and infiltrate his fortress. Intervene if he tries to kill any of his hostages. It will be dangerous. I won't pretend otherwise. But if the three of you can stay hidden for just a few days, backup will arrive. Whitebeard trailed off, although the words unspoken were heavy in the air. When the Whitebeard fleets did arrive, they would unleash all hell upon Teach. You said the three of us? Juzo interrupted. Yes. This might not make sense right now, but you will understand when you see it. The base Teach is seeking refuge in is something of a fortress. He has a perfect view of approaching ships. There will be no sneaking up on him. It is a risk in itself to send one person, let alone three. I know you have power in numbers, but this is a stealth mission. If you are caught, you cannot beat them with strength, regardless of if there are 3 of you or 4 or 10. The military power simply outnumbers you guys, no matter how strong all of you are. So I think the 3 of you will have to do. Whitebeard told them. And what about me, Captain? Vista asked. I have another job for you, Whitebeard told him. Someone was just mentioning our vermin problem to me today. I need you to try and single out whatever traitors may be hiding on our ship. Kill them. Oh no, Whitebeard corrected him. There are more than just one way to get rid of pests. You will tell them the truth. The truth? Vista repeated stupidly. Whitebeard nodded, that we are hopelessly in the dark about Teach's whereabouts. And when it becomes obvious that we have found the location, then you tell them that we are attacking blindly. That as far as you know our allies are sitting this battle out, and our numbers are depleting, understand? A smile crossed Vista's face as he caught on. Of course, Captain. Leave this to me. They would show everyone who crossed them what Whitebeard hospitality looked like. After all, they protected their own. Sengoku sat alone in his office. It was late. Most of his subordinates had turned in for the day. But for the last few days sleep had evaded him. There was no need to guess why that was. He had made a mistake. A big one. Possibly a career-ending one. He had made a friend. That in itself wasn't the mistake. People were allowed friends, even in the Marines. But he had let his friendship get in the way of his duty. But it was more than that, he had let his personal feelings get in the way. Sengoku didn't like what they were doing here. Although he was no stranger to tough calls, only this time the effects wouldn't be felt oceans away. No, the one most hurt by this would be his longtime friend and confidant Garp. Even so, what had he been thinking, giving Garp the location? He had tried to tell himself that it was in his right. But it wasn't. Or at least that story wouldn't hold up in front of the council. It had been a moment of weakness. Perhaps the atrocities he had overseen for the greater good had finally caught up to him. Maybe he was tired of innocents suffering while those who truly deserved punishment were rewarded. If the government succeeded in this, then his name would go down in history as the fleet admiral who single-handedly brought down the two largest threats to the world government. He would be praised as a hero, a savior of the world, and it would be so conveniently left out that in order to accomplish this great feat, a murderous, traitorous criminal with no trace of a moral compass was given incredible power and influence when one of the kinder pirates of the century was torn down, all because Newgate cared for his crew like his children and would rather risk everything than abandon them. And Luffy, no dragon's offspring, it was easier when he didn't use names. He wouldn't be mentioned at all. He would be some faceless civilian casualty lazily scrawled in one of the Navy's archive books. They wouldn't mention that, tainted blood or not, Luffy was a civilian. Still a child. It would be one thing if they had killed him. Political assassinations happened often. Ace had been a rather brutal, and failed, example of that. But they didn't kill him. No, they tortured him within an inch of his life, and beyond that, in his father's place, going so far as to use CP0. The group was only reserved the cruelest of punishments. Death was a kindness compared it. Hell, and amputation with a butter knife was far better than even 1 day of that. They were feared for a reason. But he had allowed it to happen to Garp's grandson. Sengoku had read the transcript. It was protocol for all interrogation sessions be recorded in case of valuable information. But of course, this was hardly an interrogation, as Dragon's offspring knew less than nothing about his father or his own lineage. But there was a record of it all the same, recording the grueling 70 hours. The stack of papers sat on his desk even now, impossible not to draw his eyes. He noticed how Garp avoided it like it would burn him if he so much as touched it. Perhaps that was why Sengoku had done it. Or perhaps it was how Dragon's Off's the kid had acted when he was faced great pain, and it was the same thing every other kid in the world would do. It didn't matter that he had a demon's blood in his veins. He hadn't opened his mouth to reveal a forked tongue or started chanting curses in archaic speech. No, despite what everyone might believe, he really was just a kid. A brave and extremely durable brat. But everyone had a breaking point. But this wasn't an isolated incident. This type of thing happened. It was unavoidable. Justice wasn't black or white, contrary to what people like to believe. There was a gray zone, and in it was where Sengoku made his decisions. Always for the greater good. God help them, he hoped so. The thing about this job was you never really knew. He wasn't a prophet. He couldn't foretell if something would ultimately do more harm than good. But hard or not, he oftentimes had to make the call in the name of the world government. But that was what he needed to remember right now. His responsibilities came first. They had to. Sengoku picked up his denden. It was late, but he knew the Admiral would answer. He was always diligent in his work like that. And he was not disappointed this time. Sir, came the quick response of Akainu. They know. What? The man responded. They're coming. Sengoku told him. Who is they? The revolutionaries and possibly the Whitebeards. They're coming. Don't take your eyes off the hostages. We will need reinforcements, and you will get them. As many as they needed. That was his job after all. It was just a shame he wouldn't be able to keep his promise to his friend. Ace hadn't been sleeping when the two of them got back. Instead, he had been sitting against the wall, cheek resting on his knee. He looked up as they entered the room. Are we dead? That was the first thing he asked. It was all my idea, not Sabo's. That was the second, but Marco just shook his head. Nobody's dead. And you two are too similar for your own good. He gave Sabo a warning look which the blonde pretended not to see. Oyaji agreed to go along with the plan, he told them both wearily. It wasn't like they left him with much of a choice. The messenger crow, Karasu, had dutifully delivered a letter or two between Whitebeard and Dragon, although what exactly they said to each other was a mystery to him. He will start to move in 3 days' time, that gives us a head start. He is sending 3 of our brothers to help us. Ace looked up at that, the surprise clearly on his face. He opened his mouth to say something, then seemed to think better of it, as he nodded instead. Accepting whatever his ex-captain had decided. Ace, Marco tried. Oyaji said. Ace looked up at him, offering him a fragile smile. It's okay. No, listen, he said. Marco, Ace told him softly, very unlike his usual blunt self. Marco sighed, realizing it was pointless. Whitebeard could tell Ace himself, when all of this was over. We should all get a couple hours rest, he told the two younger boys. We can keep moving at daybreak. Both of them nodded in honest, but Marco knew they were lying. Neither one would get any rest. He second-guessed his decision to keep Sabo's secret from Ace but thought better of it. Whatever was going on with the boy, he wouldn't be able to hide it much longer. Sabo spent a few hours checking in with the revolutionaries. A very miffed Ivankov brought him up to date on what had happened. The divisions had happily agreed to fight with Dragon, as if there was ever any doubt they wouldn't, and they were going over their plan of attack. Like Whitebeard, Dragon had permitted them 3 days before he planned to drop all pretenses and move his forces in honest. It wasn't a lot, but hopefully it would give them the head start they needed to get the drop on Teach. By the time he hung up, it was very late. But there were still a few hours until dawn, so Sabo went looking for Ace. He wasn't surprised to see Ace's temporary bed empty. He wandered aimlessly around the tiny rooms they had been sleeping in. There was no sign of Ace, but his backpack was still here, meaning he must be close. Sabo knew this because Luffy's straw hat was in that bag and Ace refused to be without it, so his search led him to the roof. Apparently Ace also liked to be up high when he was upset. Another thing they had in common, Ace was sitting against the edge of the 2-story building. Not quite as high as Sabo liked to go, but it would do in a pinch. He joined him to look out across the sleeping town. It was peaceful. So what's bothering you tonight? He teased, and Ace groaned. Pick one, honestly. When all of this is over, if it's ever over, I don't think I am ever going to sleep again. Sabo knew how he felt, better than most. He mulled it over in his head for a few minutes. This situation reminding him so much of that night, right after Ace had killed Marco, where they sat on the roof just like this. That had been only a month or so ago, but it felt like years considering all that had happened since then. Want to talk about it? Sabo once again asked. Ace looked over at him, an amused smile tugging ever so slightly at his mouth. I know this isn't our thing, Sabo told him. And he was grateful for that, he really was. But now he also understood that he may have been the closest thing Ace ever had to a confidant. But that wasn't a bad thing. No, the thought made him feel glad to be trusted so much. Ace shook his head as he turned back to look out over the sleeping town. Want to hear a story? He asked out of the blue. A story? Why? Sabo asked, confused. Ace shrugged helplessly. I can't sleep. It's the only thing on my mind. I can't seem to stop thinking about it. Okay, he agreed. Just don't make it a sad one. He had had his fill of those for a long, long time. Was. Tell me your story, Grandpa, and then maybe we can both go to bed. Although he didn't think it was likely for either of them. Once upon a time in a kingdom that really, really sucked. You missed your calling as a poet. Shut up. In a kingdom that was really the worst, there was a little bird. Oh God, is this one of those animal stories? I hate those. Sabo moaned. They would always tell them to the revolutionary orphans when he was little. Apparently, it's less sad when bad things happen to animals in the stories. Apparently, that was their answer for trauma. Lost your parents in a war. How about a story about a misbehaving elephant to cheer you right up? Ace shushed him again as he continued his anthropomorphized story. This was a baby bird. Its mom had gotten eaten by a tiger. For real? The tiger then tried to eat it too. He continued, ignoring the interruption altogether this time. It bit off its wings so the little bird couldn't fly away. It was just about to eat the little bird as well when it was scared off by a pack of kittens. A pack of kittens? Sabo asked, unable to stop himself. Against a tiger? Kittens can be scary, Ace told him. Their claws and teeth, they're like reverse porcupines. How are you this bad at telling stories? Sabo asked, bewildered. He had no idea why this was the one thing Ace was thinking about tonight. Maybe he was finally cracking for real after all those false alarms. Then the terrifying pack of crime-hardened kittens turned to the bird. He pressed on. For they were going to eat it in place of the tiger. But when they saw it there, wing torn off, all bloody and dying, they realized it was still too little to feed them. So they wanted to leave it there, but it kept crying out for its mother. It was kind of sad, even to the mean little kittens. So the run of the litter came back for it. The other kittens wanted to put it out of its misery so it wouldn't have to hurt anymore. But every time they got too close to it, it would drag itself away with its only wing, crying for its mom to save it. I don't think I like this story, Sabo told him. In the end, the kittens couldn't do it. The littlest kitten thought that the bird was sad because it was lonely. So, despite what the other kittens thought, they carried it back to their nest and took care of it. They tried to patch its wing and gave it a little box of its own to sleep in. The smart kitten said that the chick wasn't going to last the night. But the littlest thought that the bird was a fighter. They made sure the bird was warm throughout the night, and lo and behold, to their great surprise, the next morning the little bird was moving around and chirping because it was hungry. So they fed it scraps. They were hungry too, so it didn't get much. But it seemed happy. And every day the kittens would go to bed, and when they woke up the chick would be chirping for food. They didn't take good care of it. Not really, at least. It couldn't move much because of its wings, so they left it in its box all day while they were gone. But every time they came back it would chirp and run in circles. I think they figured that since it survived this long it was going to make it. Or maybe they didn't really think about it at all. I don't know. But one night they got back to their nest really late, and they were tired. They tried to feed the chick, but it didn't want to eat. The kittens figured it was just being finicky, and they went to bed, but the littlest stayed up a while trying to get it to eat. He paused for a moment, looking thoughtfully at Sabo. "What?" he asked. The next morning when the other kittens woke up they realized that the chick had died. And only the runt kitten realized something was wrong with it. He had stayed up all night with it because he said he didn't want it to be lonely when it died. "Oh," Sabo said softly, finally understanding what this story was. Ace nodded at him as he continued. It was stupid to get sad over it. Animals died all the time. They knew this. How could they not? So the smart kitten told the littlest that chicks died without their families. But the smart cat felt bad because he was supposed to change the chick's blanket, but he had forgotten. And the mean kitten felt bad because he should have tried to feed it better, and the stupid kitten was just sad because his friend was gone. But there was nothing they could do about it now. So they buried the chick, and the whole time they thought the littlest kitten was going to cry because that was just what he did. But he didn't. So they figured he was finally growing up. To make him feel better, the smart one, made them climb into the treetops when the sun rose. They could see all of the birds in the crappy kingdom flying around up there. And that's when the runt kitten started bawling its eyes out because he missed the bird. So the grumpy kitten told him to shut the hell up because he didn't understand anything. He said that if the runt was this soft-hearted, he would never grow into a cat. And the little kitten just told him that if he stayed this soft-hearted when he grew up into a cat, then maybe he could save the chick next time. That way he wouldn't have to feel the pain again. But no matter how strong he got in the future, he was never going to see the bird again. Ace finished, and there was silence between them as they both stared out at the open ocean. "I thought I asked for a happy story," Sabo said when he could bear the silence anymore. "I know," Ace admitted. "But for some reason tonight, even the happy ones turn sad when I think about them too long." "Well, damn, now either of us are going back to bed tonight," Ace sighed, falling to his bed as he looked up at the stars above them. "Why am I such an idiot?" he asked Sabo, who didn't have an answer for him. "I thought I understood before. I thought I was being practical. But the older I get, the more I feel for that bird. How stupid is that? Life is unfair, I know that, I really do. Sometimes things suffer. I've always understood that. Or I thought I did. But I still can't help feeling sorry for that bird, because I remember that the first night it kept me awake for hours with its crying. And I think I wished it would just die so I could go to sleep. But when it was gone, I think I really wanted it back. And I felt bad about everything I didn't do for it. But it doesn't matter what I wish I had done, it only matters what I did, and I didn't do enough. How blind does a person have to be to make the same mistake twice?" Ace snapped, and Sabo frowned. "Ace, it isn't like that. No offense, Sabo," he said, his voice sincere and without anger despite the words. "But how would you know? Give me some credit," he said after a moment. "I know enough, or I know you enough to know that if you could, you would blame yourself for the sun setting," Sabo told him. Ace nodded. He knew that. He really did. It was just, I just can't stop thinking about how he was scared that the bird would be lonely when it died. And at the time I thought he was being stupid. But now I am so worried that Luffy is lonely, or cold and hurt, and nobody cares enough to help him. He trailed off when he realized that he was ranting. He needed to shut up now. Sabo had his own problems without listening to this. He sighed, laying back against the roof. This was as good of a spot as any to get an hour or so of sleep. He felt a rustle beside him as Sabo also lay down. Apparently, they were sleeping up here tonight. Ace closed his eyes, one thought repeating over and over in his head as he listened to Sabo's breathing begin to even out. I hope he's not alone. He remembered the boys from the town, the ones who tried to steal their way through life to survive. They weren't model citizens, of course not. You could hardly live in a place like this and be. All the while something was tugging at the back of his mind like a gentle knocking against the door. Wake up. and then again louder wake up. That would be Ace. He rolled over, unsurprised to see his brother standing over him. He looked a lot like the older thief boy from today had. Tall and fit but still rather scrawny and covered with a fine layer of dirt and bruises. He usually looked mistrustful, but right now he was smiling. "Let's go," he insisted. "Where?" He pushed himself up all the same, listening to his brother. He found that it made the pounding in his head easier if he did as he was told. "Come here," Child Ace insisted again. Just a bit further. He paused for a moment, considering before stepping forwards. Ace smiled at him. One of his real smiles as he held out his hand, silently telling him to take it. The hell? Abandoning his caution, Sabo took one final step over the edge, reaching out his hand to his brother, and then he was falling. He felt his left arm being wrenched backwards with a force that was enough to nearly yank it out of its socket. His side collided with something very hard, and then he was falling again. He felt a hand squeezing his wrist so tightly that the bones might shatter. He was unconscious even before he could hit the ground. It had been nearly 2 months. Things were getting better, gradually. The smell still got to him, as did the moldy food and the cold. It was often biting at night. But like he said, Sabo was a fast learner. He could start a fire in under 3 minutes. He was getting better and better at finding food, and perhaps the best of all, he had moved into a new place to live. It was still cold and dank, but the leaks weren't so bad now. But to Sabo, who had lived his entire life up until this point in a place he now referred to as fancy hell, this was fine. Better than fine. He liked it here. Sure, his overall quality of life had dropped significantly. But before, he had been a prisoner in his own home, having each one of his actions decided for him, his entire future already planned out. It had been so stifling. There were some nights where he just wanted to scream and scream in frustration. But of course he couldn't, because his parents would hear him, and that would not end well for him. So he had done everything they wanted for years. Played a stupid little puppet. But no longer. Out here, where everyone was miserable and hungry and cold, he was free. And he loved it. The people here weren't the friendliest. They were too cynical for that. But that was fine. Sabo was used to being alone. He had never had friends growing up. He found the noble children impossible to deal with, and he wasn't allowed to talk to the children in town. He also had never expected much in the way of parents or guardians, so Sabo was fine with the solitude. So long as he could come and go freely, he figured he didn't have much room to complain. So things continued on. He hadn't expected to see Ace again. That was just what life was like around here. People were there one moment, and then they were gone the next. Where they disappeared to was anyone's guess. So when their paths eventually crossed again, it was a bit of a surprise. On that particular day, with food shortages running through all of Great Terminal, Sabo was forced off his beaten path in search of his dinner. The hunt took him closer to the forest than he usually ventured. He could just see the high treetops breaching the mountains of trash around him. Peaceful looking comparatively, but he knew there was nothing peaceful about those woods. Just about everything in there wanted to kill or eat, usually both. But he was hungry, so there wasn't much of a choice as he ventured closer and closer, all the while searching the outskirts for food. The further he got from the center, the more the population waned. Most of the people didn't come out this far. By this point, the trash out here was so picked over there was nothing of use in here any longer. Still, he bothered to check. It was then that he noticed the sounds of fighting. Without fully realizing what he was doing, Sabo crept closer to get a better look. And immediately he regretted it. This wasn't a fight between pirates or outlaws. No, this was an unfair fight. Anyone could see that. It took him another second to recognize the small but distinct figure of one of the only people who had talked to him. His sort of not friend, the unsmiling boy Ace. He was in the middle of a circle of 3 grown men, or more like gorillas based on the size of their muscles. They had weapons. Sabo saw the glint of steel from 2 knives and some type of short sword. Ace was bleeding, rivets of blood dripping down his forehead. His body was covered in scrapes and bruises. When the men descended down upon him once again, Ace made a sound halfway between a grunt and a hiss, much like a cat, as he turned away from the encroaching weapons. But he was growing tired. His timing was a few seconds off as the knife caught the tail of his shirt, slicing through it, drawing blood from a superficial injury beneath the fabric. Ace hissed as he clasped his palm over the wound with one hand. With the other, he blocked himself from a particularly vicious hit. When he stepped back, he stumbled, barely managing to catch himself as he tripped. His face was pale and pained, and without realizing it, Sabo moved. He felt the coldness of the rock in his hand before he realized what he was doing. It wasn't until he watched it soar through the air, colliding with the largest man's head, that the sparks connected. He was dead. He was so dead. The man's face confirmed that as he whirled around to look at him, one of his ogre-like hands clutching the back of his head where the rock had connected with his skull. The pure fury on his face made Sabo freeze in his spot. He had managed to catch Ace's attention as well, his eyes widening when he saw Sabo. He spoke Sabo's name, although any sound was covered by the noise of the angry men. "Your friend." One of the men snarled as they took a step towards him. Sabo took a step back on reflex as he sized up the men in front of him. He had rules for this. He wasn't supposed to engage in confrontations. Not when the odds of winning were impossible. But he took one look at the dark-haired boy's face and went for it with everything he had. He must have caught the man off guard. No doubt he hadn't been expecting a kid a third of his size to barrel into his stomach. The man stumbled back with a muffled earth as the wind was knocked out of him. "What are you doing, you idiot?" Ace screamed at him as Sabo scrambled up, turning to see the other two men eyeing him dangerously. "I'm helping you." Sabo yelped as one of the men reached to grab him. He managed to escape his grasp only to back up straight into the man he had tackled. He had recovered enough to rejoin the fight, and Sabo's stomach dropped as his arms were yanked back by the now furious man. "You little brat!" he spat. "Thought you would help your friend, did you?" He wrenched Sabo's arms back a little further, pulling them unnaturally in their socket, and it took everything he had to stop from crying out. But the next second the pressure was gone, and the man stumbled back, clutching his bleeding nose with a furious cry. Ace had charged his way straight through the men to send his fist into this man's face. "Be bastard," the man spat, blood dripping from his crooked nose. "You'll regret that." "I won't," Ace told him angrily. "And he's not my friend." "Thank you," Sabo told him quietly, rubbing his sore shoulders. To his surprise, Ace whirled onto him next. "Shut up," he snapped. "I didn't ask for your help." "Okay, I'm sorry," Sabo said as they were both forced to scramble away as the other two approached them. He really didn't have time to get into this right now. It wasn't like he had been expecting a gift basket or anything for intervening, but Ace's hostility had surprised him. But he pushed all of that aside as he grabbed the other boy's wrist. "Come on, we have to get out of here." But Ace just shrugged him off, turning to face the three men once again. "You get out of here," he told them. "I'll hold them off." "Ace," Sabo growled in frustration. He couldn't be serious. "I don't need your help. They will kill you." "I'll be fine." He wouldn't be. But he was either too stupid or too stubborn to admit it. Backing this boy up might just have been the last thing he ever did. Sabo looked beyond him to the landscape beyond. Should he run? That was what he was told to do growing up. That was what his father and every rotten noble would do. But he wasn't one of them anymore. He was his own person, and it was time to start figuring out what that meant. Pulling the knife free from his hip, he came to stand beside Ace, looking at the three very angry men before them. "I'm not leaving you." It had been a bloody fight and a tough one. Sabo was pretty sure one or all of his fingers had been sprained. But somehow impossibly they had won. That was due in part to Ace. That boy was shockingly strong. He was obviously used to fighting and probably situations like this. Throughout it he never looked scared or nervous, only angry. Honestly, it unnerved Sabo a little bit. He had never met anyone who didn't show fear before. He didn't think that was normal. But then again, none of this was normal. But as strong as Ace was, Sabo knew that he was also a part of their win. Like he had told Ace all those months ago, he was a fast learner. Before coming to live in the Great Terminal, he hadn't had much or any experience with fighting. But now fighting had quickly become most of his existence. You fight for food, you fight to protect your food, you fight for fun. And the strong survived. So apparently that meant Sabo was strong. It was odd to think that he had gone his entire life without knowing that until now, when he gave up everything. Maybe that was why he had never fit in at High Town. The people there were so weak, and cowardly, and sick in the head. It made him angry to think about. Either way he looked at it, his fighting skills and overall survival skills were growing rapidly. When he first came here, he didn't know if he would be able to do it. He didn't know anything other than the cushy life he had been born into. But he was more worldly now. And he was never going to go back to the way things were. "I didn't need your help," Ace said from beside him. And maybe it was the adrenaline flooding his veins, or maybe he had just had it. But when Sabo uncharacteristically responded, "Shut the hell up," Ace did just that. The two of them were laid out on their backs, tending their bruises and cuts while they tried to catch their breaths. "Think they're running back to their mothers?" Ace said after a moment, and Sabo smiled. The men having fled only moments ago. Retreating with their tails between their legs. The image of the muscular full-grown men wailing to their moms because they got beat up by two kids was laughable. "I hope they are," Sabo said honestly. He pictured himself running back to his own mother, and her shrill voice. How she would scream when she saw the grime covering him, and his smile vanished. Not everyone had that type of mother. He turned to Ace, his face serious again. Hey, are you a psychopath or something? Huh? The other boy turned confused. A what? Or like someone that can't feel fear or empathy or something? Or maybe he really was just crazy. Either way, neither of those things were good things. Ace turned his head back to look up at the sky again. How would I know that? He asked. Sabo hadn't thought about that. But he was glad the other boy hadn't gotten offended. He was too loud when he was offended. He remembered Ace's face all that time ago when he had talked about his home. He had looked hurt. But he had pretended he wasn't. No, Sabo decided. Not a psychopath, so just crazy then? He was pushing it now. But neither one had enough energy left to start another unnecessary fight. The gray eyes once again turned to look at him before he rolled them sarcastically. Oh, whatever. I'm not the one that keeps butting into other people's business. Who is the crazy one now? You're right. Sabo realized. That had been reckless. He had always been a little bit reckless, but just now. That was taking it to a whole new level. Perhaps this place was starting to rub off on him. If you're calling me crazy, that can't be a good sign, Sabo mused, putting the emphasis on the you. The hell's that supposed to mean? What do you think it means? He shot back, and instead of snapping at him, Ace just shrugged. Maybe you're right. You seem to understand this stuff better than me, even if you're a shit fighter. But Ace cut him off before he could interject. I like you better like this. Like what? I don't know. He tugged on his hair in frustration, trying to verbalize the words in his head. It was clear from their interactions that although he was a competent fighter, Ace's social skills were nearly non-existent. Rude. Blunt. Kind of a jerk. Pick one. I apologize if I offended Dash, Sabo began almost automatically. He hadn't even realized he had been doing it. His parents had always been quick to point out when his language became improper for polite society. But despite their best efforts, he still slipped from time to time and spoke his thoughts without filtering them. It seems the fight had knocked that part of him loose again. Don't apologize. Ace cut him off before he could finish. I already told you to knock off that language. You're talking like a rich person or something. I'm not, though, Sabo said quickly. Then stop it. You're too nice. But the only thing being nice gets you around here is an early grave. No one's going to go easy on you just because you ask them politely. Besides, the formalness annoys me, he finished lamely. Say what you want to say already. Oh, okay, Sabo said awkwardly. The turn the conversation took had caught him off guard. You're serious? Ace nodded. Well then, if I can say anything, I'd ask what was wrong with you, OUCH. He hissed, scrambled back as he felt a nasty kick to his already bruised side. You said Dash? Never said I wouldn't kick your ass, he responded, his voice huffy. Sabo had insulted him. But not as much as he had been expecting. So, let's hear it. What is wrong with me? He asked, laying against the ground once more. It's just. Why didn't you run away when we had the chance? What if they killed us? Dash, I'm not scared of dying, Ace muttered, looking up at the broad sky above them. Yeah, right. No, the boy turned to meet his eyes so Sabo could see he was serious. I'm not. And something in those murky gray eyes was so sincere Sabo believed him. Even if only in part. Why not? But Ace didn't answer, choosing instead to watch the clouds drift across the sky. Fine, Sabo said softly, and then louder, but I am all right. So next time let's not stick around as long. Next time don't stick your nose into my business. Sabo thought for a moment. Yeah, I can agree to that. And there was peace between the two of them. Until his stomach grumbled, reminding him that not only had he missed lunch, but he still had no food for dinner. He groaned. I'm so hungry. Then eat. Thanks, genius. No, I mean let's go eat, Ace told him, standing up. As much as we want. You have food? No, not right now. Ace turned to look behind him at the forest, and Sabo followed his gaze. But I know where we can get some. Are you crazy? Nobody goes into that forest. They say there are tigers in there the size of bears and bears the size of houses. The locals didn't go near there. Not if they weren't suicidal. It was notorious for being incredibly dangerous and inhospitable. That's a lie, Ace told him. They're the size of trees. He turned to Sabo, grinning ever so slightly. Scared? No. Sabo shot back, adjusting his top hat on top of his head. I grew up in these woods. I won't get us lost. I hunt in them every day. The food's worth it. He looked Sabo over once more. If you can hack it. He teased, his tone more playful than mean. Sabo's stomach grumbled again, and he turned back to the forest. Bring it on! What a weird dream this was. It was earlier that day and the two thief children were standing before him. Skinny and full of scratches, their eyes mistrustful. But he remembered the way the littlest one's face split into a smile when he had given him the food. The mistrustful look in the older one's eyes, glinting wearily every time Sabo moved. How he was raised to expect violence at any moment. You're too nice, came the familiar voice, and Sabo turned unsurprised to once again see a young Ace. Feeding everyone who asked and stuff. He rubbed his nose against his sleeve. But I guess you've always been like this, huh? He hadn't he? When he didn't say anything, Ace rolled his eyes. Whatever, let's go. He turned to leave, without waiting for the other. And without fully realizing what he was doing, Sabo followed him. Just like he always did, the two became hunting partners of sorts. Ace would enlist his help to bring down large game. Or at least he did at first. Then he would call on Sabo for smaller things he could usually handle himself, and then just all the time. Every day had the two of them running through the woods. They fought with sticks, then pipes, sometimes just their hands. The jungle had been a bit intimidating at first, but the more time he spent here, the more familiar Sabo got with it. He came to enjoy the relative peacefulness. Plus, it was a necessity if he was to get food, something he had been missing out on since he had run away. For the most part, Sabo enjoyed the company. It sure beat doing everything alone. The thing about Ace was he was completely crazy. Like he had said, he really didn't seem to fear his own death. He was odd, that was for sure. He was also a very serious child. The first time Sabo said something that made him laugh, Sabo had been surprised. So you can laugh? Ace was prickly for the rest of the day. Things were slow in the start, but eventually the other boy let his guard down more and more. And occasionally he even acted like a kid. Either way, Sabo knew it was a mistake to get involved with a kid who didn't care about his own life. Because that just meant Sabo would be the one who got hurt when Ace eventually got himself killed. Let me go! Ace seethed in his arms as he was dragged away, out of the bar and away from the grown men he had been trying to pick a fight with. Let it go! For once in your life. Who cares what they say? Stay out of my business. Your business almost got us killed yesterday. I didn't ask for your help. Ace snapped as he tried to grab a fistful of the blonde's hair. You almost got yourself killed. I wasn't just going to leave you. He hissed back as he shoved his palm over Ace's face equally angrily. I can't just leave you. You'll die. Why can't you get that? So. Ace spat and something in Sabo snapped as he went for the other's legs, tackling him to the ground and knocking the breath out of him in the process. You don't mean that, he said, fighting to stay on top of the other boy. What if I do? Ace snapped defiantly. He brought his knee violently into Sabo's side, trying to dislodge the blonde boy off of him. Get off! But Sabo took the blow as he put all of his weight onto Ace's shoulder blades, feeling the other shudder and then collapse underneath him. Sabo was getting angry, angrier than he remembered being before. He dug his fingers into the other's hair, pressing his face into the dirt beneath them. What is wrong with you? He screamed. His win was short-lived as the next second Ace's flailing fist caught him in the eye as he fell onto the ground with a cry. Ace was quick to retaliate. Rising to his hands and knees, he wiped the dirt off his cheek with the back of his hand. When Sabo tried to scramble up, Ace knocked his arms out from under him, roughly turning him over to sit on his legs, pinning him down to the ground. What's wrong with me? He asked, clearly as furious as Sabo was. What's wrong with you? Why do you care what I do? How I choose to live my life has nothing to do with you, alright? God! You really are an idiot, aren't you? Sabo snapped back at him, reaching up to try and claw at his face. Ace leaned back, avoiding his grasp as he put more weight onto Sabo's stomach, waiting for the other to tire himself out. But that wasn't going to happen anytime soon. How do you care that little about yourself? Sabo screamed at him. What about me, huh? Did you even stop to think about that? How is this possibly about you? Ace snapped at him, flinching as Sabo's fist connected with his cheek. What if I was the one who died or was killed? Would you care then? The question seemed to catch Ace off guard as he sat back, face blank of any response. But Sabo didn't give him time to think of one as he let his arms fall to the ground, no longer fighting. You don't care about yourself. Do you care about anyone? Sabo pressed. Would you care if I died? Would you even notice? He had pushed him too far on that one. He felt the blow as Ace slapped him across the face. Not nearly as hard as he could have, but enough to sting. Of course. Ace seethed, clenching his fists as he shut his eyes. Taking the chance, Sabo sat up, shoving Ace off of him. Then how can you act like that? he asked as he stood up. How would you feel if you were me? Who do you think is going to bury you? Who you are going to be leaving behind? I thought we were friends. We are? Sabo ignored him, too angry to deal with his surprise right now. You know what you are. You're selfish. You act however you want without even thinking about anyone around you. How they would feel if you died. How I would feel. It's not like that. Ace shot back. Shut up. Sabo yelled. It's exactly like that. No, Ace said in frustration. I'm not like you. You're I don't know good or something. Ace, I'm not good. He told him. Trust me. Yes, you are. Ace told him. You care about people. You're normal and smart. Yeah, sometimes you're scary as hell when you're mad, but you're a nice person, a good person. I know it. I'm not. That's not true. Sabo told him. Why do you get to decide that? I didn't decide. Ace said, his voice finally quieting. I was just made this way. Sabo frowned, leaning forward onto his hands and knees in front of Ace so they would be eye level. Listen to me, Ace, he told him softly. If I've learned one thing in my life, it's that it doesn't matter where we come from or who brought us into this world. The only thing that matters is what we choose to do with our lives. And no one can tell us how to live, even if some people think they can. He smiled gently at the other boy who was staring at him with wide eyes. You don't understand, Ace said as his gaze slipped down to the ground. What don't I understand? I really am a monster. He reached his hand up to his cheek. It had gotten scraped in the fight, and a trail of blood was sluggishly collecting on his face. He pressed his fingers into the cut, staining his hand with the blood as he showed it to Sabo. My stupid blood is cursed or poisonous or something. I deserve everything bad that happens to be, maybe more, I don't know. Ace that dash. I killed my mother. He blurted, not wanting to hear the other's comfort. What? Sabo asked, taken back. How? She died giving birth to me. She died because of me. You didn't ask to be born. Sabo told him. That wasn't your fault. Why won't you listen? Ace shoved his now bloody hand closer to Sabo's face for him to see. It's the king of pirates. That's whose blood is in me. He was screaming again now. The worst criminal in the world. The man responsible for countless death and destruction, feared by the entire world. My blood is as rotten as you can get. It killed my mother. So I can't be good. I can't be anything but evil. And suddenly Sabo understood as everything clicked together. But not for the reason his friend thought. He was just like the noble kids. Only Ace was the other side of that. They, who believed their privileged blood made them above everything else. That it gave them the power and permission to do whatever they wanted, made them so much better than the rest. All this time together, and Ace was just as obsessed with blood as they were. Only he had been told, so many times that he believed it, that his blood made him worthless. God, how had Sabo not realized that? And for the first time since he had met the other boy he looked scared. No, not scared, he looked terrified. Terrified that his only friend in the world would now hate him now that he knew the truth. Sabo did know the truth now. But not the one Ace thought mattered the most. He grabbed the knife from his boot. And the fear in Ace's eyes as he scrambled back made Sabo's heart hurt as he turned the blade on his own palm. Without giving the other a moment to process what he had done, he grabbed Ace's bloody hand with his own injured one, holding it tightly when he tried to pull back. What are you, Dash? He asked, his eyes wide with fear, adrenaline, and confusion. Ace, I knew. Sabo told him without letting go. What? I've known for a while. It honestly wasn't that hard to figure out. Especially since he had been there when one of the drunk men mentioned GOLD. Roger and Ace lost it on him. Why didn't you say anything? Ace tried again uselessly to grab his hand back, but Sabo just held tight. I figured it was your business. That you would tell me if you wanted to. But Ace, you have to know that it's not your blood that defines you. What your parents did doesn't make you a bad person. No more than mine do? Your parents? Ace echoed faintly. For abandoning me, he said without thinking. God, Sabo was such a coward. And a hypocrite. Thinking about it now, he understood Ace in some messed up way. How it feels to be ashamed of what you are. Only one of them was willing to say it out loud. But this wasn't about him, was it? You think, Ace began, and if Sabo didn't know him he would swear his tone was almost shy. That I'm not a bad person. I said you're not a bad person because of your blood. Sabo corrected him. You're a bad person because you would leave me here by myself. He squeezed Ace's hand tighter, feeling the blood begin to drip down his arm. But still he didn't let go. You would be okay, Ace told him softly. Would not? Ace, you're my only friend in the world. Hell, right now you're the only person I like. Out of everybody on this stupid island, you were the one who helped me. You were the one who talked to me. You're the one who I'm best friends with. So I don't care what anyone else says. I need you here with me. Not dash. He felt his voice break a little bit but struggled past it. Not in the ground, okay? I really don't want to be alone again, okay? Okay. He snapped and Ace nodded quickly, his face the perfect mix of surprised, scared and embarrassed. It would be funny if Sabo didn't feel like he was about to start crying. He didn't trust his voice, and apparently neither did Ace, so both of them just sat, kneeling in the dirt, their fingers intertwined, no doubt looking like a bunch of widows. You promise? Ace finally asked after what felt like an eternity. Sabo smiled. I promise. He told him softly, and it was only then that he pulled his hand free, showing Ace the blood on his arm. And look, he told him, his mouth pulling into a smile. Your blood isn't poisonous or cursed or whatever. It's in me now and I'm still fine. Ace finally smiled, although just a bit. He still had that stupid, scared, kicked puppy look he had been wearing for the last few minutes. But apparently when it came to Ace, sometimes you needed to rip a wound open again for it to heal. So Sabo gave him time to adjust and hopefully wrap his head around the idea that even though Sabo knew his secret, he wasn't going anywhere. What would you do if you started like foaming at the mouth right now or something? Ace asked after a moment. His voice was somewhat shy but with a hint of his usual cheek. Apparently, he adjusted quickly. From the blood? Sabo asked. He nodded. Guess you could say I told you so then, huh? Sabo smiled back at him. I would have to say it pretty quick. Or carve it into my tombstone, Sabo added, glad the conversation was shifting off of the rawer topics and more into the jovial joking both of them had grown used to. Say it at your funeral. Make my ghost sign an apology. Let's be partners. Ace blurted out quickly, cutting off their conversation. Huh, like fighting partners. Or crime partners or something, he rambled, nervous now. Like a team or something. Or not. He said, misinterpreting Sabo's silence. Let's not. No, Sabo stopped him. Partners, I like the sound of that. We can give the pirates and nobles a run for their money? His grin was back as he held out his bloody hand to the other. Partners, Ace took it in a heartbeat. Let's raise so much hell. Ace ran past him like the white rabbit from fairy tales and Sabo followed behind him, letting the other lead him deeper and deeper into the hole. So far down the light no longer reached him, and then there was Luffy. He was something new. Something they hadn't seen before. For one thing, he was kind of sweet and maybe a little bit cute. Not in any traditional sense though. He was far too loud and brazen for that. But the obedient, shy and meek children usually favored by adults didn't survive well here. But Luffy was unusual in other ways. He had skipped over the independent stage of child development that Sabo and Ace were caught up in. Luffy didn't seem to have the same desire to show the world that he didn't need anything from anyone like the two of them did. He claimed independence but spent all of his free time trying to get Ace's approval. He wasn't mean or violent. He also wasn't a sad kid. He didn't spend his days crying at the window or whimpering over his new situation as Sabo would expect from someone who had just been kidnapped from his home by his guardian and dropped into a new situation in the middle of the woods. Instead, he was relentless in his following of Ace. At first, Sabo pegged him as someone who wouldn't last a month here. By the time he realized he might have been wrong about that prediction, it was already a bit too late. Everything had changed after that. Something about seeing Luffy crying his eyes out, tied up and bloody, surrounded by criminals about to kill him, had snapped something in the two of them. Suddenly he wasn't just that annoying kid who had relentlessly tried to follow Ace. Things changed a lot for Sabo that night as well. More than he ever thought they would. He abandoned his home in the gray terminal out of fear of getting his throat slit while he was sleeping, or something equally awful to move in with the two of them. The mountain bandits were surprisingly nice, at least for mountain bandits. As far as normal people went, they were a bit on the rough side. But honestly, they all were, so it didn't matter much to him. And Luffy, who was currently going through the kid phase Ace and Sabo skipped, taught them a lot about being a kid. Like, for one thing, they were supposed to play. Like make-believe and use their imaginations and stuff. It was weird at first. Especially since they always had larger things to worry about. It was nice in a way. When Luffy was around, they got to act like children. He made it fun to act like a kid. What's more was Luffy had this way of bringing immaturity out of Ace and maturity from Sabo. It never failed to make him laugh, how Ace could be so protective of the littlest one and then turn around and bully him. They started acting less and less like partners and more like brothers. They fought sometimes, they got on each other's nerves, but at the end of the day none of that stuff mattered. It was like, for the first time in Sabo's life, he finally found a family in them. Not the kind he had been born into. That was more of a wolf's den than a family, but this one, they needed him. Loved him even. But what was more important was that he loved them. Family was more permanent than friendship. Sometimes you had to be considerate of your friends. If you fought too hard, were too rude or pushy, you could lose them. But you were stuck with your family. No matter how much they drove you crazy or how bad you fought, that wouldn't change. Sabo had always tried to be a nice person. He liked to help people and didn't enjoy watching others suffer. But for how he was raised, he had a tendency to be a bit rough around the edges. Not as bad as Ace, but not as polite as well-adjusted people were supposed to be. But the longer he lived with them, the more patient and understanding he became. Not that he wasn't still an irresponsible, competitive, rude brat. He was, but he was also acting more like an older brother all the time. He hadn't realized how much until the first time Luffy had woken him up in the middle of the night asking to sleep with him. Sabo let him, and the next time and the time after that, Luffy wasn't quite like them. Not yet, at least. He was still too soft. Probably from growing up in the town, or at least that's what Ace thought. Who knew the real reason? Maybe he was just less obsessed with denying when he was in pain or sad. Whatever the reason, he wasn't ready to be on his own just yet. He needed to be watched, constantly, with hawk-like supervision. At first, neither wanted to do it. The well-being and safety of a child, particularly that child, was a big responsibility for the two of them that had just been responsibility-free. They told Luffy to stay behind, but of course he didn't listen to them. He wanted to follow them everywhere, even if he couldn't handle it yet. So in the end, there wasn't much of a choice but to take responsibility for him, because if they didn't, nobody would, and he would certainly die out here. And they would be the ones hurt the most by that. So they took care of him, trained him to fight, to get food, and to survive. Sabo was sure he would grow out of it when he got older. Ace thought he was going to be a crybaby for his whole life. But crybaby or not, the best thing about Luffy was that he never ever gave up, no matter what. When Sabo finally caught up to Ace, it wasn't because he managed to outrun him, but rather because Ace had stopped to wait for him. "You're so slow," he teased. "I don't know my way around here," he argued. This was all new to him. "It's okay," Ace told him with one of his cocky grins, reserved only for his brothers. "I can show you. You'll come with me?" Sabo asked. "If that's what you want," he nodded. He had been alone when all of this happened. So why should he still be alone? "I like you better like this," Ace told him out of the blue. "Like me like what?" Ace took Sabo's hand, guiding it to his left cheek to feel the smooth skin underneath. No longer scarred by his past mistakes. Sabo spread out his fingers over his face. It was the face of a 10-year-old kid. A kid he used to be. "I'm not this person anymore," he told Ace, letting his hand drop. "I know," Ace told him. "It's okay, I'm not this person anymore either. But sometimes don't you wish we were?" He thought about it for a moment. Life was simpler, wasn't it? Ace nodded. It was so weird. When they were kids, there were times he swore his childhood was crappy. To be fair, there were times when it was. But now I guess you never really know what you have until it's gone. "No matter how much I promise myself I will learn that lesson, I never do," Ace told him. "It's hard not to get too caught up in the pain." "Nearly impossible," Sabo agreed, and the other boys smiled as he turned to lead them away. "Your home," Ace told him finally as Sabo's childhood home materialized in front of him. The sight of it alone was enough to send shivers up his arm. He had always hated this place, hadn't he? It looked like such a beautiful house from the outside. But it was nothing but a fancy prison for him. But it had been home, at least for a while. Looking behind him to make sure Ace was following him, he headed inside, slipping between the iron gate and through the yard. The front door was held open wide to him, something it usually never was. "It's nice," Ace told him, looking at the flower beds that lined the walkways. "You would have hated it," Sabo promised him. "I would have," he agreed. "But it's still nice, I guess," Sabo said as the two of them crossed the threshold into the house. Standing there in the grand entryway of the house stood his parents. He had totally forgotten them. That was good. They had never gotten along. And looking at them now, he understood why. The one thing he had held onto from his amnesia was his fear. Of them, of becoming them, not knowing the difference between right and wrong. "You keep disappointing us," his mother told him. "I know," he told her. No matter what he did, he would never have made them happy. He would never be enough for them, even when he tried his hardest. Even if he had been perfect like they wanted, they would have still been so disappointed. "Let the monsters see you smile," his father greeted him, his face like thunder. That was something he used to say a lot. He liked to say it when dealing with enemy competitors. It might just be the best advice he had ever given his son. I'm sorry you got stuck with me, Sabo told them. And then, because his father had told him to and because he always did whatever his father asked, Sabo smiled at them. But I am sorry I got stuck with you. He didn't think they would meet again. What would be the point? You couldn't make someone love you and he didn't think they had ever loved him. It would be easier if he could say the same. But no, that would be a lie. They were his parents, after all. And what kid didn't love the people who made them? Even if they didn't deserve it. But no longer. They may have created him, but they weren't his family. Let's go. Ace nodded as he wordlessly followed Sabo down the hallway. But it no longer led to the dining room. Instead, it led out in the forest. The three of them were burying something. A tiny blackbird, Sabo realized with dulled regret. No wonder Ace couldn't forget this. We never named it, Sabo remarked to Ace from where they stood on the outskirts of the scene. We called it Bird, Ace recalled. I feel bad about that now. I don't, Ace said. Things die. That's just the way things are around here. We knew it would die. What was the point of getting attached? We got attached anyways, Sabo reminded him. We're idiots, Ace said sullenly. And you and I were never as above it as we pretended to be, were we? Sabo shook his head. They were kids after all. Even if they pretended not to be. Their hearts beat and broke just like every kid in the world. But they never failed to give Luffy a hard time, just for being honest. We're his older brothers, Ace said as if reading his thoughts. It was our job to tease him. They followed the three boys up into the treetops to see the birds flying around up there. Sabo had forgotten how beautiful it was in the morning, when the sunlight looked like it was on fire. And the birds, more than he could ever imagine, flying around as they always had. As if they didn't even care one of their younglings had been lost. Probably because they didn't, and that's when Luffy started crying. So, like they had in the past, the two of them were forced once again to listen to his sobs, and then Ace yelling at him. I think we should have been nicer to him, Sabo admitted ruefully. He had been thinking about that a lot. There were a lot of things I should have done, Ace told him. But I didn't always know how. After all, no one was ever that nice to him. They climbed higher then, up the trees into their tree house, which at the time seemed high enough to brush the clouds. It kept them safe when the floods came. They had feared the water would get high enough to drown them, but their fort kept them safe. Luffy was restless. Ace continuously threatened to push him into the flood if he kept complaining. And Sabo realized that the Ace of now, who sullenly stood beside him as they watched, was a very different Ace. I'll tell you a story while we eat, Sabo heard himself say as he watched the blonde pull Luffy down onto his bed with him. Telling him a stupid story to keep the peace between them while they ate. Afterwards he had let the littlest stay, even if he was annoying to sleep with for all his kicking and sleep-talking. At the time Sabo had thought it was a chore, but after everything that had happened he got a warm feeling in his chest watching them. I'm really nothing like my parents, am I? He asked his Ace, and the boy shook his head. You never were. They went higher still, to the roof of their tree house where the three of them liked to lay and watch the stars on clear nights. It had always helped remind Sabo of how small his worries really were when compared to how vast the sky was. I think I could live 1,000 years and I still won't understand why some things had to happen, he told Ace. We don't believe in fate, Ace reminded him. Things just happen. That's all there is to it. You don't need to understand. But I want to, Sabo said, looking back at the sky, and then at the three of them happily laying there. He wondered if Luffy, wherever he was right now, felt the same way. To him it must just feel like so much senseless violence he didn't deserve. He was the one who had sympathized with the bird. He had always been the best of all of them. When will this feeling go away? I hate it. I don't think it's supposed to, Ace told him. At least it never did for me. I don't want to feel like this. He had always hated seeing it on other people's faces. How something so insignificant to him, to his cause, could ruin their lives and cause them to crumble. It's easier when it's someone else, isn't it? Ace asked, and he nodded. It was so very different when it was his own life. It's okay, his brother told him. It doesn't feel like it, but this is good. This is what makes us kind. This is why all three of us go so far to help people. Because we know how it feels. And just because we didn't save the bird, that doesn't mean we are always going to fail. We'll do better and better again. Right, when did you get so smart? Sabo asked after a moment. Nah, Ace said with a small smile. As always, it's just you, isn't it? And you were always the smart one. They climbed higher still, past the treetops and into Grey Terminal, where the two of them met for the first time and last time. They watched in silence as they were attacked. They lost, of course they did. But they always tried so hard. And left with no other choice, Sabo gave up, surrendering to his parents' wishes. Just when he thought he had finally escaped them, he saw the betrayal in Ace's eyes as he turned. The feelings of being abandoned clearly on his face. He never meant to abandon him. And perhaps worst of all, he heard Luffy screaming for him as he left, begging him to come back. But he never did. Sorry I let go, Ace told him without turning away from the scene before them. Sorry I made you, Sabo responded easily. That hadn't been their proudest moment. He shouldn't have had to do that. But he had, and there was no going back now. He reached out to squeeze Ace's hand. We will do better next time, he promised him. You really mean that? Sabo nodded. You understand now, Ace told him. What I'm like. I'm going to get myself killed trying to save Luffy. I understand, Sabo told him. And I won't let you. I'll back you up. Just like I always have. We're partners after all, aren't we? Let's let the monsters see us smile. Ace smiled lightly. Yeah, and Sabo smiled back, even as he fell down into the waiting water below. If there could be one thing he could have protected himself from, it was this. He didn't need to remember this part. Except it was his past. Even if it was painful, he remembered being in so much pain. His face felt like it was on fire as he desperately reached up towards the surface. His hands grasping at the water as he watched the sunlight above fade further and further away the deeper he sank. He couldn't breathe, he couldn't move, he couldn't even scream. This was what it felt like to slip beneath the surface and just keep sinking. This was what dying felt like, but he wouldn't die. He knew that now. If the world wanted to kill him, it would have to try again. Because this only made him tougher. Life was beautiful. But it was also complicated. And he would hold on to it tighter this time. For as long as he had it. Everything was blurry at first, and he groaned, his arms trying to pull himself up. He felt truly awful, but at last the headache was gone. He hadn't even realized how bad it had steadily gotten. Like an ever-constant nail being drilled slowly into his head at the temples. But right now, he felt clearer than he had in months. Clearer on everything. He tried to pull himself up, noticing the weight on his stomach for the first time. Ace? He shook his shoulder, gently first, and then more insistently. Ace. He said again, managing to pull himself up on the second attempt. The other's head fell from Sabo's stomach onto his thigh. Normally the movement would wake a person up, but Ace seemed content to keep sleeping. He must have been truly exhausted. Sabo would have liked to let him sleep, but they didn't have time for this. He shook his shoulder harder and practically yelled his name into his ear. Ace shot up startled, and then startling himself again when he saw Sabo was awake. He jumped out of his chair, and the shock on his face quickly turned to relief. Thank God, Ace said as he put his hand on the blonde's head. I was really starting to think you would never wake up. Ace wrapped his other arm around his messy hair and pulled the extremely surprised Sabo against his chest. I'm glad you're okay, Ace said, squeezing him tighter yet again before letting go. He certainly had changed since they were kids, hadn't he? Sabo, who honestly didn't think Ace had that in him, couldn't think of anything to say, so he remained silent. And then, more on brand for him, Ace punched his shoulder as hard as he could. Sabo fell back onto the bed with a pained hiss. You stupid idiot! Ace snapped. Ouch! Sabo said as he pulled himself up once more, only for Ace to punch him again. He managed to stay up this time, catching the fist that came at him once more. Quit it! Make me! Yep, this was definitely the Ace he remembered. Not the huggy one who looked like he was about to cry. Marco told me what happened, Ace told him as he pulled his fist out of Sabo's grip. Why would you try and hide that from me? Because you would have left me behind, Sabo told him. Besides, I thought it would just go away on its own. I can tell when you're lying, Ace snapped. Damn it, Sabo kept forgetting that. And I would have been right to leave you behind. It would have been better than watching you walk right off a roof. Sabo didn't remember that part. Is that what happened? We were sleeping, Ace told him. When you stood up, it woke me up. I thought you were just going back to bed, but you went the wrong way. When I realized what you were doing, I tried to grab you, but it was too late. You hit the side of the building before dragging me with you. I saved us from going splat, but I think your ankle might have gotten injured in the fall. It had felt a little bit sore. Thank you, Sabo said honestly. Shut up, he answered, still angry. I went to get Marco, and he told me that there was something wrong with your head. You kept having nosebleeds and dizziness. The man was sharp, that was for sure. But towards the end, Sabo had gotten sloppy at hiding it. You wouldn't wake up, and we couldn't see anything wrong with you, so we had to take you to a doctor. What was wrong with me? You had brain swelling, Ace explained. At least that's what the doctor said. You apparently have some scarred tissue from the accident? Sabo nodded. He knew about that. They had told him that was what had caused his amnesia. Well, apparently that was pressing against your I don't know, some brain thing and causing your headaches. But you just kept ignoring it, so it only got worse until your nosebleeds and blackouts started happening, and then you walked right off a roof. It had been a hallucination. But he kept that to himself. That made sense in a way. Sabo had gotten a concussion a few times, and he figured this was a bit like that. When your head started hurting, you had to quit what you were doing so wouldn't hurt yourself more. Only in this case Ace had been the trigger, and Sabo had been relentlessly chasing his past memories even if his head had been trying to get him to stop. How long have I been here? 3 days. Sabo's face paled. You're joking. Please tell me you're joking. Marco left 2 days ago, Ace continued on. He wanted me to tell you that, if you were going to kill yourself anyways, the bet was pointless. How thoughtful of him, Sabo said. But Ace, what are you still doing here? Why didn't you go with him? Why do you think? But Luffy, I didn't know what was wrong with you. Ace interrupted him. The doctor said you have brain swelling. You were in a coma for 3 days. They didn't know if you were going to wake up or not. How could I have just left you? Sabo was silent for a moment. Ace, I'm really sorry. He knew how worried Ace was about Luffy. The last thing he needed was something else to worry about. Ace shrugged off his apology. Marco promised me he would get Luffy and look after him until I could get there. Or at least until I knew you weren't going to die while I was gone. He ambled around under the bed for his backpack. Pulling it across his shoulder, he leaned over to ruffle Sabo's hair affectionately, and the blonde was stunned into silence once more. For months Ace had thought of nothing but saving Luffy, and now that he was finally in reach, Ace had entrusted him to his friend to stay with Sabo. He couldn't imagine how much that must have tortured him to sit patiently in his seat, watching the minutes tick by, knowing he needed to be somewhere else. Sabo didn't know how to respond to that, so he said nothing at all. But you're okay now? Ace asked, noticing the other's silence. Sabo nodded. Good. Ace smiled at him. I need to go then. But I'll be back when I have Luffy. Feel better, all right? Sabo opened his mouth. And before you asked, you're not coming with me. Ace cut him off. You were literally in a coma up until 5 minutes ago. Give it a few days at least. Ace, he's my brother too, Sabo reminded him softly. I love him as well. Ace's eyes widened slightly. He had clearly not been expecting that response. Which was fair, as up until a few days ago Sabo's argument had been one of logic. You need me strategically, not so much one of emotion. Which was a bit stupid when he thought about it, because Sabo had never been doing this as a strategic move. He was doing this because, even the way he had been, he couldn't bear the thought of that bruised boy from the docks getting hurt anymore. Ace recovered a moment later, staying firm. You can tell him that yourself in a few days, all right? A week or 2 tops. I can't risk you fainting on me again in enemy territory. If you really want to help me, at least get discharged by the doctors first, and then you can meet us. I won't let anything happen to Lou if that's what you're worried about. I know you won't, Sabo told him softly. He pulled himself up from the bed to sit on the edge, crossing his legs under him. He motioned for the other to come closer, and Ace did, somewhat reluctantly. Listen to me, I need to tell you something. You can't come, Ace began, only to have Sabo cover his mouth. He was coming all right. There wasn't going to be any negotiation about that. Besides, Ace needed him, even if he didn't know it. Sabo knew now that Ace probably didn't really think he was going to come back. His life for Luffy's, that probably seemed fair to him. But Sabo was going to find a way out of this, for all of them. He was the smart one after all. I never forgot you too, he told him, and Ace's eyes widened once more in shock. He tried to say something, but Sabo tightened his hand around his mouth. Not fully, at least. I don't think I ever could. As a kid, he had always been so protective of his food, even though no one tried to steal it. During thunderstorms, he would automatically move over in his bed to leave space on one side. On kitchen duty, he would sometimes swipe food from the kitchen and hide it in his pockets for later, only to realize he had carried it around all day to share it with nobody. And he had once bought a pair of binoculars for no reason other than they had little monkeys on them. I meant what I told you. You two were my treasure, he said, smiling softly at the other one. Ace stared back at him, his gray eyes full of shock and surprise. This is hard to say, he told him. Not just because you and I hate this kind of thing, but also because you are drooling all over my hand and it's super gross. He pulled back his hand to wipe it on the blanket below him. Ace still looked like a stupid stunned puppy. It would have made Sabo laugh if he didn't feel like crying. But there was a point to be made in all of this. So Luffy is my little brother too, he told him. I love him same as you. So let's go get him together. How long will we be here anyways? The officer said not that much longer. I think they're transferring us back to headquarters in a few days, thank God. The man said. I can't stand this place. It's always so freaking cold. Tell me about it. Luffy rolled over, or at least he tried to. He had a chain wrapped around his ankle which gave him a narrow radius around the cell. When he really misbehaved, they would usually tie him to the support beam and cover his mouth so he couldn't bite anyone, which he did a lot. He hated those times, for a lot of reasons. First, it was uncomfortable. They would also leave him like that far longer than they needed to, but lately he didn't have the energy to do that, so they just kept his ankle tethered to the wall on a short leash. His new cell was somewhere in the basement of the base, near where he had gotten interrogated. He hated it down here. It was always freezing. The entire base was freezing, but not like it was down here. Whatever strength he had left got sapped by the cold. It was also always so dark. The last place had been dark, but the new one was pitch black inside. He didn't mind it so much at first, but now it was starting to bother him. It was always hard to tell when he was sleeping or awake. Luffy didn't think people were made to be kept in the dark. He wasn't a bat after all, he was a person. Or he was supposed to be. He hadn't really realized how much Thatch had been taking care of him until he was gone. Thatch had been giving him food and water, taking care of his injuries, trying to keep him warm, and most of all stopping the lackeys from beating him. It was odd because Luffy didn't usually depend on people outside his ragtag family, at least not in this way. He had been raised with the principles of being able to take care of yourself if you needed to, because he knew his situation could change at any moment. If he had forgotten the lesson over the years, this was a painful reminder. He wished he could thank the man. But stupid Teach said that was impossible. He was told that he would never see Thatch again. They were talking again. They were annoying with their constant talking. And to think, Gramps had always told him that Marines didn't gossip, because they were above that. At least they were occasionally nicer to him than Teach's lackeys. Most of the newer ones were surprised to see him. Apparently, criminals deserving of CP0's interrogation tactics were usually older and more sinister looking than Luffy was. Trust me, don't go in there. He's a murderer. I heard he kills Marines for fun. Why do you think he's locked up here? That's ridiculous. The other voice scoffed. Look at him, he's just a kid. How could he do that? He's got some sort of freaky power or something. He's wearing sea stone. Well, he was wearing it when he killed one of Blackbeard's underlings. I heard he did it with his bare hands. That's just a rumor. It's not. The man argued. Did you actually see it happen? No, the man admitted. But I heard the story. Blackbeard's crew are always spreading rumors. They just hate the kid. They will make up any story about him just to scare us. Yesterday Len was feeding him and got too close. The kid tried to rip his throat out with his teeth. He's still in the infirmary recovering. You can't tell me that's made up. Plus, like 3 other guys nearly got their fingers bitten off. He's just scared, the man reasoned. He's not scared, he's feral. You're all far too mean to him. I'm warning you, don't go near him. The advice was ignored apparently as the shuffle of feet came closer, pausing to open the cell door with a loud creaking groan. Luffy stayed on his side, trying his best to go back to sleep despite the noise. But the man was insistent. Hey there, you? They all tried to talk to him. Usually with a lot more swearing and violence. He liked it best when the guards gave up and ignored him altogether. But the man didn't give up and his footsteps came nearer still. Man, I mean it, stop. Think of your kid. The other Marine snapped from the other side of the cell. His concern only grew as his friend passed the somewhat faded chalk circle that represented the prisoner's radius. Luffy could only go so far with the chain on his ankle. But anyone who ventured inside his range usually got attacked. I am thinking of my kid, the man responded lightly. No concern in his voice as he walked right up to where Luffy had been laying and knelt down beside him. Deciding that ignoring him wasn't an option, Luffy pushed himself up, wearily turning around to face him. He knew from experience that when they got this close it meant trouble. Hey there, the man said again, somewhat awkwardly. You must be so bored in here? Luffy just blinked at him. Being bored was the least of his problems. Although to be fair, yes, he was very bored. But whatever horrible thing the man was about to suggest wasn't going to help. Well, I know you don't know me. The man rambled nervously, obviously feeling the tension between them. Unbeknownst to him, Luffy was gearing up for an attack, expecting an assault at any moment, and unknown to Luffy, the man was trying to be nice. It had been so long since it happened, He was out of practice with recognizing the signs. Things are a little rough for you right now, huh? That felt like an understatement. Luffy's eyes slid to the man's partner waiting outside the cell, a fearful expression on his face and his hand twitching to his knife. He would no doubt use that if it came down to it. Noticing his gaze, the Marine outside seemed to straighten, stepping back from the door like it had burned him. He was too scared to be much good in a fight. That was good. Luffy turned his attention back to the man in front of him who was still rambling awkwardly. You probably miss your parents. I bet they miss you too, he said encouragingly. I'm actually a parent myself. There was pride in his voice, and Luffy blinked in surprise at him. Well, maybe this wasn't exactly how the violence usually starts. Come to think of it, the people weren't usually this friendly either. My baby daughter was just born. He beamed, sliding his bag off his shoulder. The action had Luffy scrambling backwards as far as the chain would let him, which wasn't very far. No, the man said quickly. It's okay. Sorry. I shouldn't have done that. It's okay. I'm not going to hurt you. Don't be scared. I just wanted to show you something. His words did little to comfort him as Luffy brought his knees up to his chest, eyeing the man suspiciously. Scared wasn't the right word. After all this time, any initial fear was long gone, just to be replaced by weariness based off too many painful experiences. Moving slowly, the man opened his bag, rummaging around until he found what he was looking for. See, he said proudly, presenting a small glass photo of a toddler. It's my daughter. Cute, isn't she? Happiest kid I've ever seen. He reached over to hand the picture to Luffy, but when he didn't take it, the man put it in his hand. Be careful with it, he told him. Luffy looked down at the photo. She didn't really look cute to him, but she did look happy. He guessed that was good. He handed the photograph back and the man's smile grew. What's your name? That's okay, the man said anxiously when it became clear Luffy wasn't going to answer. I brought you something. But first, you must be hungry, right? Every time I pass here, I can hear your stomach growling. I bet they're not feeding you enough, right? So I thought I should bring you some extra when I got the chance. He pulled out an oat square, offering it to him. I know it's not the best tasting, but it has to be miles better than what they're giving you. Luffy's gaze trailed from the man's face down to the offered food and then back to his face. Hey genius, the Marine outside the cell called. Have you been paying attention at all? He's hungry because he stopped eating. The guys that feed him have to hold him down and shove the food down his throat. Those were the people that often got their fingers bit off, and even then, he usually just makes himself throw it up right after. That wasn't true. Luffy didn't intentionally make himself sick. It just happened on its own. But he didn't bother correcting the man. The Marine in front of him looked back in concern before turning back to Luffy. Better be careful. They say he's getting a taste for human flesh. That's why he bites people. The man yelled at him, sharing the wild rumors that had been spreading. Luffy bet the man would resort to biting too if a bunch of people tied him up, stuck their fingers in his mouth, and forced him to eat food he didn't want. The younger Marine didn't seem convinced as he opened the oat square, trying to coax Luffy to take it. Stop it! He scolded the man lingering at the door. How can you all say such horrible things about a kid? Look how hurt he is. He's not a kid. He's a monster. That one Luffy had heard before. But he had never really cared what people said or called him. They could think what they wanted. Sorry about him, he told Luffy. He doesn't realize what he's saying. He wiggled the food in front of his face once more temptingly. Are you sure you don't want it? Even if you don't feel like it, you should eat. At your age, you're still growing, so you need lots of food. You don't want to stunt your growth or something. You're already so small and skinny. This guy might be an idiot, Luffy thought. At the very least, it didn't seem like he fully understood what was happening here. Did the man think the worst that could happen by not eating was he would stay short? That was the least of Luffy's problems. He was one of the new Navy reinforcements, though. He hadn't been here long enough to get the whole picture. He probably thought the government was going to release Luffy once he was transferred into their custody. That they would let him see the sky and give him back to his family. He swatted the food away from his face with irritation as the man tried once more to get him to eat it. Taking that as his cue to give up, the Marine frowned, rewrapping it for later as he put it in his bag. You must be really sick, huh? He said apologetically, the sympathy in his tone catching Luffy off guard a bit. Maybe the Marine was a bit naive, but this was the nicest someone had been to him in who knows how long. I told you I have something for you, he said, reaching into his bag once more, and whatever Luffy had been expecting, it was most certainly not this. The man proudly offered a stuffed animal to him. It looked like a teddy bear with little button eyes. I thought it might make you feel better. He shook it insistently when Luffy hesitated to take it. Eventually he did, but only because the man didn't seem like he was going to give up any time soon. He looked down at it, unsure of what he was supposed to do with it. Luffy didn't think he had ever had a stuffed animal as a kid, not even when he was really young. Not that he had ever wanted one. After all, you couldn't eat it. He doesn't want that, the man outside said, echoing Luffy's exact thoughts. He's a human-eating, violent feral thing. Besides, why do you even have that? It's my daughter's, the man admitted. She gave it to me before I left. She said it would keep me safe. Luffy held it out to him, wanting the man to take it back, but he just shook his head. No, you keep it. I know she will understand. He smiled. Besides, I promised to get her a new one when I get back. You need it more than I do right now. The last thing Luffy needed was a stuffed bear. But the man wouldn't take it back. If you get lonely and start to miss your family, give it a squeeze. It will help. It always did for me. Luffy looked down at its button eyes, wondering if that was true. He doubted it. But then again, he had never had one, so how was he supposed to know? Maybe they were popular for a reason. He brought it to his chest, giving it a tight hug, holding on for a few seconds before letting it go. It didn't help. Oblivious to his thoughts, the man before him smiled. Even the one outside seemed surprised as he finally surrendered and joined the two. Apparently, watching Luffy hug a toy was enough to convince him that some of the rumors might not be true. Feel better? No, Luffy told them honestly. His voice was hoarse, but it was enough to make the second Marine jump. You will, he encouraged. He didn't think so. I have to go, he told him. But hang in there, all right. I know things must seem hard for you, but wait it out. I'm sure the world government will let you go back to your parents soon enough. Yep, this guy was an idiot, all right. That was very much not what was going on right now. What was the point in correcting him? Let him think whatever he wanted about his employers. He reached out to pat his head and Luffy let him. Only because, stupid or not, he had been nice to him. As the men left, they shut the door, once more leaving him in complete darkness. He squeezed the bear again, still not feeling any better. He didn't know how long it had been before the door opened again. He had found it was impossible to tell time in the darkness. At first, he had listened to the guards changing their shifts outside, but he quickly gave up on trying altogether. You still alive? He didn't even have to look up to know who it was. Teach's doctor always greeted him like that since his heart had stopped. He thought it was funny. Look, you have another friend, Doc Q said, looking at the teddy bear sitting forgotten against the pole. Luffy didn't say anything as the man set down his tools beside him, motioning for him to sit up. He did, but only because if he didn't, the guards lingering in the doorway would make him. They were back up to the dock. He brought them with him to deal with Luffy when he was being uncooperative. Which was a lot. If you don't start eating on your own, you're going to die. Luffy said nothing and the doctor began to unbutton his shirt. He slapped his hands away, which caused the men in the door to take a menacing step forwards, but the doctor waved them off. He reached into his bag for the syringe, already loaded, showing it to Luffy. You know what, this is right. Luffy turned his head away but let the man finish unbuttoning so he could take a look at the damage. You must be hungry? He said as he poked and prodded the dark purple bruises on his stomach. Is this about the rat poisoning? Because they won't do it again. Back when Luffy had first woken up, they had fed him soup, and one of the lackeys, the one whose nose he had broken, had thought adding rat poison would be a good way to get him back. But the man had put far more than he should have. If Luffy didn't have a stomach made out of steel, that might have killed him. While he survived, it had made him extremely sick. That had not helped his current eating situation. But no. He shook his head and the man sighed. You're quieter than you used to be, he remarked. I guess it's to be expected, right? Still though, if you really won't start eating on your own, they're going to have to use other methods, and you won't like it, trust me. Now hold out your arm. When he didn't, the man grabbed it, sticking the IV into his arm. Luffy turned away as he did it. He had lost his trust in needles a while ago, and preferred not to look anymore. You know, the doctor continued. I worked this crap job once, and one of the guys there had this pet fish. He shouldn't be responsible for so much as a dog flea, let alone a fish, but he bought it anyways. This freaking fish was so full of it. But I think it was also smarter than he was, so the man would forget to clean its tank and the water would get all moldy and filled with algae and nasty. So the fish would refuse to eat unless its tank was clean. I think that's why you won't eat. Because I'm a fish? Luffy asked, confused. You can still talk, the doc said. And you're as stupid as ever. You're not a fish, what you are is unhappy. But this, he tapped the IV line, isn't going to save you. Now I don't care what you do, as long as you don't die in the next few days. After that you're the world government's problem. And trust me, they're less lazy than I am. So dash, he put the thermos in front of Luffy. If I were you I would try a bit harder. Look at soup. Nice and warm, hopefully thin enough so your stomach can handle it. And no poison, promise. Take your pick. Luffy chose the soup. What's going to happen to me? He asked as he sipped it gingerly. Doc Q had been right, it was warm. It felt nice in a way and his throat had been so dry. But it sat uncomfortably in his stomach. When the government takes you? You'll probably go to Impel Down. It's their prison, he explained to Luffy's blank look. And once you're there the chances of you seeing daylight again are impossible. Nobody leaves that place. And no one can escape. Luffy was silent for a long moment before asking, is Thatch okay? I guess, for now at least. Can I say goodbye? No, Teach already told ya. Stop asking, what's going to happen to him? The man shrugged. Boss will probably use him until he gets what he wants from the old man, then kill him. You can't let him. Luffy told him. Kid, I'm not on your side. The doc reminded him. Honestly, I don't care what happens to either of you. As far as I can tell, it's up to fate. And it has not been kind to you, but what can you do? He shrugged again. I don't believe in fate, Luffy told him sullenly. This wasn't the work of fate. People did this to him. You're interesting, the doctor told him. Interesting people give me a headache. I will be glad when we are rid of you. Luffy fell silent once more, leaning back against the pillar, and turning his head away from the doctor. Take the food slow, alright, the man told him. Don't worry, the world government won't let you die even if you might want to. He patted his shoulder in mock comfort as he packed up his tools, exiting the room murmuring instructions to the lackeys that hung in the doorway. He was wrong. Luffy didn't want to die. He just didn't want to be here. Or with them. This last little while he had felt a little off. He had felt this way ever since he had died. He didn't remember much about it aside from everything being really, really bright, and this feeling, like a warm feeling, where he knew everything was going to be okay. And then he woke up, and everything just seemed wrong. They had told him what happened. That the interrogator had gone too far and his body couldn't take the blood loss and shut down. Teach had been livid. Luffy was told that he should be grateful that they were able to bring him back. It felt hard to be grateful some days, but it wasn't the doctor's choice, it was his. He remembered that at least. Even if it was only little bits of it. He knew that, no matter what they told him, somewhere out there Ace was alive looking for him, and Luffy wanted to be here when Ace found him. It was dark by the time they finally made it there. Just like they had planned. Breaking into this place during the day would have been impossible. But in the dark, it was simply very hard. They had to stick to the shadows, careful to avoid the searchlight that spun around the rock like a lighthouse, and somehow managed to keep the waves from smashing the small boat into the sharp rocks that littered the island. This place looks miserable, Haruta said as they pulled the boat onto the rocks. All of their pants soaked from the long trudge to shore. I can't believe Thatch had to stay here. We need to break the heel of the boat to sink it, Izo responded. If they find the remains, they will know someone was here. It looks like a horror novel took place here, Juzo grumbled, staring up at the sheer cliff face above them. Do you think he's alright? There is no point in asking, Juzo answered. They watched Izo shoot 3 holes against the base of the boat. We'll find out soon enough. It was our failure for not being able to find him sooner, he said honestly. Izo kicked the boat back into the inky dark sea, and they watched as it began to fill with water, slipping back into the open ocean. We can't change how long we left our nakama with Teach. We need to focus on now, he told them. We will rescue Thatch, wait for Oyaji, and then we will show Teach what happens when you go up against the Whitebeards. As the mast of the boat slipped below the surface, there were 2 mutters of agreements. They had 5 days, a week at most, before reinforcements came. They would rescue Thatch, avoid Teach, and when those days passed, as they were sure to, then they would give the traitor what he deserved. After all, no one messed with family. Akainu listened impatiently as the pirate bastard listened to his daily check-in of the Whitebeards. The man liked to act like he was superior to the pirates, but in fact he was just as dumb, and even more full of it. What did he say? The Admiral asked, folding his arms over his chest. Things are going according to plan, Teach told him, pleased with himself. My spy says Whitebeard's health fails, but he refuses to admit it. He will be dead within the week. He is gathering his forces to appear strong, but he is in the dark as to what to do with them. Your source is a fool, as are you, Akainu told him, and he watched the smirk fall from the man's face. What? He growled. The Fleet Admiral informed me The revolutionaries know of our location. I suspect they found some way to communicate this with the Whitebeard pirates. He is gathering his forces for an attack and trying to make it look like the move of a desperate man. Teach paled at this. You knew this? He accused. For how long? Days. And you expect us to take on their forces? Backup has been summoned. Akainu told him, the warning clear in his voice. Forces that will be enough to rival the revolutionaries and the Whitebeards. How? Teach demanded. This spot was chosen for that reason. No one could ever find us here by chance. This was the incompetency of the world government. Watch your tone. The Admiral snapped as steam began to roll off him. Don't you dare question the capabilities of the world government, or you will be the next pirate to be eliminated. How long? Teach snapped, not in the mood for more of this. Since Whitebeard found out, it is impossible to know. A week at the most, Teach cursed. You think you're so clever, keeping this from me. I know this man, I know how he thinks. Just because the ship has stalled, that doesn't mean he has. He would send scouts, his strongest. The prisoners, Teach said suddenly. They would be after our prisoners. Akainu felt himself burn with fury as he turned away, storming out of the office as he headed for the prisons. Like hell, Dragon's son would escape under his nose. They had doubled the guard a few days ago, but there were ways around that if someone was truly determined. But in the end his worrying had been for nothing. When he reached the cell he saw Dragon's spawn, laying where he had been chained up. At the sound of the door opening he slowly pulled himself up, trying to cover his eyes from the harsh light. The Marine allowed himself to release some of the tension he had been carrying. The prisoner was still here. He alone could not be allowed to escape. If he was anything like his father, and it had become increasingly apparent that he was, then the world could not function with yet another criminal heretic. He had been confident in his decision to end the brat's life, even if it went against orders. The fleet admiral was not unwavering in his choices. He was friends with Garp. He occasionally was known to have a soft spot for children. If he could look past this and see clearly, Akainu knew he would see reason. The brat was too dangerous to be kept alive, even as a lure for Dragon. A quick elimination was necessary for both should he get the chance. But after his last attempt, Sengoku would remove him from the detail, or he could receive a professional reprimanding if he tried again. So for now the brat would stay alive. Although he may wish he were dead, Akainu would see to that. When the spawn saw who it was, his eyes grew larger and his muscles tensed. Akainu had made a point to avoid him, but he knew the kid understood that it was him who had ordered the interrogations and insisted on the last despite knowing it would kill him. At least it was supposed to. It seemed the child had more lives than a cockroach, just like his father. He strode into the cell, watching the boy pull away, held in place by the chain around his ankle. But both knew there wasn't much he could do. Not trapped in a cell like this. So instead he brought his knees to his chest, staring up at the man as he came closer. After all this time he would have expected the kid to become shy or timid, and to a certain degree he had become wearier. But more than anything he had replaced previous behavior with aggression and defensiveness. He snarled in warning at the Marine as he came to a stop in front of him. It reminded the man of a cornered cat. It was a pathetic display. Akainu knelt down onto one knee before him, looking him over impassively. When he reached out his hand the kid snapped to bite at him, but he was much quicker, grabbing the bruised jaw with just enough restraint to refrain from snapping those same jaw bones like a splinter. The kid hissed in pain as he tried to pull back, his fingernails scrambling to get his hand off. Akainu only gripped tighter in warning. He leaned closer until his mouth was inches from the other's ear. You dash, he said, his voice low in fury. We'll never escape from here. Do you understand? I will let every pirate go before I let you leave alive. Do you understand? The kid gasped as he dug his fingertips into the sun-starved skin. If you try, if you even think about escaping, I will make you regret it. The palm of his hand began to smoke in response to his anger, and the boy yelled in surprise, desperately sinking his nails into the Marine's hand, trying to get him to let go of his face. Akainu released him, disgust plain on his face. The boy instantly reached to the burned skin on his cheeks, raw and pink. He glared up at the man, angry and defiant. Why? He needn't answer the questions of criminals. Akainu brought his foot down angrily and the boy recoiled, covering his head with his hands as he was kicked roughly to the floor. Something fluffy in the corner of the cell caught his gaze and he turned to see the stuffed bear. Where did you get this? He demanded, snatching it up. The boy just glared at him, rising to his feet. Akainu was quick to knock him back down. Prisoners aren't allowed personal items. He ripped open the animal's back, feeling around for any smuggled items. "Give it back," the kid told him, his legs shaking underneath him. The Marine stared at him before looking back to the toy in his hands. For some reason it made him angry. Not an escape attempt, or weapon as he had thought. But apparently it was a comfort gift. Like a kid who had to stay overnight in the hospital. Only the boy before him wasn't a kid, he was a criminal. Age was irrelevant in the eyes of the law. Whoever mistook the boundary between justice and sympathy would need to be reprimanded. Akainu did not accept weakness in his men. "Who gave you this?" In an instant he burned the furry toy, the smell of melting cotton filling the cell. "And oh!" The boy screamed as he lunged at the man, trying to grab it. But he forgot about the chain on his ankle that stopped him inches short and sent him back to the ground. "That was favorable for you," he told him as he dumped the pile of ashes onto the floor. "Attack me again and you will regret it. Don't forget, boy, you're at our mercy. And justice will be delivered." But the kid wasn't listening. Instead, he had crawled forwards on his hands to dig through the pile of ashes. His searching fingers found a single button. It had fallen before it could be burned like the rest of it. Akainu turned on him angrily, but before he could take it back, the boy shoved it between his teeth. If the man tried to forcibly take it, then it would be swallowed in a heartbeat, and then he would either admit defeat or reach down his throat to get it back. Altogether, it wasn't worth it. But it wasn't the button that angered the Marine. It was the boy. Even after all this time, he was still so defiant. Either the interrogator was losing his touch, or the kid took after his father to an extreme degree. He felt pure anger course through his veins. He left the cell, barking orders at the Marines on guard. "Tie the prisoner up. Double the guard. If anyone not authorized tries to pass by, shoot them on sight. You are to have no other contact with him." The Marines obeyed wordlessly as Akainu left, heading back to the center of the base. He had work to do. No disgusting pirates would be breaking into the base under his watch. He would snuff them out like rats, one by one, until the world was cleansed. The dirty pirates in question had decided against getting Akainu's permission to infiltrate the base. Tempting as it was, Oyaji had called with specific instructions for them. So specific, all three of them were at a complete loss of how he could possibly know so much about the base. They were to sneak in through the network of tunnels that ran throughout the island. They had been carved straight into the rock itself when the base was first made so bootleggers could evade any pursuing Marines. They were unstable, some had flooded with seawater and others were part collapsed and led nowhere. As such, they had fallen out of use, but in theory they led up from the ocean to the main base. It was their best bet. Oyaji had also asked them to rescue any of Teach's prisoners that they came across. It would make this whole mission harder. But at this point, anything to tick off Teach. It took them nearly a day to navigate the tunnels. They were a mess, made to confuse anyone inside of them. But eventually they started to see familiar arrow markings on the wall that led them higher and higher up the caves until they hit a main hallway. They followed that until it led them to a trapdoor entrance to the basement of the base. "And I thought this place was miserable from the outside," Haruta hissed as they watched Izo work on the trapdoor. It had been locked from both sides, and it was clear it hadn't been used in years. Decades, maybe. "Let's get Thatch out of here and burn the whole thing to the ground." "We can't burn rock," Juzo told him. "Fine, destroy it." "I don't care. Nothing good can come from this place." "Juzo, I think I got it. I need you to push it open. It feels like something is on top of it." They switched places so the muscular man could ram his shoulder against the door until he managed to shove whatever rested on top of it off. The resounding crash was very loud and the three of them waited, holding their breaths to see if anyone would respond. But when no one came, they risked peeking through the hatch. "Clear," he called, climbing the rest of the way into the base. The other two followed him into what looked like a scarcely used storage room. "If we get separated, we will meet back here. We can free Thatch and wait out the rescue in the tunnels." The two nodded their heads in agreement. "Let's go quickly," Haruta said, looking around. "This place gives me the creeps. Imagine how Thatch feels." They pressed forwards in silence, none of them wanting to think too much about how miserable Thatch must be. They would make it up to him, somehow. They would find a way. They crept out of the storage closet only to find themselves in a huge network of tunnels, most abandoned and dark. But there was a glimmer of light towards the end which they followed until it connected them to a trafficked hallway. Unlike the other rooms, the lanterns on the wall were lit, and Marines occasionally patrolled past, although they were rare. "I can't believe that bastard really did it," Haruta growled. "I'm more interested in how he did it," Izo said. "What could he offer them to get himself this many reinforcements?" "Well, that's something to think about," Juzo said as they crept along the hallway. They followed the murmured talking of the Marines. The guards became more and more frequent the further they went, and they were forced to duck into rooms to avoid them. "We need to camouflage," Izo whispered as they watched another pair of Marines patrol past the door. Most of the rooms that lined the hall were empty or storage. But from the ones they hid in it was clear at one point in time they were prison cells. Horrible ones. But the high amount of guards in this area was a good thing. "I think Thatch might be in one of these cells," Izo told them. "What would be the point of guarding an empty cell? Well, we can't make it much further without being spotted. And if they find out we're here before we can locate Thatch, it's all over." "Camouflage," Izo repeated. When the next pair of Marines passed, they struck them from behind. The men were unconscious before they hit the ground. Izo and Haruta took their uniforms, as it was unlikely Juzo would fit, and left them under his watch. "Really think this will work?" "We can hope," Izo said as he straightened his brother's tie. "Keep a straight face, don't meet anyone's eyes if you can help it." Trusting Juzo with the unconscious men, they continued down the hallway. There was a handful of Marines standing in the hallways, their guns over their shoulders at attention. 2 more stood firmly stationed in front of one of the cell doors. Bingo! Izo and Haruta shared a look as they came up to the group, trying their best to hold authority in their pose. The trick to looking like you belonged was feeling like you did. If you didn't question your position, then nobody else would without a reason. However, the reason was out of their control. One of the Marines in front of the door turned to look at them, the rest seemed content to ignore them. "You're late," he barked. Izo said nothing. "Where is Len?" "I don't know, the captain told us to take over for them," Izo told them calmly. The man squinted at them. "I haven't seen you around. More new recruits? The base just keeps sending us back up," he said to their silence. "I'd be real eager to learn what this big threat is that they need to keep throwing reinforcements at us." "Couldn't say," Izo said. "Whatever," the man shrugged, gesturing to his companion. The other man handed the keys over. "The Admiral is on the war path. Don't take your eyes off him. There will be hell to pay if you so much as speak to him. He's in timeout." The man smiled like this was somehow a joke to him. Izo closed his eyes. A Marine Admiral, that was just about as bad as things could get. No wonder Oyaji had warned them against detection. "Of course, sir." Haruta, who had never called anyone sir in his entire life, responded. The man left, leaving them at what was apparently a grueling 8-hour watch shift. The other guards quickly resorted to playing cards, although they would hide them at the approach of footsteps. Izo caught Haruta's eye. They needed some way to get inside that didn't look suspicious. Their way arrived around dinner time along with the meals. "We were starving," one of the men said as a new group of Marines handed out the food. "Yeah right, you lazy bums, you were playing blackjack not working. Can't we do both?" one of the men joked. "Deal you in?" "Maybe later," one of them grunted. "We have to feed the monster." He gestured to the last bowl. It wasn't sandwiches like the rest of them got, but rather disgusting-looking gruel and an apple which was quickly snagged by the one with the cards. "Oh, don't give me that look, it's not like he eats it anyways. You guys shouldn't even bother. Less mess for us to clean up later. Plus this way you can keep all of your fingers intact." "That's true," the man hesitated. "But that creepy Blackbeard doctor ordered that we make him eat. If he died on us they would have our heads." Haruta was glowering from beside Izo, furious about how callous the Marines were being. But Izo was planning. "We can give him the food," he said. "Play a round of cards while you're at it. We don't really mind." "I always wanted to see a real live pirate," Haruta practically spat, and Izo sent him a warning look. But the men just cackled with laughter. "Don't know if he's a pirate or not," the Marine said, but he handed over the plate easily, glad to be rid of the responsibility. "You're newbies, right? We're that obvious? Well, no veterans would risk their fingers," he teased. "Make sure he eats all of it. He's tied up so it will be easier for you today. Do not put anything near his mouth you don't want bitten off. And whatever you do, don't untie him." "We can manage," Haruta told them, still furious as he took the plate. The man was talking like he was a wild animal. "Don't say I didn't warn you." He laughed as he handed Izo one of the lanterns before the group turned back to the card game. "Scream if you need help." Izo unlocked the door wordlessly as they slipped inside. He closed it firmly behind them, placing the lantern down on the floor. It was pitch dark inside the cell. Inhumanly so. Haruta stepped in front of him. "Thatch? Thatch, is that you?" he whispered. There was no answer. "Thatch?" Izo shone the light around, trying to get his bearings. "Not Thatch?" He came up to the support beam where the scary prisoner was tied. He placed the light down beside them. This prisoner was too small to be their lost brother. But he was someone. "It's a kid?" Haruta said, his confusion quickly turning to concern. They had been talking about a kid. They had tied him up in a cruel way. And they had called a time out. Like they thought this was somehow funny. The boy's back was against the support beam, his hands bound around the pole with a thick knot of rope, his legs bound similarly so he couldn't kick anyone. His eyes and mouth were covered, which was so excessive with how dark it was in here. Without a light there was no way he could see anything anyways, and perhaps worst of all was the heavy chain wrapped around his ankle, tethering him to the post he was already tied to. What is he doing here? Haruta asked, still surprised. Did Teach do this? Aizo gently put his palm on the boy's cheek to let him know they were there. The kid jumped, rattling the chains as he did so, and began to squirm in his holdings. As if he could somehow work himself free. Can you hear us? Aizo asked, making sure to keep his voice low. It's okay, we're going to untie you. He pulled out his knife and began to saw at the bindings at his ankles. The second his legs slipped free, Aizo felt pain explode in his side as the boy kneed him in the ribs. He fell over, barely rolling away in time to avoid another kick. He pulled back, only just noticing the chalk circle around him. Haruta, he called to his friend, sliding him the knife from across the floor. What, are you serious? His brother asked as he grabbed the knife. What if he screams? I doubt the guards will care, Aizo spat. This isn't right. Haruta nodded as he raised the knife to the boy's face. The kid flinched back at the feel of the metal, hissing despite the gag. Sure, it's okay, Haruta promised as he sliced through the cloth over his eyes. He turned the knife onto the boy's arms, careful not to nick the bandages that covered most of his skin as the ropes fell. The moment he was free, he pushed off from the pole, scrambling back as far as the chain on his ankle would let him, his hands tugging on the cloth covering his mouth. Please don't scream, Haruta whispered to him as they watched him tear it off and throw it to the other side of the room in disgust. Definitely young, Aizo thought. Young teen or preteen. And he was injured. It was hard to tell how badly with the dirt and bandage layer covering him. He approached him slowly. It was clear the boy wanted to retreat as he did so, but he was trapped in place. Hey there, Aizo greeted, trying to keep his voice light despite their situation. Listen, I know we might be dressed like one, but we're not on their side, alright? Aizo, Haruta warned. You're one of Teach's prisoners, I take it? He asked. Do you have a name? I'm Aizo, and that's Haruta. We brought you food if you're hungry. Haruta offered the bowl to him, but he didn't take it. If anything, it seemed to put him more on edge. His teeth snapped at Haruta's hand when it came too close to him. The man yelped, quickly pulling back. God, and I thought they were kidding about the biting. The kid kicked the bowl, sending the grayish gruel all across the floor and flipping the bowl over with a loud clatter. Aizo winced. How is it going? One of the guards called from outside the door. Is he misbehaving? Do you need backup? No, we're fine. Aizo answered back, quickly motioning for the kid to stay quiet. No bruises? Nope, we're fine. He repeated. Well, give him a good kick in the ribs for me, alright. Kid really nailed me in the stomach yesterday. I'd been meaning to pay him back for that. Oh god. Sure thing, he said, shaking his head at the kid while he said it. Sure. Haruta tried to comfort the small teen. We aren't going to hurt you. We're not going to make you eat either. We're not here with them. We are actually looking for our friend. The kid hugged his knees to his chest, his dark eyes scanning over the two of them. Have you seen any other prisoners here? There was a long moment of hesitation before the kid nodded. That's great. Have you seen him? Is he okay? Haruta started. The kid just stared at them. Do you know where the prisoners are? Aizo clarified. He shook his head after a moment. Are they okay? Haruta asked again. The boy nodded and both of the Whitebeards broke into a smile. But the moment was lost on the kid as he continued to stare at them blankly. God, Haruta ran his fingers through his fringe in frustration. Are you okay? Listen, we need to get our friend. But we can't get caught. Do you want to come with us? There was a long pause before he shook his head, surprising the two of them. You want to stay here? He shook his head again, leaving them in somewhat of a crossroads. We can't just leave him here, right? Haruta asked Aizo. He was so sick and injured and his breathing came out more like gasping, meaning there might be something wrong with his lungs. Haruta honestly didn't know how many days he had left in him. Especially with the psychopaths outside. Right, listen kid. We can't get you out right now. He tugged experimentally on the chain. The boy just stared back at them, no emotion, happy or sad, reflected on his face. It was a little unnerving but more concerning. Don't tell anyone, okay? Are you hungry or thirsty? The food they had been feeding him looked disgusting. He shook his head and Aizo sighed. Unsure of what else to do, He had never been in this position before. He reached out his hand to touch the kid's cheek in reassurance. The kid turned away from the hand, pressing his face into his knees in a sure sign that he did not want to be touched. Izo dropped his hand apologetically. He didn't know what compelled him to do that. But everything about the kid caused guilt to well up in his chest. So instead Izo shrugged off his coat, standing up to tuck it around the kid's shoulders. "You're okay," he told him as he tried to scoot back further. "You must be so cold. You don't have to go with us, we're not trying to kidnap you. Do you have family?" The boy hesitated before nodding once. Izo smiled. "We can bring you back to them. Do you believe me?" The boy shook his head and Izo fought off another sigh. "That's okay. Just hang in there, all right. We will be back for you. Stay warm." He tucked some food and water into the pockets of the coat, nodding to Haruta. His brother looked so hesitant as he glanced back at the kid. "We will be back," Haruta finally said reluctantly, following Izo. "I promise." Izo cast one more glance at the kid, watching them from beneath the oversized Marine's jacket. No, he really didn't believe them at all, did he? That was all right. They would prove it to him. He knocked once on the door for the other guards to let them out. "Wow, I can't believe he didn't attack you," one of the Marines said. "That has to be some kind of record. Did he actually eat his food?" Yes, sure. No kidding? Without throwing it up after? He's that sick?" Haruta asked, turning to look in concern at the door. "You should get the doctor. That pirate doctor knows. He was the one who told us to start force-feeding the brat when he quit eating. The kid's being transferred to Impel Down once the Marine backup arrives. I doubt he will die before then. That's all that lazy ass cares about." "Impel Down," Izo echoed faintly, looking at Haruta. "But he is just a kid." "I don't know, man," the Marine said with a shrug. "Don't even bother feeling bad for him. Wait until he tries to bite your throat out, and those feelings will disappear. The damn thing is vicious." "What about the other one?" Izo said, trying to sound casual. "Is he as much of a handful?" "Oh god, no." The man laughed. "Eats his food. Hardly says a word. Never bites people. Apparently, he used to be harder to deal with. According to the Blackbeard pirates, at least." The man leaned closer as if they were exchanging gossip. "But get this, the pirates said they played a little joke on him." "A joke?" Haruta echoed faintly. The man nodded enthusiastically. "A really good one. Only he didn't find it so funny. Ever since then he's been the perfect guest." The Marine laughed in earnest. "I'm sure the pirate deserved it." As the Marines laughed, Izo clenched his fist, the sick feeling in his stomach growing. The horizon was clear, as it had been for months. Akainu turned away from the window to get back to his work. He would be glad to be gone from this place. Working with criminals left a bad taste in his mouth. One of the Marines knocked on the door. "Sir, there's a problem." That was not what he wanted to hear right now. "What is it?" he snapped. "It's just, the guard Len. He had kitchen duty an hour ago, but he never showed. So, we can't find him anywhere. We checked his bunk, the mess hall, everywhere. We've been looking for hours. It's a small base, there are only so many places you can go." "Did he show up for any of his duties today?" "That's the odd thing, sir. No one reported any mischiefs today." "What was he scheduled to be doing right before?" He was supposed to be watching the prisoner." Akainu stood up from his seat so fast it toppled behind him. He grabbed the Marine's shirt, pulling him closer. "Did the guard see him?" No. Apparently him and another guard switched their shifts with two of the new recruits." "Who?" the man breathed, and smoke curled from his mouth like a dragon. The man was clearly nervous now. "Well, the thing is, or the reason I came to find you, we can't find them either," he snarled as he shoved the man away, stomping towards the door. "Get Blackbeard. Get those incompetent guards while you're at it. I want all of them in the throne room now." The man scrambled off to do just that as Akainu stomped back down to the prisons below. They were here now. They had been here for who knows how long. Right under his nose. They had been left alone with the prisoner. Incompetent, all of them. When he reached the basement, the guards were all standing at the door, white with fear. "Unlock it!" He snarled at them, and they jumped to do just that. The boy was there. His ankle still chained to the beam with seastone. But he had been untied. His wrists and ankles were an angry red from where the ropes had bitten into his skin. He was sleeping on his side, his head pillowed onto his arms and his knees curled to his chest like a cat taking a nap. Even from across the room the Admiral could hear his scratchy breathing. But more worrying was the jacket draped across his shoulder. Feeling his anger peak, the man stormed up to the boy, grabbing his hair and yanking him up. His large hands grabbed a fistful of the torn collar, and he heard a rip as a few buttons came undone. What did they say? He screamed, and the kid gasped in surprise. His hands once again trying to loosen the man's grip on him. NHHHN, he groaned, his toes scrambling to touch the ground. What did they say? Akainu repeated. Those men who talked to you. What did they tell you? But the kid didn't say anything other than a pained gasp, and Akainu dropped him to the ground. Instead, he searched through the coat pockets, finding only food and water supplies. He searched the kid's clothes next, nearly snapping the wrists that tried to push him off. But it was apparent that he honestly didn't have anything. You're useless, he snapped. A useless mute now. He pulled the sea stone handcuffs from his belt, roughly turning the prisoner around to attach them to his wrists. Whatever they told you, it's all lies. You're not going anywhere but Navy headquarters. Your fate will be decided there. He unlocked the shackle on his ankle, pulling him along by a fierce grip on his wrist. The kid stumbled, unable to find his footing as Akainu practically pulled him down the hallway. When they reached the threshold from the basement to the main hallway, he shut his eyes tightly, unused to the bright light. Too annoyed to wait, the Admiral continued forwards, dragging him along. When he arrived in the throne room a few moments later, Teach was already waiting for him. We've got a rat problem, it seems, he said before turning his attention to Luffy. Oh, little one, you looked awful. It seems some time alone did wonders for breaking your spirit, huh? Who are the rats? Izo and Haruda, Teach told him. The guards gave me their description. 2 of Whitebeard's top commanders. They pose no threat. Akainu said. It's Whitebeard himself we are interested in. They're his scouts, Teach said. If they're here, then the man is sure to follow. Until then, let's set ourselves a rat trap. We'll see how many we can catch. How do you propose we do that? The Marine growled. We have no bait. Teach's smile grew as he looked at Luffy. Our bait's right here. He just needs the right motivation. Fine, Akainu said. Handle it. I am going to search the perimeter. Do not let either prisoner out of sight or this partnership is over. The man stormed off, Teach watching him go with disinterest. Marines, he said when the other was out of earshot. So serious. He turned to Luffy, his grin cruel. Do you think they're here to save you? He teased. Luffy shook his head and the man laughed. What's this? You've finally learned to hold your tongue? If all it took was a dark closet to lock you in, then I was trying much too hard. And Luffy, because he couldn't seem to learn his lesson ever, stuck his tongue out at Teach. The man looked angry at first, then slowly he laughed it off. Nothing was able to ruin his good mood today. The confidence of a man who was days away from getting everything he wanted. So Teach was jovial. And as an added bonus, Luffy was silent. Well, little Luffy, as I will soon be rid of you, and your nightmare is only beginning, I will give you one last thing. But only because I need something from you in return. Luffy tilted his head in confusion. It's what you've been asking for, Teach said with a large smile. The only thing you've been asking for. When Thatch woke up, there was a blanket wrapped around his shoulders. It certainly wasn't there before he had gone to sleep. He moved it gently, confused how it had gotten there. He had drifted off, sitting on the floor against the wall. It was hard not to fall asleep. There was literally nothing to do in here. Maybe one of the Marines, he thought, sliding the blanket off. It certainly wasn't anyone in Teach's crew. Thatch spent a lot of time at the furthest wall, listening to the ocean outside. Just as he remembered Luffy had done, what had to be months ago. Thinking about the ocean comforted him. As it always had. Everything about it was cyclic. It was unpredictable, but predictably so. Time was always changing, so were people and their circumstances. But slowly with each rolling year. It was all just so many waves. They began, they had their moment, and slowly they would disappear, only to give way to another, and another, and another. The new would overtake the old, the small would give way to the large, and so on forever. And on days the ocean was calm, he liked to think about his memories. Maybe humans got greedy with them, always needing more. Never appreciating the ones they already had. Thatch's life had been an interesting one. Not completely happy. Most people with amazing childhoods didn't become pirate outlaws. But it wasn't all bad. He didn't believe anything was ever all bad, not even this. Sometimes it just took a while to find the good parts. And Luffy, well, he had been the good part. So Thatch worked through each one of his good memories. Time with his family, time with Oyaji, that one time he had laughed so hard he started choking. All memories he had forgotten so quickly. But now they felt good to think about. Oyaji liked to say that they were all children of the sea. They had come from it, and one day they would return to it. That was just how the waves worked. And it wasn't always bad. It was just waves. He heard noise from outside the cell but ignored it. The Marines or pirates were always making some kind of fuss. The two groups seemed incapable of getting along. He had learned to simply tune it out. Although today they seemed particularly excited about something. He stood up, coming to the front of the cell to look out between the bars. A few Marines stood guard, more than there had been this morning. They ignored him even as he waved his hand to get the attention of the man nearest him. But Thatch was not dissuaded. Finally, after 5 minutes of waving his arm between the bars, the Marine turned to look at him, annoyance clear on the man's face. What's got them so excited? Shut it, pirate scum. Thatch waited a moment for the man to continue. When it was clear he wasn't going away, the Marine scoffed at him. Orders from the higher-ups. They don't tell us nothing. Thatch knew the feeling. Teach enjoyed keeping him in the dark. He leaned back against the bed with a sigh. Either way, something was happening. Good or bad, it mattered little to him. In order to lose something, you had to have something left, and he was beyond the point of being able to have things taken away. His attention shifted to the ceiling at a small but persistent scratching. A mouse? No, probably a rat. But before he could decide, the noise stopped as suddenly as it had come, and he was left in silence once more. He leaned his head back against the bed with a sigh, feeling a very deep and familiar tiredness fill his bones. He must have drifted off at some point during the long hours. He didn't hear the scratching resume nor the thumping footsteps as they came down the hallway. The Marines remained silent at the man's arrival, and it was only the clanging of the keys against the metal bars that woke him. Go away, Thatch said, his voice scratchy from sleep. I have a present for you, don't want it. There was a loud grating sound as the man forced the bars open. Oh, but you do, Dash, he said as he pushed inside, roughly throwing something to the floor. Thatch sat up reluctantly, irritated at the disturbance. But the words he had on the tip of his tongue died as all logical thought left his mind. Standing in front of the door stood stupid Teach, smirking like the satisfied cat who caught the canary. But Thatch didn't care about him. There at the man's feet, sprawled out on his hands and knees where he had been dropped, was the kid. But not just any kid, it was Thatch's kid. They were both staring at each other in complete shock. Thatch felt himself pale, and then pale further. For the most inexplicable reason, he felt sick. He opened his mouth without realizing what he was doing until he called the other's name. Or at least that was what he meant to do, but no sound came out of his mouth, and he only succeeded in mouthing the other's name. It was Teach who broke the silence first. Quickly growing impatient with them, he leaned down to grab Luffy's arm, practically throwing him at Thatch. The other had to dive to catch him. Well, do you want it or not? Thatch didn't answer, still in shock as he looked down at Luffy. He felt cold in his arms and small. But he was staring back at the man, very much alive. But Dash, Thatch said, his brain working to catch up. But, he stalled, I thought you said that he was dead. I lied. Teach snapped. Sue me. You had it coming for the escape attempt, and what you did to my men. Thatch looked back to Luffy, slowly trying to wrap his head around it. But I saw you. You weren't breathing. If you want to thank anyone, thank the doc. He was able to get the kid's heart going again after you left. Thatch frowned as he ran his thumb over Luffy's cheek. The teen's dark eyes were staring back at him. His face covered in a layer of dirt and blood, and Thatch could see new bandages poking out of his much too large clothes. But none of that mattered to him right then. Against his wishes, tears began to well up in his eyes. He closed his eyes tightly and pressed Luffy against his chest, hearing the surprised squeak of the other as he did so. But Thatch only tightened his arms around him. He had been so sure, all these months alone, that he would never be able to see Luffy again. He couldn't have possibly known. Teach spoke again, but whatever he said fell on deaf ears, and eventually he gave up. I'll be back for you two in a few hours, he warned. But the words hardly registered with Thatch's overtaxed brain. He didn't know how long they sat there, on the freezing cold floor. It was only the gentle tugs on his sleeve that brought him back to reality. He had been holding the other two tightly. He loosened his grip, sitting back a little bit so the kid could breathe. Sorry, he said as Luffy started to cough, a violent racking sound like something was rattling around in his lungs. Thatch winced, leaning forward to help, but Luffy waved him off. When it passed, he sat up, wiping the blood away with his sleeve as he turned to look at Thatch. You're okay, he said finally, his voice even worse than Thatch's was. And despite his tears, Thatch's face broke into a wide grin. I wanted to ask you that, he said furiously, wiping his cheeks to no avail. You're crying? Luffy noticed. Does it hurt? No, Thatch assured him as he tried again to stop. He reached forward to put his hand on Luffy's cheek. I really missed you. I didn't think I was ever going to see you again. Me too missed you. Stupid Teach told me I couldn't say bye. Bye. Luffy hummed. He said he sold me to the Marines. He closed his fingers around the goggles Thatch had wrapped around his wrist, and there was an odd look in his eyes as he did so. That doesn't make sense, Thatch told him, trying to wrap his head around the situation. Why would they want you? Take you where? Don't know, he murmured. It's really bright here, my head's hurting. It wasn't bright in the cell at all. But Thatch looked at him sympathetically. He had to stop himself from asking if the other was okay. They both knew the answer. He didn't know what to say right then. You look sick, or maybe, you look like you're dying. Hold on, okay, Thatch finally said. I'm not going to let them take you away again, I promise. It was a promise he wouldn't be able to keep. Luffy knew it too. It's okay, he promised his friend. Because you're okay. Thatch bit his lip as he looked at the other. He wished he could offer comfort, or a real promise. But no matter how much he tried or how badly he wanted something, he was so powerless. It made him sick to think about. He took the glasses off of his wrist to instead tie them around Luffy's neck. Oh kid, he sighed. I am so sorry. You'll never know how badly I wanted to protect you. But I don't think I've ever failed someone as completely as I failed you. Luffy tightened both hands around the goggles, running his fingers over the cracked glass and twisted metal. Not true, he told Thatch seriously. That's not true. It's not your job to protect me, but you were taking care of me. I didn't really realize it, sorry. Yeah, well, you saved my life. So, we can call it even? The last thing Thatch wanted was a thank you, not from him. Luffy nodded. I wanted to tell you. In case I never saw you again. Thatch wanted to say something, anything. But he didn't know what he could say to that, so he stayed silent as he watched Luffy crawl onto the bed. So soft, he said, sleepily nuzzling the blanket with his cheek. And something in the way he said it made Thatch frown. He pulled himself from the floor as well, sitting down on the edge of the bed as Luffy predictably began to fall asleep. Hey Luffy? Luffy hummed in sleepy appreciation. If I really won't get the chance to tell you, thanks for coming back for me and saving my life. Even if it had been a stupid decision. And thanks for keeping me company. I don't know what I would have done without you. Luffy opened his eyes, tiredly reaching out to grab Thatch's wrist, his other hand firmly holding the glasses around his neck. I'm glad I met you too. The guards came back for them hours later. They said nothing to Thatch's questions, and the man could hardly fight against them as they flooded their cell. Luffy wouldn't wake up despite their best efforts, so they cuffed his hands with sea stone and threw him over their shoulder. They put Thatch in handcuffs as well, with 2 Marines on either side of him as he was forced to walk alongside them. No one said a word until the hallways began to widen into large corridors with a surplus of Marines standing guard against the doors. Teach was waiting for them inside the throne room. The same room where Luffy first met the Marine Admiral, with the single seat made of stone that had been delicately carved and sprouted from the floor like a tree. What is this? Thatch asked as the guards pulled him to stand in front of the man. Teach's crew stood behind them, unusually serious. Meanwhile, the Marines lined the walls and doorway, surrounding them. Where is the Admiral? Teach asked one of the men. He said he was rat-catching. The man looked confused as he said it, but Teach understood perfectly. Should I go inform him? No, don't bother. Teach scoffed. I hardly need his help to handle this. He would only get in my way with all his preaching of justice. What is this? Thatch repeated, violently trying to free himself from the Marine's grip. But they held him to the spot. Teach finally turned his attention to him, and a grin spread over his face as he did so. He motioned for one of the Marines to bring Luffy over. Oh Thatch, my old crewmate. How long have we known each other? When Thatch didn't answer, Teach did it for him. Years at the least. You might not have known me, but I know you. You were so loyal, so trusting, you had so much faith in that senile old man. Right up to the end. The Marine slid Luffy off his shoulder in front of Teach. When he let go, Luffy fell to the ground, hitting the floor with a thud as he moaned, the pain succeeding in waking him up. I just want you to know, Teach told Thatch as he leaned down to pull Luffy up, testing the cuffs on his wrists as he did so, that your faith was misplaced. Whitebeard will fall, and in that void of his power I will build my empire. You're insane, Thatch told him. Aren't we all? Teach said with a laugh. Why are you telling me this? Because you helped me do this. He gestured around him in delight. You and you? He threaded his fingers into Luffy's hair like a proud father, and the kid tried to push him away in disgust. I owe you both my thanks. You can keep it, Thatch told him. Teach just laughed. Not even his prisoner's insults could ruin the unnerving amount of cheer he had. I just wanted you to understand, he told him. Since you won't be around to see it, and you, he told Luffy, turning his attention back to the teenager. I owe you the most. For someone who was always alone, you have so many people who were willing to give up their lives for you, and in the end nothing they did even mattered to you. He laughed as Luffy tried to shove him off. But I need one last thing from you before the Marines take you, alright? He reached down his belt to grab his gun, showing it to Luffy proudly. You're pretty stupid, so I will make this easy for you. This gun, it's full of little metal bullets. And on their own they ain't bad. But this thing fires them like a cannon, got that? Without warning, Teach pointed the thing at the ceiling, firing a shot. The sound was deafening in the quiet room, and Luffy turned his head away. Teach's smile only grew. See, pretty powerful, huh? It went right through the rock. Imagine what it would do to a person's skull, hey? Teach scolded, nudging Luffy's jaw with the barrel of the gun so he was forced to look back at him. Now I know you and your freaky power don't know what that feels like. Luffy turned to Thatch, the fear clear in his eyes. Don't. Teach just motioned to his crew behind him, and Katarina stepped forwards. He handed the gun off to her. You might not be much of a talker anymore. But I remember you used to be. So I'll tell you what. The louder you are, the longer he gets to live. Teach patted his cheek roughly one last time before Burgess stepped up to hold Luffy's arms, and Teach finally answered Thatch's question. I'm making a rat trap of my own. And nothing makes better bait than a kid screaming for help. Let's see what we can catch. Teach grinned at the room as he sat down heavily on the throne behind him. No, Luffy said hoarsely, his eyes wide with horror as he watched Katarina approach Thatch. You'll need to be louder than that, Teach advised as the whole room watched as she pressed the barrel of the gun against his temple. No, he breathed on the verge of a panic attack. Luffy, it's okay, Thatch promised him, instantly inclined to comfort him as he watched the fear on his friend's face. I promise it's going to be okay. Wow, I figured you cared about him more than that, Teach said. Katarina, no! Stop! Luffy snapped at him, turning to Teach. You can stop this. Please don't kill him. I can't hear you. Teach snapped at him. Stop! Luffy tried to scream, but his vocal cords had been too damaged, and he could hardly manage a low scream, let alone the wailing Teach was demanding. That's pathetic. Luffy closed his eyes, desperately struggling against Burgess's hold on him as he screamed. Stop! Please stop. Don't hurt him. I'll do any dash. His voice cracked in the middle, but he forced himself to keep going. Please don't do this. Somebody help him. How can you all just stand there? He screamed at the Marines lining the walls. They said Marines chase pirates. How can you help him? Some of the Marines shifted uncomfortably as he called to them, but not one stepped forward to help. Teach's grin was back as he listened to Luffy's screams grow in pitch. Not as loud as he would have liked, but as loud as the kid could manage with his ruined vocal cords. And hopefully enough to attract every damn rat on this island. Well, Teach said over Luffy's hoarse screams. I guess there are no rats brave enough to challenge the cat. Katarina, I think you know what to do. Stop! Luffy screamed as Burgess had to hold him off the ground as he struggled. Don't kill him. You can't. Sure thing, boss, the woman smiled, her attention fixed on Thatch. No hard feelings, she mocked him as her finger clicked the hammer, tightening on the trigger. Whatever you say, boss. Stop! Do it! And in that second a gunshot rang out in the room. Katarina screamed as she stumbled back, the gun laying on the floor as she clutched her bleeding hand. She cried out in pain and then again as she stared in shock at the bullet hole in her hand. Behind her, two of the Marines had stepped forward, one armed with his own smoking gun. You shot me, Katarina screeched, rounding upon them. But Teach waved her off, stopping the Marines from approaching them with a single wave of his hand. There you are, he said with a smile. I've been wondering when I would see my old crew again. We were never your crew, one of them snapped. Sorry we're late, the one with the gun said, his voice much gentler as he looked at Thatch. Thatch was staring at the two of them in shock, his eyes impossibly wide as he regarded the crewmates he never expected to see again. Aizo Haruta, his voice was barely louder than a whisper, but they heard him all the same. Are you okay, guys? Thatch tried as his voice faltered. You came. Of course we did. Did you really think we would leave you? Why did you do that? Thatch asked, the devastation clear on his face. He's going to kill you too. I can't. He looked between the two of them like they were deities. Why do you think, idiot? Haruta asked him without any real edge in his voice. We couldn't let you die. We're your brothers, aren't we? Well, Teach mused as he rose. Whitebeard sends his best, and I'm supposed to believe that it's you too. Be honest now. Who else? No one, Aizo told him, his voice hard. We came alone. Forgive me if I don't trust you. Now boys, put down the weapons. Or what? You'll stab us in the back as well? Haruta hissed. No, Teach motioned to Burgess, and the man pulled his own gun from his belt, turning it on Luffy. I assume you guys met the kid, you may or may not care if he dies. I don't really know. But I promise you Thatch cares a hell of a lot. So put down your weapons or Burgess here is going to shoot him. You can't kill him with that, Thatch growled. Not with an ordinary bullet, Teach said. But the Marines gave us these nifty sea stone ones. I bet you anything that would do it. Fine, Izo snapped, lowering his pistol. Leave that child alone. We'll listen to you. Haruta did the same. After a strong cuss at Teach, he lowered his sword. And in that instance Teach signaled the Marines forward. It was only when the two pirates were restrained, firmly held by the Marines, that Burgess took the gun off of Luffy. Good, Teach said as he strode over to Thatch. Where were we? He picked the pistol up from where it lay on the floor. Oh right, wondering if there were any other rats among us. He spoke next to the crowd of Marines. Last chance to save your crewmate. Going once, he raised the gun to Thatch's head once more. Twice. Don't you dare, Izo warned him. Or what? Teach challenged. What will you do to me? What will any of you do to me? He turned to look at Luffy over his shoulder. What about you? You love to tell me what I can and can't do. What do you say to me now? Leave him alone, Thatch told him, his voice low. But Teach ignored him. Stop, Luffy told him. His voice was breathless and all but shot from the screaming. Stop. Stop. He gasped, his voice turning into a sob. You're a broken record. If you really can't scream anymore, then you know what's going to happen to your friend? Wait, no, Luffy said. But as much as he tried, he could hardly raise his tone over speaking level. Guess that's it then. And no. Thatch, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He told his friend hoarsely. None of this is your fault, Thatch promised him, offering a small smile of reassurance. Yeah right, Teach laughed. This is all your fault. You could save your friend if you wanted to, just call the rest of the rats here. I swear to God, leave him alone. Thatch snapped. Know this, Teach told him. There are people on this island that can help you. But you're so damn quiet they can't even hear you. Hurt Thatch and it will be the last thing you do, Haruta warned. Now or never, kid. I'll give you the count of 10. I'm trying. Luffy cried as he dug his fingernails into Burgess's arm. Please don't kill him. 10. No. 9. Stop. 765. Luffy squeezed his eyes shut as he cried out again. His throat was on fire. And no matter how badly he wanted it to, his vocal cords had been too damaged to go on screaming and instead sounded pathetic and broken when he tried. He remembered his interrogations where he would be expected to say something. He knew he couldn't because he didn't know the answer. His voice gave out then too. That was where he broke it in the first place. And whenever that stupid smug mean jerk face would ask him where his father was, he would give him the same answer. ACCCCE. Luffy screamed. AC, help me, not this shit again. Teach snapped, losing any thread of his temper he had left. I thought you were past this already. AC can't help you. He's dead. Do you get that? He's not going to save you. He's not going to help you. He's not going to do anything for you. You're wrong, Luffy told him. His voice was scarcely louder than a whisper. I'm not wrong. You're too stubborn to admit it. Everyone else knows it. No, Luffy told him with a sniff. He wouldn't leave me here. He can't die. Teach gestured the gun at the two pirates. Tell him. Go on, he ordered. Don't, Thatch warned. Kid, Izo said gently, ignoring Thatch. I'm sorry if you knew him, but he's gone. No, Luffy shook his head, feeling tears begin to well up in his eyes. He wouldn't do that to me. Our captain saw it happen, Haruta told him. Stop lying, Luffy snapped. He's not dead, Luffy, it's going to be okay, Thatch promised him. You don't listen, do you? Teach snapped. Fine, think what you want. But he's never coming back for you. He betrayed his crew, murdered his friend, poisoned his captain, and then drowned like a coward. Luffy sniffed as he felt the tears begin to drip down his cheeks. You're wrong, you're all wrong. Stop telling lies about him. Ace would never do that. You're impossible. Teach grit his teeth as he turned the gun back to Thatch. 4, 3, 2, Ace, please, Luffy begged. 1, and then everything was on fire. There were screams from all around them as the Marines and pirates alike tried to scramble away from the heat. Luffy closed his eyes to the blaze. Held in place as he was, there was nothing he could do to avoid it. But it didn't burn him. Not like it burned Burgess, he heard the man scream. Instead it felt warm, the flames gently licking at him as they dried the tears on his cheeks. It didn't take long for Teach to nullify it with his darkness power. Almost as quickly as it had come, the flames died, the darkness replacing them as they snuffed out the warmth into their void. But when they cleared, the room was in pandemonium. The Marines and many of the pirates had tried to scramble for the door, a good bunch of them sporting painful-looking burns. The 2 pirates remained in their spot, unharmed. The Marines were no longer holding them back. Teach held his own in the center of the room as the last of the darkness disappeared like puddles drying after a rainstorm. And standing right between Teach and Thatch, looking angrier than he had ever been before, was a familiar young man. When he spoke, his voice rang throughout the room like a thunderstorm. "He told you to stop." Teach dropped the gun in shock, taking a step away from the 2 of them like he was looking at a ghost. "That's impossible," Teach said. Ace ignored him as his gaze passed Teach's shoulder to instead meet Luffy's own wide eyes. He smiled at his little brother's surprise. "Hey Lou," his voice was gentle. So much so it hardly even sounded like Ace. "I've been looking for you." Luffy widened his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. Despite his cries, he hadn't really thought they would be answered. He wasn't ever that lucky. Much like Thatch had felt earlier that day, things seemed to move too quickly for Luffy's brain to keep up with. For a long moment all he could do was stand there, held firmly in place by Burgess, and stare. But Ace was looking at him, and only him, when he spoke. "And Luffy, I've been looking for you." And suddenly his surprise melted away to something else, and he felt his eyes become cloudy with unshed tears. "Ace," his voice sounded broken, or pathetic as Teach had said. But Ace heard him all the same and gave his brother a gentle smile, silently telling him that everything was going to be okay now. And Luffy knew it was going to be. Because Ace was here. And he was going to save them all. Just like Luffy had always believed. He pulled against Burgess's hold again, but the pirate tightened his grasp, silently warning him to stop struggling. And Luffy felt immense frustration at the man, who dared to force him to stay here when all he wanted was to go to his brother. "Kid, don't test me right now," the man warned, the gun still in his hand. Luffy didn't care what he had to say, he didn't care what any of them said. He struggled harder until the man's temper snapped, and Burgess shoved the barrel of his gun against Luffy's temple. "Damn it, quit it!" He felt a growl build up in his throat which made the wetness of his eyes worse. He was sick of feeling helpless, he was sick of being pinned or chained down. He wanted everyone to just stop. "Hang on, Lou," Ace told him softly, and Luffy sniffed, unable to stop himself as the tears spilt over onto his cheeks as he looked at his not-so-dead brother. It had been a year since he had seen him, plus however long he had been here. Honestly, the days all blurred together for him. Especially after they began to keep him in the dark room. It was impossible to keep time there, but like something straight out of one of his happy fever dreams, Ace was standing before him, just like Luffy had remembered him. Or maybe not quite, he was older now, you could tell by his face. And a little bigger. But aside from that, it was the same brother Luffy knew. The one who protected him from everything. Luffy closed his eyes, sniffing again as he felt more tears well up. Everything was going to be okay. He wanted to tell Ace he knew that, and he could hang on. But he didn't trust his voice anymore, so he nodded clumsily instead. His bound hands coming to grip the large ones around his chest that held him in place. Ace saw his nod of understanding as he turned back to Teach. His expression quickly darkening as he stared the man down. Teach seemed to have recovered enough to stop sputtering as he shouldered Ace's warning look. But you were dead," he finally snarled. "You drowned yourself." "Do I look dead to you?" Ace asked, cold fury in his voice. Teach turned to the Whitebeards next, looking furious. But whatever words he had on his tongue died when he saw their shocked faces. "Ace?" Thatch murmured, his face white with shock as he stared at him. Clearly Ace was the last person he had expected to see. Despite what he had said, or hadn't said, Thatch clearly believed Teach about Ace's fate. His refusal to admit it had been to protect Luffy. But now, for the 3rd time today, he had gotten a huge shock. "How?" Teach demanded. "How are you here?" And then his face darkened further, as a thought came to him. "It was you!" he thundered. "You leaked the location." "No," Ace answered back, his voice low in comparison but no less angry. "You made your own enemies. Now you have to deal with them, if possible." Teach seemed to grow even angrier. He looked about ready to throw a fit. Like a child who had a toy taken away from them. "Ace, what the hell?" Haruta said from behind him, still trying to get a grasp on the situation. Ace turned around to look at the 2 of them. Deciding they were alright, he turned back to Teach, ignoring their questions. "Let go of Luffy right now." Teach glowered at him as he took a step back, calling to Burgess over his shoulder. "Let go of that kid and it will cost you your life." "Understood," the man said, pushing the barrel of the gun into Luffy's head with renewed force. Move and he's dead, Teach snarled at Ace. He's worth too much to you to shoot him. Ace told him coldly. Do that and suddenly you have the revolutionaries to deal with. Trust me, Teach snapped at him. It's a risk I'm willing to take. But considering what you've done for him, I know you can't say the same. Ace turned back to Burgess. Hurt him one more time and I will burn you from the inside out. His eyes flickered to Teach, and then you. And I promise you're going to feel it, Teach snarled at him. Big words for someone who has no chance of accomplishing them. Was this your plan, Ace? Coming here all alone? What could you hope to do except be the first to die? Ace frowned as he took the weight of the madman's stare unflinchingly. What makes you think I'm alone? Teach roared in fury as he spun around to the Marines. The ones that managed to stay relatively unharmed had collected at the back of the room near the doors. Where is the Admiral? He snapped at one of them. We don't know, the lieutenant called back. He isn't answering his den. Teach turned back to Ace. You, Ace shrugged dismissively. Well, no, Ace finally told him. You might have lost me my pirate crew, but I still have a friend who hates you as much as I do. Well, almost. Your friend's done for, Teach snapped back. It's suicidal to go up against an Admiral. Maybe? Ace shrugged again, and the lack of fear in his voice seemed to make Teach even angrier. Ace isn't on your side? Haruta asked, unable to be ignored any longer. Shut it. Teach snarled. Not unless you make me. He snarled back, the pirate's temper frayed from the situation, and the added confusion wasn't helping either. Tell me what is going on. Because it seems like you and your traitor friend are at odds, which is strange because just a few months ago he was your errand boy. I might be a traitor or his errand boy, but the one thing we never were was friends, Ace said. Careful, Teach warned. You'll hurt my feelings. And all this talk of friendship, you were never really friends with anyone, were you, kid? I mean, if you were, you would have told them the truth about who you were. But you never trusted anyone enough for that, did you? What are you talking about? Haruta demanded. Tired of Teach's seemingly infinite list of surprises. Well, go on. Teach stooped down to pick up his gun, gesturing it at the pirates behind Ace. Go on, tell them all the secrets you've been keeping. If you don't, I will. Don't do this, Thatch warned Teach. He didn't know what Teach could be talking about, but he was well versed in the man's mind games and he was sick of them. You think, after everything you did to me, that this is going to hurt me? Now I'm going to say this one more time, let my brother go. Wait, what? Haruta said. He's not your damn brother. Why do you even care about him? Teach snarled. Because he's your responsibility? Or because he's the only one who knows who you are and tolerates you anyways? Or maybe you just get some kind of sick kick out of the hero worship? No, Ace answered back, visibly unrattled despite Teach's best efforts. He is my responsibility, he answered, meeting his little brother's huge teary eyes. But I care because I love him, and I can't live without him. Luffy bit his lip to stop it from trembling. Ace really had changed since he had seen him last, hadn't he? Even more than physically, the brother he remembered would have never said that to him. Nobody ever had. But that was okay, Luffy never needed them to. He already knew it. But that logic didn't stop the tears from falling against his wishes. Teach scoffed in disgust. Then you're as delusional as he is. Maybe, that kid's your brother? Haruta asked, trying to keep up, but completely blindsided by the conversation. What's he doing here? What happened to him? He's Ace's adopted brother, Teach corrected, a distinction Ace had never really cared to make. Who apparently he loved so much he never mentioned him to anyone. What happened to him? Haruta repeated firmly. Why is he here? Why do you think? Teach spat, annoyed the point he was trying to make wasn't sinking in. You did this? Aizo asked, finally speaking up. Teach's silence was answer enough. Just when I think you couldn't sink any lower. What did you do to him? Like your opinion mattered to me, Teach said irritably. He got whatever he deserved. He turned to Ace. He's like you in all the worst ways. Teach looked back at Luffy, his wide eyes following all of his movements. Well, kid, I got to admit it. Your endless faith was really annoying. But it looks like you were right about Ace. Congrats, you've earned the honor of watching him die yourself. Teach pointed the gun at the pirates in front of him. And then you, and then you, and you. Course you don't need to die, Teach told him. If you join me, I'll forgive you, maybe. Oh, you've got to be joking? Ace asked him. You still want me to join you? Beats dying with these losers, don't it? Teach shrugged. Hell, one day you might even get to see Luffy again. Why are you asking me this? Ace challenged. Don't get me wrong, Teach scoffed. I couldn't care less what happens to you. In fact, I've been sort of itching to see your blood for the last 5 minutes now. People who cross me don't often get a second chance. But you're more tolerable than your brother, so I guess I can allow it. Because having the son of the Pirate King at my disposal has a good sort of ring to it, am I right? Ace glowered at him, and behind him the three pirates stared on in stupid shock. I would rather die. That's not funny, Haruta snapped at Teach. Oh, I ain't joking. Doesn't act at all like his old man, but I assure you he is that man's son. You can kind of see it when he's real pissed off. Like right now. Teach turned to Ace. Oh, I'm sorry? Was that a secret? I told you. I don't care what you say about me, Ace told him. You're serious, aren't you? Thatch asked quietly. Luffy certainly hadn't told him that. That's why you went after Luffy. After months it finally made sense to him. Teach's obsession with Ace, it was for power. You're so ed up. He was quickly met with the barrel of the gun as Teach pointed it at him. From behind them Luffy moaned in horrified protest. Ace stepped in between them, willingly accepting the brunt of the gun as Teach adjusted his aim to Ace's forehead. Oh, you want to protect your friend now? That's cute. And you're sure of your decision. Don't you think your little brother's been traumatized enough yet without having to watch his big brother get shot through the head? Ace turned to Luffy, who was watching everything unfold with horror. Ace tried to give him a comforting smile, but it came out as a grimace. I'm going to be okay, Lou. He promised. Close your eyes, okay? Teach was right. Luffy had been through enough. He didn't need to see any more of Teach's threats. If the huge tear tracks on his little brother's face were any indication, any more of the bastard's stupid power plays were going to give him a breakdown. But like always, Luffy never listened to Ace as his eyes only grew wider. Don't, Luffy whispered. So where are they, Ace? Your backup. Are they going to come running if Luffy starts screaming again? No, Ace told him. Because you're not doing that to him again. You're not doing anything to him ever, Ace, Thatch said from behind him, trying to pull him out of the way. He's right. Don't do this. His friend sounded horrible. No doubt Teach's hospitality, but Ace held firm in his spot, ignoring Thatch. To Luffy he said, run, little rabbit. As fast as you can. Don't look back. I'll come find you. Like hell, Teach growled. He's not going anywhere. Now bring your friend here or Luffy will. He cocked the gun. Ace stared back at Teach, tilting his head forward so the gun was pressed firmly against it as if to encourage the man. Trust me, Lou, he told his little brother. I won't let anything happen to you. But Dash. Luffy's voice was trembling and he was obviously doing his best to keep from crying. But it was all for nothing as he broke a few seconds later. Please don't die, Ace, he sniffed, his panic turning into a sob. Don't leave me alone here. I won't. Ever. Fine, Teach seethed. He spread his powers and a shadow formed around Ace's feet, making him feel like he had been plunged into an ice bath. Ace shivered and behind him he heard Thatch swear in surprise at the unpleasant feeling. But you aren't burning your way out of this one. He motioned to the Marines. If the pirates tried to interfere, shoot them on sight. There was a low murmur of agreement as dozens of guns clicked, trained on the two pirates at the center. Don't. Aizo warned. What kind of ed-up freak are you? Haruta snapped. Haven't you done enough to that kid yet? Thatch tried again to get Ace to move, but the younger boy pushed him off again. This is a warning to the other rats. Teach called to the room. Come out now or I'm ending the GOLD. Bloodline once and for all. Portgas. What? My name? Is Portgas not GOL? Like that matters? Teach said. It matters to me, Ace growled. He wasn't his father's son, that man didn't even know his name. He was his mother's. She had sacrificed herself for him, she had done everything for him. Not Roger. Anyone could knock someone up and then abandon them. But only his mother could do what she had done. Whoever Ace had become, good or bad, was thanks to her, not Roger. And it was time that Ace stopped paying for someone else's crimes. He heard Luffy sob again, louder, and he frowned. He didn't want to have to hear him crying. Well, Portgas, Teach mocked. Looks like no one's coming to save you. Looks like it, Ace answered back. No! Stop it! Don't hurt him, Luffy said shakily as he sobbed again. His already broken voice shattered by the barely contained sobs. Any last words? Ace glared up at him, feeling indescribable anger course through his veins. You're going to regret making Luffy cry. I doubt it. Stop! Luffy cried. Stop, 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 stop. Why won't you stop? Kill me instead. Hurt me. I don't care, he sobbed again. Just don't touch Ace. Ace closed his eyes, steeling his resolve. Why couldn't Luffy ever listen to him? He didn't want to hear his baby brother beg. He didn't think he had ever heard something so awful in his entire life. Well, there was that time Sabo died and Luffy had cried for 3 days straight. He had sounded pretty awful back then too, And just like then, it only made Ace angrier. You have the nerve to ask me that? Teach snapped at Luffy. After the crap you always pulled. I'm sorry, Luffy cried. I'll do whatever you want. I won't fight you anymore. I'll be good now. Just please leave Ace alone. Too little too late, kid. What the hell is wrong with you? Thatch hissed violently, shoving Ace forward to get to Teach. But the dark shadows climbed his leg, holding him to the spot as Ace maintained his place between the two of them. Give your father my regards in the afterlife. You can tell him yourself, Ace told him, and Teach smirked at him, clicking the gun. You first. And then he pulled the trigger. Luffy screamed like he was dying, and for the second time the entire room fell into chaos. It felt a bit like a charge of static electricity, shocking the entire room and sending everyone's hair on end. At least it did for the ones who managed to stay standing. Half the Marines, and most of Teach's lackeys took the hit, their eyes rolling back in their sockets as they collapsed over each other. At the same time, Teach had dropped the gun, clutching his hand in agony. The bullet that had been meant for Ace fired, ricocheting off the floor before embedding itself into the wall behind them. In his distraction, Teach released his powers, freeing Thatch, who scrambled back, his eyes wide with confusion and on edge with the sudden burst of power. He felt his brother's arms around him, pulling him back to them. Haruda's hand gripping his wrist so hard it felt like it might break. What was that? He asked in shock. The room seemed as rattled as he was. The Marines were screaming over their fallen comrades, unsure if they were dead or simply knocked out. Who was that? Izo corrected him, slinging his arm over Thatch's shoulder, giving his long-lost brother a comforting hug. Burgess, who had felt the brunt of it, managed not to drop the gun, but his hold on Luffy loosened. Luffy, the only one unaffected, threw the stunned man's hands off of him. And Burgess let him, too surprised to do much more than clutch emptily after him. But he didn't run like his brother had told him. Or rather, he didn't run away. Instead, he sprinted across the room, easily avoiding Teach, who was too startled to even notice him. He slammed into Ace's arms, hard, knocking the older boy back a step with the force of it. Ace closed his arms around him instinctively. As surprised as the rest of them. Lou, did you? He began. But the truth of it was that he didn't really care. Not right now. Ace closed his eyes, tightening his arms around his little brother, willing the other to stop trembling. I got you, he promised Luffy, gently resting his cheek on the messy hair. And for the first time since this entire mess started, he felt content. No matter how many awful things he had been forced to do, or the even worse things he had been willing to do, it would have all been worth it. For this, Luffy said nothing. But he felt his little brother's trembling stop as he slumped forward in his arms, pressing his face into Ace's collarbone. He was really tiny and cold, but Ace didn't care about any of that, because he had his brother back. And like hell he was ever going to let him go again. It was Teach's voice that broke through his happiness, and Ace opened his eyes, tucking Luffy's head under his chin when he felt his little brother try to look up. What the hell was that? There was something dark in his voice as he reached down once more to pick up the gun with his uninjured hand, only to recoil with a hiss as it was still too hot to touch. Ace could see that the palm of Teach's hand was raw and glistening with the telltale signs of a burn. You let go of the kid? Teach accused, whirling around to face his crewmate. Sorry, boss, Burgess stuttered, still unsure what had happened. It felt like the kid shocked me. I don't. Useless, you're all useless, Teach muttered as he turned back to glare at Ace. What did you do? He accused. Half of my men are downed. I will kill you for that. Ace didn't bother to point out that he had just tried. Wasn't me, he said, gently reaching down to draw Luffy's face away from his chest, and Luffy reluctantly let him. His face was covered in dirt and blood, with dirty tear tracks carved into the grime. He looked hurt, but Ace couldn't look too closely before his little brother squirmed. Pulling free of Ace's hold, he pressed back into his chest. Still too traumatized by what had almost just happened, Ace understood, and pulled him tight again. How did you burn me? My darkness nullifies your powers, Teach had been talking all the while. Ace wished he could tune him out. But then things would just get messy again. He looked up at Teach. What makes you think that was me? Who else could it have been? Ace shrugged, looking down at his brother. Luffy had conqueror's haki. That was interesting. You're full of surprises, he whispered to Luffy. Are you guys okay? He asked the pirates behind them. Ace, what the hell was that? Haruda asked. Is Luffy okay? Thatch asked, cutting his brother off. He squeezed Haruda's hand, trying to wordlessly communicate to leave Ace alone. Ace looked down at his brother, deciding that he was as okay as he could be for the moment. He's okay, he reassured him. That was Luffy, wasn't it? Thatch asked. Ace said nothing, but the man didn't need his confirmation. That little kid did this? Izo asked. Teach gaze snapped to Luffy and Ace tightened his arms around him. You're kidding. He looked back at Ace. Alright, come on, enough of that. Let go of him nice and easy. Ace felt Luffy press harder against him at the words and Ace put his hand on the other's hair reassuringly. Come make me. Teach hissed at the words as he stormed over to Burgess, grabbing the gun from his hold before rounding upon Ace once more. I suppose you think that was clever, huh? That you somehow are going to win. Ace saw the gun, gently pulling Luffy away from him once more. He fought to stay where he was, but Ace was insistent, pulling him behind his back as Teach approached. Guys, Thatch warned his brothers and Izo stepped forwards. I think you've done that enough, haven't you? He told Teach firmly, but Ace motioned him back. It's okay, stay there. It's okay, is it? Teach snarled. What exactly is okay for you? He turned to the group behind him. Pull yourselves together, you weaklings. Are you so pathetic that a child can bring you down? Hell no, boss, Katarina said, her hand clumsily wrapped with a scrap of her shirt as she came to stand behind her captain. And you, he growled at the Marines. Every one of you still standing. If you let this lot escape, I will personally hunt you down, and make sure it's the last thing you do. Your Admiral ain't going to protect you from that. Do you understand? Pick yourself up, the lieutenant told his men. Guard the exits. No pirates will escape on our watch. There was a resounded, albeit shaky cry of agreement. Ace, Izo warned. I see them, Ace said without looking at him. Stay behind me, like we can trust you. Haruta snapped, ignoring Thatch's warning grip on his arm. You don't have to trust me, Ace said, tightening his hold to keep Luffy behind his back. Just don't move. You too, Lou. He felt Luffy's face peek over his shoulder to see what was happening, but he pushed him back down. Okay, Thatch promised for all three of them. You'll be okay? Ace nodded as he felt Luffy grab his hand and he squeezed back, even as Teach marched up to him, once more shoving the gun in his face. Any more tricks up your sleeve? Just one, Ace said, and the ceiling broke. Or rather, some of the support beams that ran all across the ceiling snapped. Ace held his ground as the splinters rained around him and his ex-crew. The others weren't so lucky as they scattered back to avoid the rubble. Only Teach held his own, his powers protecting him from the worst of the damage, and amidst all the chaos was Marco, swooping down from the ceiling, his phoenix wings slowing his descent to a controlled fall as he landed before Teach. And the fury of Teach was nearly tangible as he got his second nasty shock of the day. You, he hissed. You were behind this, he waved his burned hand. You stopped the bullet. You were too hasty? He told Ace, ignoring his ex-crewmate to instead search the crowd. Ace shrugged. I had to. He was picking on Lou. Marco's eyes fell over Luffy, studying his injured face carefully. You hanging in there, kid? Luffy peeked over Ace's shoulder at Marco, his eyes widening at the glowing phoenix wings. But he didn't respond. Marco looked beyond them, and his smile grew even wider as he caught sight of his crewmates and Thatch. He said, his voice softening. I can't tell you how good it is to see you. Thatch looked shocked, although he was starting to get used to it, and a few moments later a huge smile replaced his surprise. My old friend. I promise it's better to see you. They told me you were dead. I see now that was another lie. Oh, Ace, Teach hissed. What have you done? I lied, Ace told him. You worthless dash. He began only to be cut off by the pirates behind him. Marco, we thought, Izo began. That Ace killed me? Marco asked, smiling fondly at his ship brother. Trust me, the kid needs a lot more practice before he can take me down. Thatch smiled back at his friend before looking over to Luffy, who was pressed against Ace's back, squeezing his hand tightly in his own. Thatch figured he owed Luffy an apology. At the time he had thought it was just blind optimism. But Luffy had been right all along, and no one had ever listened to him. But apologies would have to wait until they could get out of here. Teach looked absolutely murderous, as if he was unsure who to be angrier at. He turned to the room behind him. Get up! He told them, his voice low with the sort of fury that made Luffy tuck in closer to Ace. Kill them all but bring the little one to me. Marco looked over at Ace as the sound of dozens of guns pointed towards them. Got him? I got him, Ace said, turning around to pull his arms around his brother. Good, he turned back to his ship brothers. Hold on to each other. Shoot them, Teach commanded, and there was an explosion of smoke that covered the room and the sound of gunshots rang out from the terrified Marines. And when it cleared, the prisoners were gone. Ace held his baby brother's face in his hands, hardly able to wrap his head around the reality in front of him. He had Luffy back. After all this time, all that searching, Ace had begun to believe he would never see him again. But here he was right in front of him, staring up at him with those familiar dark eyes, huge with surprise. Sometimes when they were growing up, Ace swore he could just look at Luffy and just know what he was thinking. He knew that kid better than he knew himself at times. It was only now, when Luffy moved his head, pressing his cheek into Ace's palm, desperate for comfort, that Ace knew what he was thinking. He could finally understand how Luffy felt, because he felt it too, and for the first time in a while Ace felt tears well up in his eyes and he furiously blinked them away. There was no time for that right now. This wasn't about how he felt, it never was. So he forced the feelings that threatened to bubble over back down. "Are you okay?" he asked his little brother. When the other didn't answer, Ace let go of him, pushing back to get a good look at him. But when Luffy felt him try to pull away, he followed him, pressing forwards on his knees as he threw his bound arms around Ace's head. Ace felt the unnatural coolness of the sea stone cuffs against his skin as Luffy did so, plus the impact of Luffy sent them both down to their knees. Luffy refused to let go the entire time, his arms wrapped around his neck as he pushed closer to his brother. It caught Ace a little bit off guard. Luffy had always been an affectionate kid. He took whatever he wanted from people, be it their food, clothes, friendship, or companionship. But Ace had never seen him like this. He was so quite complacent, maybe bordering on scared. Worst of all, he looked so fragile. Traumatized. Teach's word came to mind. That's what he was, wasn't he? Not that Ace hadn't been expecting this. He just hadn't given it much thought aside from keeping Luffy breathing. He knew he could figure everything out later. And it wasn't later yet. Ace closed his arms around Luffy, leaning down so his chin rested on Luffy's shoulder. "I'm sorry I'm so late," he told him, his voice low. Of all the things he had to apologize for, that was far from the top of the list. But in the moment, it felt like the most important. And if he truly started apologizing, they would be here all year. Luffy didn't say anything, only moving a bit in response. "Just hold on," Ace asked him again. "I'm not going to let anything else happen to you. Okay, Luffy?" he asked gently after a moment when the other still did not move. Ace could still feel the frantic beating of his heart from everything that had just happened. Traumatized. The word ran through his mind again, and if he was being honest, Ace was feeling more than a bit traumatized himself, and resisting the urge to shake Luffy out of his shock and demand to know if he was all right or not was taking every bit of self-restraint Ace had. Patience had never come easy to him, especially in situations like this one, where every protective instinct he had was screaming. But Ace's feelings didn't matter. He didn't get to be hurt or scared or upset, not when all of this was his fault. He had to stay firm. That was the only way he would ever be able to begin to fix things. He reached up gently to tap Luffy's cheek, trying to pull him out of it. "Stay with me, Lu? Luffy said as Ace pulled back just enough so he could see his face. There was a slightly glazed look in his eyes, and Ace didn't know it was from everything that had just happened, or if he was on something. When he went to lift Luffy's arms off from around his neck, he snapped out of it. Luffy made a nose of protest from the back of his throat, frantically pulling him back. To Ace's surprise, it was Luffy that rose up to his knees, wrapping his bound arms around Ace's head once more as he pulled the older boy to his chest. When he moved in surprise, Luffy held on tighter. "Lu?" Ace asked in surprise, Luffy grip tightening in protest when Ace tried to move. "I missed you," Luffy told him, finally resting his cheek on the top of Ace's head. Ace moved his head a little bit, so his voice wasn't muffled against Luffy's collarbone. "I missed you too," Ace told him. More than he could ever know. "I thought that teach was he had a gun. You were just standing there. Why were you just standing there?" Luffy asked. "I'm sorry I scared you," Ace told him. He wasn't supposed to see that. "Why don't you ever listen to me?" Ace asked him softly. He hadn't really been expecting an answer, but Luffy liked to catch him off guard. "Because sometimes you're stupid," Luffy told him with that famous blunt honesty of his, and despite everything Ace smiled. "I am, aren't I?" Luffy's arms tightened around his head. "You can't just stand there. He was going to shoot you," he told him, his tone implying that he thought Ace hadn't known this. "Luffy, it's okay." "Not okay," Luffy told him, raising his voice a bit. "You were going to let him kill you. That's not fair." SHSHHH. Ace tried to shush him before he got too loud that they would be detected. "Luffy, I wasn't going to let him shoot me." "You weren't?" "Of course not," Ace told him, pulling away so he could meet Luffy's eyes so the other could see how serious he was. "After all the work I put into saving you, I can't just show up and die, right? What kind of rescue would that be?" "A stupid one," Luffy agreed, and Ace felt something snap in his heart at that for no explicable reason. He moved forward quickly, easily breaking free of his brother's grip to grab him. Luffy made a sound of surprise as he was pulled into Ace's arms firmly, as Ace clumsily at his temple. And then because Luffy was squirming, and just because he could, he had his forehead and then his cheek. Something he had never done before and would likely never do again. But right now he didn't care about any of that. When Luffy started to squirm more, he finally let him sit up. "I just miss you," he said again to Luffy, questioning look. Luffy agreed. "I was worried I wouldn't get to say goodbye." And suddenly all of the overwhelming relief Ace was feeling left as quickly as it had come. "What?" he asked, sure he had to have misheard. Luffy didn't say goodbye to anyone, least of all to Ace. He liked to say see you later, especially to those he wanted to meet again. That was just how he was, he hated goodbyes. "So why goodbye? Ace asked, forcing out the hardness in his voice. "You're not going anywhere. Ever again." Right now Ace didn't want to even let him out of his sight. "Okay." Luffy just nodded, easily agreeing. Offering nothing else. Ace tabled that for later. He really couldn't deal with whatever Luffy could have meant by that. He stood up, gently pulling Luffy up after him so he could look the other over. There was no easy way to say it, but Luffy looked awful. And that was in the dim light of their hidey hallway. He was much too small, and his legs trembled under his weight, which prevented Ace from letting go of him. It was hard to see how injured he really was with all of the bloody grime and bandages. But Ace knew it had to be bad. Worse than he wanted to think about, both inside and out. But Luffy was strong, he wouldn't still be here if he wasn't. And whatever it was, whatever had happened to him, Ace would fix it somehow. There was one thing that he had held on to all these months, one thing he kept repeating over and over in his head. Like a prayer to whoever or whatever might be listening. Not that he really believed in that stuff, but grief made people a bit crazy enough for him to do anything. So he kept bargaining with the gods that controlled the fates of people. He would tell them, furiously, over and over for the last few months, "Just let him be alive, please. You can take everything else away from me, but not him. You can't have him." And Ace swore that if he was all right, then for the rest of his life, he would do whatever Luffy wanted him to do. He didn't care. He just needed him. "Can you hang on a little bit longer?" Ace asked as Luffy leaned his head on his shoulder. Looking about ready to fall asleep or maybe pass out, he agreed, forcing his eyes open sleepily. There was a sound, far off for now but getting closer. Marines. Ace looked over with a frown. For a moment there he had forgotten about them, about everyone and everything. He wished that for just a little while everyone could just stop except Luffy. But life wasn't that easy. They had to run from the throne room as fast as possible. Ace had held Luffy while Marco had grabbed the other three. When he dropped the smoke bomb, the two of them hadn't bothered with the door, knowing the Marines would just slow them down. Instead, they had entered the way they came. On the ceiling rafters there was a break in one of the corners. A break Marco had made, that led them to the next room. From there Marco and Ace knew exactly how and where to run to avoid detection. They had stopped in this small hallway, a split off from the main one, removed enough that it wouldn't initially be searched, in order to wait out the group of Marines. With any luck they had a good enough head start that they wouldn't double back for quite a while, or at least that was the plan. They had taken a break in this small run-off hallway to give the Marines a head start, but from the sounds of it the second wave of search party was heading their way. Ace turned to Marco, to make sure he knew. If he was being completely honest, he had forgotten about them for at least the last 10 minutes. But it was clear they had not forgotten about the two of them. Aizo and Haruta turned away quickly, pretending they hadn't been staring. It was only Thatch who was still looking at them, unapologetically watching. Usually Ace would be embarrassed. He was never this affectionate even to Luffy, let alone in front of a huge audience. But right now he could only manage to be slightly flustered. But rather than curious like the other two, Thatch just looked happy. Really happy as he looked at Luffy pressed against Ace's side. "Oh kid, you're a sight for sore eyes," Thatch told him, his smile growing larger. During the time Ace had been focused on Luffy, Thatch had been reuniting with his brothers. His already messy hair was mussed from their hugs and tasseled, and Haruta's arm was slung half casually and half protectively over his shoulder. "I'm glad you're okay," Ace told him, and he meant every word of it. Thatch's fate was weighing heavily on his conscience. The man was one of his first friends on the Moby, and had never failed to cheer Ace up when he was feeling bad. "That's your brother," Haruta said again. Only there was no disbelief in his voice, only interest. He was asking Ace to introduce them. Ace looked between him and Marco. Something must have transpired while he was caught up with Luffy that had softened the pirates a bit to him. How much was still to be determined, but they didn't seem to want to kill him right now, so he would take it. He nodded after a moment, a bit unsurely. Ace no longer knew where he stood with them anymore, after months on the opposite side, and that made him hesitant. Haruta turned to Luffy next. Are you okay? There was only concern in his voice, but Luffy still drew back at the attention, pressing closer to Ace. Maybe he was picking up on Ace's obvious hesitance, or maybe he had just become wearily during captivity. Either way, he acted nothing like the trusting, overly friendly boy Ace had grown up with. Worry about it later, Ace reminded himself. Even if it takes me the rest of my life, I'll make it up to him, fix him. He didn't know if there was anything he could even do, but the words comforted Ace to think about. And he meant them, more than anything. He would do whatever it took to make this right. But right now they needed to get out of here. Can you still run? Izo asked Luffy, turning the question on to Ace when he once again didn't answer. Ace nodded. Truthfully, he didn't know. But he knew how tough Luffy was to keep down. But Izo didn't look convinced as he looked Luffy over once more. Marco, I'll look over both of you once we shake the tail, he promised, looking to Luffy then at Thatch. No worries about me, Thatch said, beaming at his ship brothers. I think I could climb a mountain. His smile only seemed to grow bigger as time stretched on. Thatch was ecstatic, and all the previous adrenaline had turned into happy contentment. He had gotten everything he had wanted, had dared to hope for, in the last few hours, and nothing could ruin his jovial mood. You might want to save the mountain climbing for later, Marco told his friend with a small, but sincere smile of affection. You look awful, and we have to go. The pounding footsteps were getting closer. They had to go. You know your way around here? Izo asked, and Marco nodded. Lead the way. Thatch had begun to think of the day as one of the worst in his life. It hadn't begun that way, not at first. He hadn't been happy. Ever since losing Luffy, his days had gotten much darker, and he had lost track of the passing of time. That was until, out of nowhere, Luffy had been shoved back into his life, and it had nearly given him a heart attack from surprise. From then on, the day had been an unbelievable roller coaster of emotions. He knew Teach hadn't reunited them out of the goodness of his heart, but at the time Thatch had been too content to question it. That was until they had been dragged into the throne room and everything rapidly went downhill. For a man like Teach, who was continuously challenging himself and reaching new moral low points, he had outdone himself. Thatch would never forget the way Luffy's voice sounded as he screamed, so desperate to save him. Thatch honestly didn't know he cared so much. Of course he knew the kid liked him, but not like that. Like his world would end if they shot Thatch. And if he hadn't had a gun to his head in that moment, he would have found it overwhelmingly sweet. But the whole mess was little more than a blur of adrenaline and desperation. The whole time Luffy was screaming, Thatch honestly believed that they were alone here. No one could have possibly found them out here. But his brothers had, and they had come all this way on their own to save him. Thatch had felt his heart stop when they had stepped forward, and in that instant all of his doubts and fears from the previous months abandoned him, and a new kind of fear replaced it. A selfless kind. Just the sight of them was all he could have asked for. It was confirmation to something he already knew. His family had loved him, and they had come to save him, but it also reminded him what was important to them. And he realized in that moment that he would rather take the bullet than let anything happen to them. The sight alone of his family risking everything to interject would be reward enough for his struggles, and their safety would be worth his death. If only he could tell them that, or Luffy, who kept screaming the entire time. It honestly made Thatch sick to listen to. He wished more than anything in that moment that he could take Teach with him, but it seemed that it wasn't meant to be. He told himself the kid would be okay. His brother would take care of him in Thatch's place. Somehow, they would just look at him and understand what he went through. He could see the sky, and even if Thatch never got to see it with him, he would somehow know Luffy would be okay, as would his family. And at the end of his very long and wearisome day, Thatch would come home to Marco, and all the brothers and sisters he had lost too soon. After every ending was happy if you were patient enough. But then Luffy started screaming for Ace, and Thatch nearly lost his resolve. Because he just didn't sound okay. He sounded wrong, broken. And then Teach told Luffy not this again, and Thatch realized with this horrible heavy feeling in his stomach that Luffy had been screaming for Ace this whole time. He had never understood that he was crying the name of a dead man to come save him. Because he really believed Ace was still coming for him. And Thatch just couldn't leave him like that. With everyone he loved already dead. Traumatized and abused within an inch of his life, tortured to death, only to come back and be completely alone in the world. That was beyond cruel, even for the tough little kid. He had tried his best to get Teach to shut up, but his well-meaning and completely idiotic brother had confirmed Teach's claims. And Thatch saw the panic in his eyes as, for apparently the first time, he began to believe Teach. And then, in what had to be the most shocking moments of Thatch's life, Ace answered Luffy's cries. He seemed to come from Midair, bringing a godlike vengeance with him that scorched everything that wasn't his friends. And most of all, he rattled Teach. But Thatch was too shocked by his appearance to reveal in his captor's failure, and then, when the dust had settled, Ace had let the man turn the gun on himself to protect Thatch. And Thatch had to agree with Teach when the man said that Luffy had been traumatized enough without having to watch his brother die. But Ace was too confident not to have some kind of plan. And he did, but what was even more surprising was Luffy's reaction. Not the screaming, although that was horrible in its own way. Thatch had honestly believed that nothing could be worse than his cries up until that point. But there was something about the way he tried to bargain for Ace's life that was somehow worse. There was no need to wonder who he loved more. Not when months of Teach's attempts to break Luffy were all upstaged by a single instant when he pointed that gun at Ace and Luffy started to break for real. Begging Teach to kill him instead, and finally, for the first time since Thatch had known him, he promised to obey. But all that went out the window a moment later when Luffy lost it for real, and in a shockingly powerful display from someone so young released a huge wave of Conqueror's haki. But all his suffering had been for nothing. Ace had had a plan, not that he could have told Luffy that. And his plan turned out to be Marco, who must have been monitoring the situation closely, ready to interject at any point to save them. They were never in any real danger of getting shot. Not with his friend's powers, which would have been great to know beforehand. But Luffy had served as a good distraction, allowing them all to break free, and in that moment, it was like the universe slid back into place for them. Thatch felt his brother's arms around him, hugging him and pulling him against them. He returned the gesture wholeheartedly, reveling in the feeling of this being loved, lost, and reunited. And one of them, he honestly didn't know who, murmured, "We got you, you're back," over and over like a pledge. And Thatch felt his eyes prickle as he knew the words to be the truth. He was home with them. When he clued back into reality, Luffy was already back with Ace. He had ran straight for him like he was the only safe place left in the universe, ignoring everything and everybody in favor of his brother. Ace asked if they were okay, and Thatch returned the question, unable to take his eyes off the trembling shape in Ace's arms. He was acting very unlike himself, and he had been ever since they were forced into this awful room. But now, the day felt like an endless parade of revelations, one right after another. Ace had never betrayed them, not on purpose. Everything he had done had been for his brother. Thatch had always thought this was true, but it came as a total shock to his brothers, as did Luffy being Ace's brother. And not only was he not dead, but he had spent the last few months planning the revolt against Teach, learning his games and deceiving him. So entirely that he had managed to convince everyone with the exception of his brother, who seemed to have an endless amount of faith in Ace. And then, in what might have been the most surprising thing yet to come out of Teach's mouth, Ace was Roger's son. The same Roger that Oyaji was close friends with, the one that would come hassle the crew on occasion. The one that loved the smile, and whose laugh sounded like a clap of thunder. How little Ace acted like his father. If he had thought that he knew nothing about Ace before, the more he learned, the more he felt like the less he knew. But he was Ace's father, not Luffy's. Because Luffy wasn't really Ace's brother. At least according to Teach. Thatch tabled all of that to deal with later. It didn't really matter. The only thing he cared about right now was the way his brother's arms felt around his shoulders and how tightly he hugged them back, and watching the way Luffy seemed to relax in Ace's arms as he protected all of them against the threats. And things just seemed to feel right. And then, just when it seemed like Ace was all out of tricks, he still had one final one. Marco. He broke through the ceiling like a storm, shattering it with his anger and landing between the two groups, as protective of them as ever. And that was the instant Thatch just knew that everything was going to be all right, and it had been for the last little while. Because even if they didn't know it, they had a guardian angel watching over them. And Marco freed them all. Distracting the Marines with a smoke bomb, he grabbed Thatch, collecting the other two in his phoenix talons as he took them into the air, up where the smoke couldn't reach them, hidden from the Marines. And Thatch was finally free. They had had a lot of ground to cover in a short amount of time it would take the Marines to sort themselves out. For a few moments the small group had done nothing but run, Haruta helping Thatch and Ace carrying Luffy, and miraculously Marco seemed to know where to go, the same way he knew which abandoned hallway to stop in to give the Marines a chance to pass them. He signaled them all to stop, pushing the small group behind him in a protective way as he looked out, watching the feet thunder past from a safe distance. They had a few moments to collect their breaths. All Thatch had thought about for months was this moment, getting his brothers back in arm's reach just for a moment. He wanted it so desperately. Just like Luffy had done all those weeks ago, he had thought over and over what he wanted to tell them, how much he wanted to translate how he felt about each one of them into words. And now that they were finally here, all of his wishes answered in an instant, he forgot all of it. The only thing he could do was sit there stupidly feeling first Haruta tackle him to the ground, followed rather uncharacteristically by Aizo, and then finally Marco. The man returned from the watch to pull Thatch to his feet only to give him a light hug, one that Thatch instantly turned into a deep bear hug. "I freaking thought I lost you," he told his brother, his voice strained from shock and grief. "I really thought." "You can't believe everything you hear," Marco told him, hugging him tighter in comfort. "Don't even start," Thatch told him, hitting his arm lightly. "Try living in a madman's matchbox and see how picky you can afford to be about your news." He wasn't angry, just relieved and worried. Marco knew this and smiled. "I'm sorry. I wish we could have found you sooner." Thatch did too, but he shook his head. "You were just in time," he told his friend. "But between me and you, don't cut it so close next time." He looked over at Ace and Luffy. "Not all of us were having as much fun as you were in there." Marco followed Thatch's gaze to where Ace was kneeling, Luffy held tight in his arms. The younger boy looked pale and in some kind of state of shock. He was hurt, everyone could see that. And all of this could not be good for him. Not when he was likely to pass out at any moment. Ace had tried to get his attention, but when it failed, he dropped his hands. And that was when Luffy moved, quickly reaching back for him. Wrapping his own arms around Ace, desperately pulling him back. He crawled forward so his own arms were wrapped around him, pressing Ace's head against his chest as he rested his cheek on the other's hair, something Thatch had never seen Luffy do before. It warmed his heart. For months he had been forced to watch Luffy be abused and tortured, and there was nothing he could do, nothing but watch the tiny kid get smaller and more injured. Luffy hardly accepted or asked for comfort throughout their captivity. He would lean against Thatch's side when he was falling asleep, but Luffy seemed hardwired to deal with the pain and stress himself. He never asked Thatch for help or to protect him, or anything a normal teenager might have done. Aside from the one time, Thatch had never seen him cry over anything that happened to him, or break down. Thatch watched alongside his brothers, all in surprise as Ace grabbed him clumsily his face. Something none of them would have thought him even capable of. His brothers were shocked. But Thatch could only feel happiness as he watched them. One of the only things Thatch had wanted while they were here was to know that Luffy would be okay, maybe not right then, but one day. And then he had lost him, and suddenly all of that hope went away. For months he had to live with the knowledge that Luffy had died all alone, hurting and cold in that horrible room. But Thatch didn't want to think about that right now. Not when Ace was right here hugging Luffy. And it was obvious he had missed his little brother every bit as much as Luffy had missed him. He had been worried, or he just wondered why Ace had never said anything about his little brother. Thatch had wondered it so much it had kept him awake sometimes. He just needed to know that Luffy would be cared for once they left this place. That somebody aside from Thatch in the wide world gave a damn about what he went through, and now he knew that somebody did. They cared a lot. Behind him, Haruta was squeezing the life out of Marco. He heard Aizo's low voice. He had been speaking for a while. "Teach said he killed you? Everybody thinks you're dead." "It was supposed to be Ace," Marco told him. "Huh, Teach ordered Ace to kill me," Marco clarified. "I'll tell you later. There's no time now." Wait, Haruta said, ignoring Marco's words. "Ace really isn't on Teach's side?" "Of course not." Thatch cut in, hearing enough of the conversation. "How could you guys think that?" Sure, he had doubted Ace pretty hard. But never once had Thatch thought Ace would hurt Marco by choice. He looked back at Aizo, the man silently listening. He had always been quicker on the uptake than Haruta. "So he didn't pick Teach over us?" "No," Marco told him, his tone impossible to read. "Not Teach. He chose Luffy over us." And regardless of how his ship brothers might feel about that, Thatch was nothing but grateful that he had. Oming as you could get. The sight of it made Marco's skin crawl. The perfect hole for Teach to hide in. He entered through the tunnels in the bedrock below. That had been one of the only pieces of information Sabo's revolutionary connection could offer them. There were bootlegging tunnels throughout the whole mountain, but where they were or where they led was anyone's guess. Marco spent nearly an entire day trying to navigate the tunnels and the other sneaking around the base itself. When Teach had called for reinforcements, his ask had been answered in full. There were Marines everywhere, not to mention the Admiral. Particularly Marco's least favorite. This was going to be risky. He found Luffy first, and for a horrifying moment, he thought the boy was dead, lying on his side in the pitch-black room. When Marco touched him, he felt cold, deathly cold. But he was just sleeping, or passed out. They were one of the same with how far gone Luffy was. Marco would have to leave him here. He knew it, even without testing the sea stone chain. If he tried to bring Luffy with him now, they would most likely be caught. He tested the chain all the same, trying to pull it from the wall before it began to sap his power. It was no use. Without the key, the kid wasn't going anywhere. It was a good thing Ace hadn't come with him. He doubted the younger boy would have been able to leave his baby brother. Not like this. Hold on, Monkey D. Luffy, Marco told him. Ace is coming for you. There was a ragged teddy bear a few feet away, lying forgotten on the ground. It looked so out of place in the prison cell. What kind of person trapped a kid in a prison cell, not so much as giving them any light or contact, and then threw a teddy in with them? Marco kicked it, feeling annoyance at the Marine's gesture of kindness. Then thinking better of it, he retrieved it, bringing it back to the sleeping prisoner. Luffy curled up a bit tighter, tucking his face into the soft fur, subconsciously trying to block the world out. But he didn't wake up. And Marco left. He went after Thatch next, finding him far away on one of the upper floors. The man was doing better, if only physically. He too was covered with bandages and looked filthy with blood and grime. Only Marco didn't mistake him for a corpse. He was sleeping as well, which seemed to be all Teach's prisoners did, leaning back against the bed with his head braced on his knees. At the very least, Thatch was only sleeping, and not passed out. No doubt he would wake if Marco wasn't careful enough, and if he woke, then there was no way Marco could just leave him here, even if it was only for a bit longer. But then Teach would know something was wrong, and his job would become much harder. But Thatch did not wake up, and Marco once again left him. But not without carefully draping the blanket over his shoulders first. Soon, he told one of his favorite brothers. They would take him back and Whitebeard would see this whole place burnt to the ground. But first there was work to be done. Just over 4 days since splitting up, Marco met Ace and Sabo at the base of the caves. He had expected them to take longer, and for Ace to be alone. "You're a sight for sore eyes, kid," Marco greeted Sabo. "I thought we might have lost you, and I thought you didn't like me?" Sabo answered back, more amused than anything. "I don't like revolutionaries. But you're all right for one." He turned to Ace. "But I am surprised you let him come? With whatever kind of relationship you two have going on and him having been in a coma a day ago." "We're not in a relationship," Sabo argued. Marco hadn't meant that kind of relationship, or maybe he had. Honestly, he didn't know at this point. And at the moment he had bigger things to worry about than figuring out which kind of team, if any, Ace played for. "I don't really let Sabo do anything," Ace muttered as he looked up at the hulking sight in front of him. "He just does whatever he wants, that's it." Marco nodded, turning back to the task at hand. "Fair enough. Just tell me you're not going to pass out again." "I won't," Sabo assured him. "One day you guys are going to sit down and tell me everything. And I mean everything. If we make it out of here alive, I will write you a book," Ace promised. "Did you find Luffy and Thatch?" Marco hesitated a moment too long, and watched the fear rise in Ace's eyes. "I did," he said, ushering the two of them into the cave. "Are they okay?" "No," Marco told them honestly. "We need to get them out of here as soon as we can. Luffy especially." He didn't know how long the kid had left if left under Teach's care. "Well, let's go get them," Ace said, pushing past Marco even as the man reached out to grab his arm. "It's not that easy." "Yes, it is," he argued. "Listen, I overheard the Marines talking. Reinforcements are on their way. Teach knows something is up. He doubled the guard force, and it's only going to get worse from here." "I don't care," Ace said, pulling his arm out of Marco's grip. "Luffy's chained with sea stone. Even if we stormed the place, we couldn't free him. Then we get the key, and do what with them?" "It's not an issue of force," Marco reasoned, catching Sabo's eye this time. He knew he could appeal to the logical blonde before his words would reach Ace. "What's the use of freeing them if we have nowhere to take them? We can't fight off everyone at once. No matter how much we might want to," he added. "You have a plan then?" "This place is built like a maze. There are hallways built into the walls. Most of this place is abandoned. We can use that. I spent the last 3 days exploring it. Learn our way around here better than them," Sabo said, catching on, and Marco nodded. He turned to Ace, who frowned. "He's right. I don't care. Teach has had his way for too long," Marco told him. "He's overconfident, and that will make him sloppy. Let him make his move. It's sure to be a spectacle. He will have to unchain Luffy. We will get them then. It's our best option to remain hid." "I don't care," Ace snapped, embers of fire shooting off of him as his temper snapped. They stood in silence for a moment until Sabo turned to look at Ace. He didn't say anything, But his opinion must have been clear on his face, at least for Ace. After a tense second, Ace broke their gaze, huffing as he turned away, exhaling smoke. Ace, Sabo said after a moment. Yeah, I know. Ace said, defeated, his voice much softer now. Marco watched in surprise. He had never seen anyone derail Ace like that. Let alone when he was so angry that he lost control of his flames. Maybe they really were in a relationship. Sabo turned to Marco. Show us. Just promise me something, Marco told them. I know what I'm asking is incredibly unfair, but I need you not to seek Luffy out. Why? Ace said, immediately alert. Just trust me. Marco said. Please, Ace. When you asked me to take you on your words, I did. Do the same for me. He knew that if Ace were to see Luffy, he would never be able to leave him there, see stone chain or not. Ace's gaze didn't waver. He's alive. He's alive. Marco agreed. Fine, Ace said. Marco turned to Sabo, who nodded. I won't go looking for him. Sabo was silent as he made his way down the corridors, gently opening the doors in front of him to look in each room. There weren't many, if any, people on this level. As the row of rooms on top of the basement cells, there was little use for them other than storage. So he was undisturbed in his searching, which was ideal for this. The Whitebeard scouts had arrived last night. Marco was in contact with Whitebeard, at least as much as he could afford to be, telling him what they had found and how to navigate the base, which the man relayed to his sons. For the time being, Marco was sticking with the pair of them, making sure they remained undetected for as long as possible. Not that they knew, of course. No, they couldn't afford the pirates to know they were all still alive. So Marco followed them silently, often from the ceiling or in the walls, making sure to draw Marines away when they got too close to the pirates, or leaving a door unlocked for them when they were headed in the wrong direction. While Marco was busy babysitting his ship, brothers Ace was keeping an eye on Teach, and Sabo was supposed to be watching the Admiral. But there would be time for that later. There was something important he had to do first. Because honestly, one doesn't face up with a Marine Admiral very often. It was dangerous. And they all knew it. This one, he said to himself, prying the door of one of the rooms open. There was nothing special about this one. Sabo let himself in, easily looking around. Dusty and abandoned just like the rest. But he walked over to one of the far corners, focusing his attention on the floor. Luffy, he could feel him, Kenbunchaku. The most basic kind. And Sabo was very good at it. He didn't need to actually see his little brother to see him. It felt like it was hard to explain what this felt like. Sort of like standing next to a person and closing your eyes. That feeling you get from their companionship, may it be awkward, compatible, tense, familiar. That's what Sabo felt. And right now he just felt Luffy. He had kept his word to Marco. If only because it was nearly impossible to sneak into the cell with how many guards Teach had recently added, and continued to add. Sabo sunk down to his knees, closing his eyes as he concentrated. It was easier the closer you were. He could see him, in that way only Haki let you do. Luffy was sleeping, curled up on his side. His aura, if that's what you wanted to call it, was small. Unusually so, but it was him. Their baby brother, the one who cried too much and went running behind their backs when he got scared. There was no one to hear him crying now, and Sabo leaned forward, his brow creased in concentration as he focused in on Luffy. He could destroy the floor. It would be so easy for him. He could grab Luffy before the Marines even realized what happened. But he couldn't break the sea stone, could he? This was what Marco had been afraid of. This, and it only took Sabo a few seconds to understand what Marco had realized days earlier. Luffy was dying. He didn't know what was wrong or how long he had left. But he could tell that Luffy's energy was starting to falter. Sabo opened his eyes slowly, feeling all the worry and concern turn into something else. There was nothing he could do for Luffy. Not as things were right now. And that made him so angry. The idea of facing off against a Marine Admiral suddenly didn't seem as daunting as it did a few minutes ago. I'm going to kill them, he promised his brother, as he rose, feeling the kind of anger he hadn't felt before. Every single person who got in his way, everyone who ever hurt Luffy. He wouldn't forgive them. Hey, Akaina paused what he was doing. I said HEY. Sabo said again. Are you deaf or just stupid? The man turned now, his eyes narrowed warningly at Sabo. Besides him, the two Navy officers had turned white with shock and fear. One of the criminal rats shows themselves, the man said, his tone dangerous. But Sabo was beyond caring, now that they were staring face to face, and Sabo could look into the eyes of the man who had helped keep his brother captive. He could confidently say that he hated this man. Beyond hatred, he despised him. He wished in that moment that he had Ace's flames, so he could scorch everything. So just stupid, he snarled as the Marine rounded upon him. Heat coming off him in intense waves. Mind your tongue, he hissed. Or those words will be your last. Sabo glared up into his cold eyes, his own hand tightening on his pipe. Better I die here than spend one more second breathing the same air as you. He spat. The Admiral roared in fury, pushed too far by the worthless criminal in front of him. He lashed out, fists swinging towards Sabo. Lava beginning to drip from his shirt onto the floor beneath them. Sabo rolled to the side, scrambling to his knees just in time to block the next attack as the man came again and again. You dare talk like that? The man snarled, his fist slamming beside Sabo's head with enough force to leave a dent in the stone floor. To the world government. Sabo could and had filled books with things he dared to do to the world government. But this wasn't about that. Whatever grudges he carried he hadn't brought with him. This was about Luffy and Ace. Using his staff to knock the man off balance, he brought his knee up, lashing out at the man on top of him. It was enough to send the Admiral reeling back as Sabo pushed himself to his knees, ducking behind the nearest pillar as a mass of lava flew past him. He felt the heat on his skin as part of it hit the pillar, exploding with a sickening hissing sound. You've killed yourself challenging me, Akaina said. I'll send your Captain Whitebeard after you soon enough. Knock yourself out, Sabo called. He's not my captain. Then what brings you here to challenge me? I bring myself, Sabo told him, stepping out from the pillar to once again face the man. Not like he could ever know what it felt like to have your baby brother stolen from you. The same one you spent your childhood looking after. But despite the Marine's claims that this was justice, it wasn't. Because Ace might be a pirate, but no one came after him because he was a pirate. Nobody chose him to blackmail just because they felt like it. This was about Roger. The fact that the Marines had lost control to him, and decades later they were still so scared of him, or what he had done. The only way they could truly feel like they had won was by controlling Ace, killing Ace. And then there was Luffy, who had done nothing to them, who, legally, they shouldn't be able to even touch. But for him, they had given him the worst punishment they had in place of his father. It didn't matter he was a civilian, or that he was 15, or even that he was already half dead when they got him, or that he didn't even understand why they were doing this to him. You'll regret getting caught up in this, the man thundered. The powers at play here are out of your comprehension, boy. As he spoke, lava bubbled up from his skin, seeping down to the floor where it began to sizzle, melting the stone beneath him. But still Sabo held his ground, tightening his grip on his weapon as he willed his haki to spread outwards, protecting it and him. And somewhere in the back of his mind there was a voice telling him to run. He had the man's attention, just what he had been tasked to do. Now he needed to get away, lead the man away while he was at it so Marco and Ace could do their part. Because as strong as Sabo was, and he did not like to underestimate himself, he didn't think he could take out a Navy admiral. Especially not what may be their strongest one. But no matter how much the logic made sense, Sabo didn't want to run. He didn't want to do anything but stay right here. Because he was mad. Mad at Teach, mad at the pirates, mad at the Marines, and mad at the Admiral. There was one person in the whole ING world he and Ace had wanted to protect no matter what, and that was the person they decided to go after. None of this was ING fair, so part of him just thought, well, I guess I am going to die today. He would protect Ace just like he wanted. And Luffy didn't even have to know he was alive. He could go on thinking Sabo died 8 years ago. The two had made it this long without him. They would be alright. He thought about Luffy, how small his aura was getting. He had just wanted to see him one last time. I wanted to kill all the rats in one place, Akaina told him, pushing his magma out into the room. Yeah? Sabo asked, feeling the heat on his boots as the first wave of heat threatened to crash down on him. When do we ever get what we want? Shit! A loud crashing sound broke Ace's attention. From beside him, Marco looked up as well. What was that, Sabo? Ace said, his eyes going wide. The two of them were hidden in the rafter of the ceiling. Below them in the throne room, a sickeningly egotistical room, Teach had just announced his move. He was aware of the Whitebeards, and he was setting a trap for all of them. Ace had no idea what that entailed, but the thought made his stomach churn. It wouldn't be long now before Teach called upon his two prisoners and began his game. Just like Marco said he would, everything was going according to plan except. Sabo, what have you done? Ace muttered under his breath. Go, Marco said. I can't, Ace, Marco told him. Nothing's going to happen to Luffy, to any one of them. I can protect them. Ace bit his lip as he glanced back behind them. Sabo had to distract the Marine Admiral. Just distract. Nobody said he needed to confront him. God damn it, since when was his brother the hot-headed idiot? He certainly had been calm enough this morning. This whole time he had kept his composure while Aces kept slipping. So why now? There was another crash in the distance. I'll be back, he promised. Marco nodded as Ace stood up, making his way along the stone column as it led to the wall. He knew this place better now. Or at least enough to get to Sabo undetected. It was a fish. Come here, Sabo said, trying to wipe the deer blood off his brother's face. It didn't look quite right, a tiny little 7-year-old smiling brightly covered in blood. Even if it was from a hunt, if he was going to act like a baby duck, following them everywhere up and down the mountain, immediately crying for them whenever he got scared or hurt, then they were going to treat him like one. What fish? Luffy pushed his brother's hands off him, too excited to stand still. He bounced impatiently on his feet, ready for another adventure, and then another and another. There was no keeping him down. I saw it over by the river this morning. It was the size of a mountain. Can we eat it? I told Ace, but he didn't believe me. More likely Ace didn't care. Don't you think we have enough food right now? Sabo asked, looking at the huge pile of deer meat Ace was skinning for dinner. Please, Sabo. It will be fun. He grabbed Sabo's hand, swinging it between them. Why don't you go by yourself? Ace would be pissed if they both took off and they couldn't just leave all this deer meat lying here. No way it would still be here when they returned. No way. Luffy made a face. I don't like being by myself. Besides, I like you guys best. From a little ways away, kneeling over the front hooves, Ace laughed roughly. He had been listening to their conversation. Yes, sure, you like us now that you want something. Luffy frowned. That's not true. I always liked you the most. As opposed to who? The bandits. Everyone we know is shit. You just say that because we feed you. Hey! You don't feed me, I help, guys. Sabo said, sensing an argument coming. He should have predicted it when Luffy said that. Ace always tried to pick a fight whenever anyone showed him affection. You nearly get eaten every other time. The deer almost trampled you. How do you help us exactly? Jerk, weakling. Ace shot back. I am not. RTO, guys, stop it. Sabo told them, pushing between them as he tugged Luffy away so he could wipe the rest of the blood off his face. Luffy huffed in annoyance at Ace. He's right, Sabo told him, kneeling down to try and get the stain out of the front of his shirt. I help. No, I mean you'll change your mind. They would only be Luffy's favorites until he got a better offer. People moved on. And they always moved on from Sabo. They told him that they loved him, but in the end they were just liars. It was just a part of life. It only hurt if you let it. Besides, it wasn't like they were going to be together forever. When Luffy outgrew needing their protection, he might outgrow them as well. No! He said, frustrated as he pushed Sabo's hands away once more. I like you guys best. Better than everyone in the whole world. Idiot, you don't even know everyone in the world. Ace told him. Luffy huffed in annoyance as he looked back at Sabo. Well, if I did, you would still be my favorites. Oh yeah? Sabo asked. Yeah, how are you so sure of that? Luffy thought about it for a second. I don't know, he said finally, and Ace scoffed. You guys wouldn't get it, he said finally. You don't like anyone. Who says we don't like anyone? Ace said, irritated. You did, Luffy told him. This morning. Maybe when you're old and nicer you'll understand. What did you say? Ace said, already rising to his feet ready to hit Luffy. He reacted as he always did when Ace was seriously pissed off. He ducked behind Sabo, his tiny fists grabbing the other's shirt. Come back here! Sabo let Ace hit Luffy once before pushing him away. He figured Luffy deserved that for mouthing off. Enough, he told his brother. Ace just glared in annoyance, stomping back to the deer. Luffy peeked out from behind Sabo's shoulder. I can't believe you just played the we'll understand when we're older card on us, Sabo told him. That was their move. Luffy tugged on his shirt again to get his attention. This time keeping his voice low so Ace wouldn't overhear. Sabo, what? Sabo turned as Luffy leaned up to whisper in his ear. Even if I knew everyone in the whole world, you're always going to be my favorite, Ace too, even though he's grumpy. Sabo smiled. God, Luffy really was 7, wasn't he? That's not how the world worked. But then again, it might be how Luffy's world worked. Want to hear a secret? He asked, and Luffy nodded. I like you guys best too. He held up his pinky so Luffy knew he was serious. The little kid's face broke out into a grin as he wrapped his own around Sabo's in a pinky swear. The most sacred of all promises. Let's not tell Ace. Sabo said loud enough for the older boy to hear. Ace scowled as he continued to work, trying his best to ignore them, which only made Sabo want to tease him more. He reached forward to grab Luffy into a big hug. Luffy, although surprised, hugged him back. Sabo was just tall enough to rest his chin on the other's hair, so he did, smiling at Ace when the older boy looked up. "Oh, I'm sorry, are we ignoring you, Ace? Do you want a hug too?" "No," Ace said, now doubly annoyed both at the teasing and now being excluded. Ace was not a hugger, but he also got jealous easily. Honestly, sometimes it was just too easy with them. "Luffy, still want to go look at that fish?" Sabo asked as he slipped his hands into his little brother's. "Yeah," Luffy said, swinging their arms excitedly. "What do you say, Ace?" Sabo asked him. "Want to come? I mean, I guess you'd have to say that we're your bestest, most awesome friends first. Right, Luffy?" "Yeah," Luffy said excitedly, having no clue what he was agreeing to, but he liked the energy. Ace narrowed his eyes at them. Whatever, Ace would make him pay for this later, he was sure of it. But right now it felt worth it as Luffy pulled him toward the lake, clueless at his part in Sabo's teasing plot. He definitely loved the two of them best. Even if it wasn't forever. But then again, Luffy hadn't lied to them yet. Maybe Sabo would understand when he was older. The floor was literally lava. Like the children's game, except there was nothing fun about this. Sabo stood on the desk watching the magma sea steadily rise as the Admiral charged again. Forget going on the defensive, it was all the teenager could do to fend off the attacks that came relentlessly. This man was strong. Terrifyingly so. There was no getting around that. When the attack came again, Sabo ran off the desk, lunging into the air to grab the railing above him, flipping over it evenly as Akainu charged after him. "I thought you wanted to face me," the man's voice echoed behind him. "Yet here you are running away." This made Sabo pause, turning to face the man with a frown. "Fine," he said, and Akainu attacked, his molten fists evenly meeting Sabo's armament-coated staff. Sparks flew off of the altered metal. "You're a fool." No argument there. Sabo really was being an idiot. He ducked under the man's arm, hopping up onto the railing to escape yet another lava attack. Only for the man to counter with his foot, knocking at Sabo's legs and sending him flying off the railing and into the opposite wall. He felt the impact distantly and then the inevitable plunging as he fell to the ground below. Now a volcanic lake, only he never felt the heat. Ace caught him as he fell, his own fire protecting him from the lava's intense burn. "Another one has emerged," the man hissed in fury, steam escaping from his mouth like an engine. "Sabo," Ace said, trying to get the other's attention. "MNN," Sabo replied, still too dazed from the impact with the wall. He felt Ace's hands searching his hair only to come back bloody. Sabo tried to concentrate on his brother's face, but it kept swimming in and out of focus. And then Ace was running. Sabo squeaked in surprise as he felt himself thrown over the other's shoulder. There was a thundering behind them like a stampede, and he could see the blurry outline of magma as it stretched after them, and the Admiral with it. "What the hell was that?" Ace asked him furiously as he flew down the corner. "You were supposed to distract, not actually fight him." "Sorry," Sabo said as the world finally came back into focus. He patted Ace's shoulder to let him down, but his brother didn't lessen his grip. "I got mad." "Yeah, well, join the club. Doesn't mean you have to do this." Ducking around another corner, out of the Admiral's view, he pushed his brother against the wall, hiding behind a stack of old crates, and the man thundered past. The two held their breath as he did and didn't release it until the man had passed. Ace rose slowly to his feet, starting to crawl out from under there. Sabo grabbed his arm, pulling him back down. "Wait," he said, catching Ace's arm. "Where are you going?" "To fight that jerk," Ace said as he tried to crawl away yet again, only to be stopped. "You just called me an idiot for doing that." "Yeah, well, you're supposed to know better," Sabo growled as he shoved Ace back down. Ace let him go. "But, where is Luffy?" Ace fell silent for a moment before answering. "With Teach." "Get him." "But the Marine?" "I'll handle him," Sabo said. "No more stupid fighting, I promise. I can lead him away from you guys like I was supposed to. He will hardly even see me." Sabo knocked on the walls. "I am a quicker learner than you. I know my way around pretty well by now. I don't want to just leave you." "You won't," Sabo promised, taking his hand. "Get Luffy. Make sure he's safe. Tell him hi for me, okay? I'll take care of the rest." Before Ace could agree, Sabo was already pushing past him as he went to the hallway. "Hey!" he screamed down it. "Hey, you stupid jerk. You lose something." Sabo turned to look at Ace one last time. "Go," he mouthed. And then he was gone. Already running headfirst into danger. Just like he always did. Ace frowned as he stood up. He took a tentative step after his brother before turning around, running back down the hallway they had came from. Luffy first. And then he would be back for this idiot. And the Admiral. He sprinted down the hallways, choosing the route he remembered taking. He had been leading the man away from the throne room, but now he had to go back there. It was a good thing the hallways here were mostly empty, or this might be kind of tricky. But Teach had summoned all of his lackeys for the show. And Ace was late. Very late. The closer he got, the louder the noise became. Someone was screaming. Quite loudly. He followed the noise down another few hallways until the sound became loud enough for him to recognize it as Luffy's. That just made him run faster, all the while his heart sinking. Marco had promised. He had promised, and Ace had trusted him. Why was Luffy screaming? He had never heard him sound like that before. He was screaming for help. He was screaming for them to stop. Reaching the abandoned attic directly over the throne room, Ace threw himself to his knees, crawling forward through the hole in the wall that led to the rafters. He could hear everything up here with crystal clarity. The throne room that mere hours earlier was empty was now full of Marines. Teach's so-called backup. But Ace didn't care about them right now. His attention was fixed on the figures at the front of the room. Teach stood tall and proud with his gun trained on Thatch. Aizo and Haruta were there as well, their weapons securely confiscated, and standing near the throne was Burgess holding Luffy tight against his chest. A gun held loosely in his hand. Luffy was still screaming, or at least trying to. But his voice was too damaged to be loud anymore. "Stop!" he begged breathlessly. "Stop, stop!" He was crying. And Teach thought it was funny. "You're a broken record. If you really can't scream anymore, then you know what's going to happen to your friend?" Teach told him. "Wait, no. Guess that's it then. And oh. No. Thatch, I'm sorry. I'm sorry." And Ace moved forward, throwing himself along the rafters as he ran. Headed straight for them. His only instinct to help his baby brother. But in his haste he had forgotten about Marco. The older man caught him before Ace even got halfway across the central beam. He grabbed Ace using his free hand to cover his mouth. "Don't make a noise," Marco told him. Ace pulled his hand off his mouth with an angry growl. "Marco, let go. This is what Teach wants," Marco hissed in his ear. "Use your head. He is trying to lure us out. You said you would keep them safe." "They're safe, Ace," Marco promised him. "I'm not going to let anything happen to them. They don't sound safe." "Don't fall for it," Marco told him. "Please, Ace, we are so close. Let him lower his guard. Then we will get them, all of them." "None of this is your fault," Thatch promised Luffy from below, trying to quiet the boy's panic. "Please, Ace, I know how this feels. I know how hard this is. And it was hard. Worse than torture. Please don't kill him," Luffy cried from below. "Let go," Ace said, trying to squirm free of Marco's grip as Teach began to count down from 10. He was counting down to shoot Thatch, and he was using Luffy's screams to draw them out. Like Ace couldn't possibly hate Teach any more than right this second, although there were few things that would make him come running faster than Luffy crying for help. And even though Teach's little act might be a trap, it was real for Luffy. He could hear it in his voice, how desperate he was. He didn't know Luffy could sound so sad. 765 Teach counted, enjoying every horrible minute of it, and finally something in Luffy seemed to snap as he began to scream again, asking for help from the only person who never failed to answer him. AC, help me." Marco had loosened his hold in the last few minutes, but it was a good thing he hadn't let go or Ace would have been gone. The man swore softly as Ace once again began to struggle for all he was worth. "Let go of me," he hissed, hardly bothering to keep his voice down anymore. He rolled over, trying to kick Marco off. But the man held his ground, pinning Ace onto his back as the two of them struggled. "Not this shit again," Teach snapped at Luffy. "I thought you were past this already. AC can't help you. He's dead. Do you get that? He's not going to save you. He's not going to help you. He's not going to do anything for you. Ace, it's okay, Marco promised him. I know. Why don't you ever just let me go?" Ace hissed, his fingers digging into Marco's arm even as the man pinned him in place. And Marco knew he wasn't talking about just this. "If I let you go, you'll die," Marco told him, his voice serious and full of emotion. "If I ever let you go like you want, then you will get yourself killed. Then let me die," Ace hissed back at him, and without warning Marco collapsed on top of him, knees on either side of Ace's hips and his forehead against his shoulder. And for a moment Ace was too surprised to move. When he finally did speak, his voice was different than Ace had ever heard it before. He sounded older, and much wearier. "I never understood why you were like this. What happened to you? How do you still not get it?" "It doesn't matter," Ace told him, lowering his voice as well. "Nothing about me matters. Please let me Ace, Marco cut him off. I can't do this right now. I can't take it. Not right now. I just can't. The two of them lay there for a long moment, listening to Luffy yelling, "Stop lying. He's not dead." He sounded so angry. But more than that, he sounded scared. Scared. Teach was right. Your little brother loves you so much, Marco told him, his voice distant. How could you do that to him? You don't listen, do you? Teach snapped. Fine, think what you want. But he's never coming back for you. He betrayed his crew, murdered his friend, poisoned his captain, and then drowned like a coward. He would have been better without me, Ace told him. You're wrong, you're all wrong. Stop telling lies about him. Ace would never do that. God, Luffy and his endless faith. Doesn't sound like it. Marco told him, sitting up. 4. Teach began to count again. 3. 2. Ace, please. Luffy begged, and Ace shut his eyes. Sorry, Marco. 1. In an instant he was on fire. The man jumped back in surprise, but it wouldn't have mattered. In a second the whole room was burning. Everything and everyone but his friends. Everything was in chaos as he jumped from the rafters onto the floor below. All around them there were panic screams, and Ace felt his flames touch Luffy even as he flinched away in fear. But Ace would never hurt him. He had been crying. And Ace hated it when he cried. He dried the tears on his cheeks. Even as he felt Teach's darkness begin to close in on him. And when the flames fell away, they were left with just them. Teach looked at him, pure disbelief on the man's face. As if he was seeing the impossible. Good to know that not everything was going his way today. He told you to stop. Ace told the man, conveying Luffy's message. Nobody had listened to his little brother. But they were listening to him now. Every single one of them. Teach dropped the gun in shock, taking a step away from the two of them like he was looking at a ghost. That's impossible, he said, but he didn't matter. Ace looked past him to where Luffy stood. His eyes huge with surprise. Ace smiled. Hey Lou. The Marines were everywhere. They had been slow to assemble, but once they filled the halls, making it nearly impossible to hide and even more impossible to run. This is the sort of thing we were trying to avoid, Marco told him, and Ace rolled his eyes. I'm sorry, he lied. Another explosion rocked the base, this one louder than the last. They had been periodically happening for the last 10 minutes. Part of Akainu's furious rampage. Ace frowned as he looked over, feeling worry well up in his chest. Sabo, Marco, I can draw them away. No, came the instant reply. What, are you suicidal? Another explosion caused both men to look up. Someone has to help him. I'll go, Marco said. Little one needs you, he gestured to Luffy. You know the layout well enough. Get everyone down to the tunnels. Not as well as you, Ace argued. I need to make sure he's alright. Then we can go together once we get to safety. No, I've left him long enough, Ace said. Besides, we can't go anywhere right now. The Marines are blocking every one of our exits. A fact he knew Marco was well aware of. He turned to his little brother, squeezing his hand to get his attention. Luffy looked up at him and Ace knelt down, meeting the sad dark eyes. Hey, it's okay, he promised him. We'll be okay. He ran his fingers through the fringe of his hair. But I need to do something first. Luffy's eyes widened as his grip on Ace's hand tightened. Don't, he warned. I have to, Ace said, pressing his forehead against Luffy's. You'll understand in a bit, he promised. Oh man, you're going to freak out when you see. Don't care, Luffy insisted, grabbing Ace's shirt as if he could physically keep him there. Don't leave, I'll come back for you, he promised. Before you even know it. But if I don't distract the Marines, then we are all going to get caught. I'll come. You can't, Ace told him gently. It's too dangerous and I need to move really fast. You'll be safer here with everyone. Ace, don't, Luffy said as he began to panic. Ace sighed, pulling him in for a hug. This was harder than he thought it would be. A lot harder. He looked up at Marco. Keep him safe? Are you sure about this? Ace nodded. Just promise me? I promise. Ace nodded as he turned back to Luffy, pulling him away gently. Luffy shook his head. I want to stay with you. He had just gotten him back. Just when he finally felt safe, Ace removed the fingers from his shirt despite Luffy's panicked protests as he broke away. Marco had to come put a hand on his shoulder to keep him in place. I'll be right back for you, Lou, he promised one last time as he turned away from his little brother. Luffy called after him, but Ace forced himself to ignore the pleas as he stepped out into the main hallway, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Come get me!" And then he was gone. Sprinting off down the corridor, in the opposite direction of where they were headed. Every Marine around had no doubt heard that, and were following him. Luffy watched him go with a horrible sadness in his heart. But Marco's hand tightened on his shoulder when he tried to follow. Ace will be okay. We need to move quickly, he told the 3 pirates behind him. Luffy, Thatch called patiently, trying to get his attention. But Luffy didn't even look at him. Ace shouted again, his voice drifting over to them from the long hallway as he called out to more Marines. That did it for Luffy. He pushed Marco away and tried to run, but he stumbled over his own feet as his legs gave out and crashed onto his knees. He pushed himself back up with a surprising speed and continued to run. Marco followed him with a cuss as he grabbed Luffy before he could escape into the hallway. Luffy growled loudly in warning, sounding like an injured animal that realized it had been cornered. Calm down, Marco commanded him. Let go! Let go, let go! His growl had turned to a panicked whine as he clawed at Marco's hands. It's okay, Marco told him, his voice calm in comparison. I'm not going to hurt you. But you need to stop struggling. Luffy hadn't stopped struggling this entire time. He wasn't about to stop now. Not for this person who grabbed him, kept him from Ace, and was trying to control him. In an instant he changed tactics. Clutching at Marco's arms instead of trying to push him away, Luffy kicked his feet off the ground. Using his captor's arms like an anchor, he vaulted his knees onto the other's shoulders, and at the same time he pulled the man's hands to his mouth, biting deeply into his arm. Marco loosened his grip both in surprise and pain, and Luffy broke free, swinging his body up onto the shoulders in a clunky but acrobatic move. He had always been flexible, sea stone or not. Luffy pressed his knees against Marco's head to steady him as he wrapped his bound arms around his throat before Marco could push him off. Damn, one of the pirates said, apparently impressed. Luffy, stop! Thatch called out, but Luffy ignored him, focused on the fight. Marco, for his part, seemed willing to let Luffy stay in his chosen seat if it meant he was no longer running. That was not a good sign. Frustrated, Luffy tightened his arms in warning. Nice move, kid, Marco said, bringing up his hands to try and pull Luffy's arms out of their chokehold, but then seemed to think better of it, and held up his hands in surrender. But I already told you I'm not going to hurt you, he said, and Luffy frowned. This wasn't a real surrender. The man wasn't even fighting back, and none of his crew looked the least bit concerned about him. In the past, Luffy would have wanted to stay, see what kind of skills this guy had. But right now, he just wanted to get out of here and find Ace. He looked down the hallway where his brother had disappeared moments ago. Marco, Thatch called out warningly, seeing the look in Luffy's eyes. When Marco reached for him, Luffy hooked one of his legs around the man's chin as he threw himself backwards, catching himself on his arms in a half-bridge as he tried to kick off of Marco. But the pirate grabbed his ankle before he could unwind it, and his arms gave out under him. Luffy kicked him in the face with his free foot as he collapsed onto the floor. He must have made a pathetic sound as his head hit the floor because Marco instantly let go of his leg. Shit, are you okay? Luffy kicked at his legs as he pushed himself to his hands and knees, crawling away. Feel free to jump in at any time, Marco told the 2 pirates who were watching the whole thing in amusement. And Thatch, who was entirely unamused, had a look of worry on his face. You're doing great, Haruta told him. Ignoring their conversation, Luffy put his hands onto the wall, using it as support as he rose once more to his feet. When the ground below him swayed violently, he had to close his eyes, resting his forehead against the smooth stone to steady himself so not to fall back over or worse. Marco followed him over, concerned when Luffy didn't open his eyes or move his forehead from the wall. Hey, are you okay? He put his hand on Luffy's shoulder, which was a mistake. Luffy acted instinctually as he twisted around, punching Marco in the face with everything he had. Which wasn't a lot, but the sea stone handcuffs on his wrist connected with his skin, and the momentum sent him to the floor. Luffy took his chance and bolted. The other pirates were too far down the hallway to stop him, and he shot off in the direction Ace had gone. Shit, Marco, there's guards coming. The tall pirate called to them, but Luffy ignored them as he finally made it into the main hallway. Ace, why did you leave me? But Marco was right behind him. Before Luffy even realized how close he had gotten, the man tackled him. His speed and strength were like nothing he had shown before with his stern but gentle motions. Now Luffy felt the full might of a pirate commander as he covered Luffy's mouth and pulled him against his chest with the other. Luffy let out a terrified growl as the man pulled them both behind one of the pillars at the approaching footsteps. The 3 pirates in the hallway hid themselves as well, having no time to help. Marco tightened his grip on Luffy's mouth until it was painful as he whispered, "Make a sound and we all die." Luffy closed his eyes, trying to get his breathing under control as the Marines marched past them. He could see their white uniforms from between the gaps in the pillars, but none of them caught sight of the 2 hidden away. Marco did not lessen his grip the entire time. He could only squeeze Luffy tighter when his panicked breathing grew too loud, silently telling him to keep it under control. Ace, why would you leave me with them? He thought once again as he held his breath shakily, letting it out before refilling his lungs. So Luffy waited until the marching uniforms passed and their footsteps had died down before finally letting his breath out, gasping in air. But when the stupid pirate didn't let go of him, he got frustrated and bit down on his hand. By the time the sounds of footsteps had faded from view, Thatch left his hiding spot in the shadows to run into the main hallway, his two brothers close behind him. Are you okay? He asked. They didn't see us, Marco told him as he tried to dislodge the younger kid's teeth out of his palm. Fully annoyed now, Luffy brought up his hand to try and pry Marco's fingers off his cheek as he shifted his teeth the bit into Marco's finger. Stop it, Marco told him. Let go, Luffy told him, only it came out as Marco, let him go, Thatch said angrily. If he screams, they are still close enough to hear it, Marco warned, not letting up. He's not going to scream, Thatch said in frustration. He's not an idiot. Marco dropped his hand and then at Thatch's urging slowly loosened the one around Luffy's middle. You think that's a good idea? Haruda asked. He's just going to run again. The second he was free, Luffy pushed away from the stupid jerk and began to sprint towards the direction the Marines had disappeared to. The three pirates didn't try to stop him, and it was Thatch who blocked him this time. The man grabbed Luffy's wrist as he tried to run past him. See, Haruda said. Thatch, let go, Luffy said angrily as he tried to pull away, although not nearly as combatively as he had with Marco. You're trying to go after Ace? Thatch asked him. Luffy didn't reply as he tried to pull his arms back. He's gone, Luffy, Thatch said. You don't know where he went. How are you going to find him without getting caught by the Marines? Luffy turned away so Thatch wouldn't see the hurt in his eyes that the anger had been hiding. He knew his friend was just trying to help. But right now he didn't want it, nor his logic. Hey, it's okay, Thatch said gently as he dropped to his knees to meet Luffy's gaze. Why don't you stay with me for right now, okay? He let his grip slip from Luffy's wrist to his hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. When Luffy still hadn't said anything, Thatch added, Please, Luffy? Luffy nodded slowly, still turning to look down the hallway where Ace had gone. Thatch smiled as he rose to his feet. He'll be back, he promised. Until then, you're stuck with these idiots. He gave Marco a pointed look as he said the word idiot, silently telling his brother off for being too rough. Marco smiled back at his brother, gladder to have him back than he could express in words. Sorry, he told him. I panicked. What's there to panic about? Haruda said. This place is great. So spacious. Yes, a wonderful summer home. Izo cut him off impatiently, his attention fixed at the other end of the hallway. If we're quite sure that no one is going to run off anymore, we need to go. It was a good thing that Marco somehow seemed to know exactly where he was going. He hadn't led them astray yet. But it was slow going. They constantly had to change or derail their route due to approaching Marines. Thatch also made the mistake of letting go of Luffy's hand for a few moments, and when he turned back around, Luffy was nowhere in sight. It seems like the moment Thatch let his guard down, he booked it. Marco went after him, easily catching up and throwing Luffy over his shoulder. He didn't let go of him for nearly 10 minutes until he finally got tired of being kicked in the ribs and let him down, still holding his elbow. You don't give up, do you? Marco asked. Luffy shoved him back as he once again took off down the hallway. Marco tried to grab his arm, but Luffy threw himself out of the way, managing to knock himself off balance. Stop it! Thatch protested. Realizing what had happened, Marco tried to grab him, but it was too late. Dark spots dancing in his vision, Luffy fell, hitting the ground hard. He felt all the air leave his lungs, and when he connected with the ground, something seemed to snap in his chest. Marco was talking over him, but it sounded like the man was speaking through water, and his words were muffled. Don't pass out. He felt a hand work its way under his cheek, and he was rolled fully onto his back. The floor tilted as he was picked up, the man still trying to talk to him, but his words were too muddled. When the strain on his ribs became too much, he passed out. Marines were thundering past the hallway at a nearly constant rate. They seemed riled about something. Ace leaned against the opposite wall as he watched them swarm like angry honeybees. Idiots. The moment the group turned the corner, he sprinted out from his hiding hallway over to a discolored spot of the wall. He banged on the wood with his palms. Sabo, you there? There was a moment of silence, and Ace figured he got the wrong spot. But then came a click as the discolored section slid open. Ace, what are you doing? His brother asked, and Ace grinned at the sight of him. Move over, he said as he pulled himself up onto the concealed ledge. The space was extremely small, so much so that their knees brushed against each other's. Ace leaned against the opposite wall as Sabo shut the sliding panel behind them, latching it for good measure. The three of them had found this spot yesterday. It was originally a dumbwaiter, but it had been sealed up for years and the door had been painted over so it was nearly indistinguishable from the rest of the wall. Unless you were looking for it. What are you doing? He repeated, still surprised. Looking for you, what else? Is Luffy okay? Sabo asked automatically. Ace frowned as his fingers began to absently scrape the peeled paint on the floor. I don't know if okay is the word. But he is alright for right now. He was really upset when I left. Ace's frown deepened at the memory. But he's still, yeah, everybody else? We're all okay for now at least. Marco is smart. He can handle things. How did you find me? Sabo asked after a long moment of guilt-ridden silence. I didn't. I'd been looking all over for you. But I remember we saw this place with Marco and all the Marines seem really intent on charging past. How did it go with the Admiral? That man has serious anger issues, Sabo said. It was a few extremely close calls. Closer than he would like to admit. But he was still faster and more agile than the aging man. He had managed to stay far enough ahead of him while he lured him away from the throne room. Once he heard that the Marine soldiers had been given the order to focus efforts onto finding the escaped prisoners, he knew that they had succeeded. He had ducked into the sealed-over dumbwaiter to hide until they either gave up or set up camp in the hallways. It sounds like the great Marine Admiral is throwing a temper tantrum out there, Ace said in disgust. He looked at Sabo. Now's your chance. Go. What are you, insane? They'll catch me. They won't, Ace promised him. I'll distract them. Then they will just kill you, Sabo said in frustration. I'm not so easy to kill, Ace assured him. Sab, I have this. How's this any different from what you just did for me? That's different, he said, getting flustered. You know it's not, Ace told him. I'll draw them away and meet up with you guys. Don't give me that look, I can handle it, Ace, Sabo began. I don't dash. Do you want to see Luffy or not? Ace pressed impatiently. That's dirty and you know it. Well? Go and see him then. Ace smiled at the thought. Oh man, I would give anything to see that. Then come with me. I'll be there, he promised his brother. Once I lose these guys. You're sure about this? Go! Ace commanded, opening the panel to make sure the hallway was clear. You better come back, Sabo told him as he looked over his shoulder uncertainly. Or I'll come back to get you, whatever you say. The four pirates were talking in low voices when they woke up. Luffy tried to open his eyes but instantly regretted it. He surrendered to the sleepiness, instead choosing to stay half asleep. It's not like that, one of the voices said. Wow, I really missed all the action, didn't I? Thatch's voice said. I had no idea, neither did we. You guys were gone for months. What were you doing? Teach spitting mostly. And then you just disappeared. The voices got louder. Teach said he killed you. Do you have any idea how worried we were? They sounded upset. I told you it wasn't like that. Then what was it like? It's complicated. Yes, I know. Then why can't you just explain? I will, at least what I can. But only once we meet up with Joseph and Ace. I don't even understand all of it. Maybe you can tell me, Thatch. What on earth is Teach offering to give to the Marines to get them to work with him? Thatch said curiously. He's a killer interior decorator. Can you be serious? The quieter voice said. Honestly, who cares? Thatch sighed. The less I think about that crazy bastard and his insane motivations, the better. Otherwise, I'll be tempted to go back there and sock him in his stupid face for all of the shit he pulled. The group was silent for a moment before one of the pirates spoke up. It was that bad? Worse than bad, Thatch said. Our ex-brother is a really sick prick. And I mean that in the most loving way, he added, his tone dark. The next time we see him, I'll be sure to let him know how grateful I am for his hospitality. Thatch, Marco began, but Thatch cut him off. It's fine, he insisted. The group fell silent once more and Luffy wished they would shut up permanently. He wanted to fall back all the way into darkness, and they were keeping him up with the noise. Do you have any idea about Teach and the Marines? Marco probed again. I'm sorry to ask, but it's important. Not really. It's not like he consulted me on his plans. Would Luffy know? Thatch actually laughed. Can you try and guess? Marco, I am sorry, buddy, but I don't know anything you don't. I think Teach got their attention by killing you. There was venom in his tone, but he pushed forward before anyone could comment. He probably offered them a chance to take down Whitebeard and all of his commanders, and Ace. Oh, and I guess he sold Luffy to them. He did what? Yeah, that's why Teach said they couldn't kill him. Why do they want Ace's brother? The smaller pirate asked. Honestly, I have no idea, Thatch said. What's the story there? He pressed. Between Luffy and Ace? What do you mean? Who would adopt the son of Roger? I had no clue they were adopted siblings, Thatch admitted. Not until an hour ago. How could you not know? Luffy never said anything, Thatch defended. He never talked about his family. But I think he's an orphan. So I don't know who would have adopted Ace. There's no point in prying, Marco said as he got up. Ace's past is complicated, and now we know why. Luffy had fallen back asleep at that point, all but tuning the pirates out when he heard a rustle from beside him as the man crouched over him. Luffy, can you hear me? He asked. Luffy could, but he was too far gone to make sense of the words. When the man shook his shoulder, he let out a low groan, and whatever Marco said next was lost to him. He felt a pressure on his wrist as it was lifted, and his pulse was taken, and then again at his throat. Can you guys get me a rag and some water? He was too loud. Why was there so much noise? He felt a new weight on his stomach, and suddenly everything came crashing back to him as the tired haziness of his mind lifted. Luffy shot up in blind panic. Where was he? He had passed out on the floor with the pirates. They had brought him with them, it seems. Into this very dark place. He was laying on a blanket on the floor, a little ways away from the gossiping group. Hey Luffy, Marco greeted him gently. The man had been sitting right beside him. He had lifted up Luffy's shirt to poke at his stomach. Luffy lowered it now, tucking his knees to his chest as he stared owlishly at the man who was sitting too close to him. Just beyond him sat Thatch and the two other pirates whose names he had instantly forgotten. Their conversation had halted, and now all four men were looking at him. Welcome back to the world of the living, Thatch greeted affectionately. We're in the tunnels now, Marco explained to him. Under the basement. That's why it was so cold here. It smelled like his last jail cell. Luffy decided he didn't like this place. Teach and the Marines don't really come down here, so we should be safe for now. But just to be careful, don't book it again, okay? Luffy looked around them at the damp dripping stone. Most of it was covered with moss. They were in a room, or an intersection between four different pathways. He said, under the basement. So even further from the sun than the place he had been before. Luffy? Marco tried to get his attention. Can I take a look at you? Luffy turned his attention back to the pirate with a frown. Why was he still talking? It wasn't nice to go pulling people's shirts up when they were sleeping. You're not looking so good, Marco explained, seeing his unimpressed look. I'm a doctor, of sorts, and this dude was a doctor? Luffy remembered Teach's creepy doctor that would always come look at him, and instantly tensed. Not good. Run. Marco jumped back as Luffy's foot kicked at his face. Before he could even understand what had happened, Luffy was up and running again, cursing his brother as he did so. Stupid Ace, stupid Ace, stupid Ace. Not only had he left him, but with a doctor no less? Next thing he knew, he would try sticking needles in him or forcing food into his mouth. Dumb doctor stuff. Marco, he doesn't like doctors, Thatch said as the man got up to chase after him yet again. Thanks for telling me this now. Here to help, Thatch said as he got up as well, Izo helping to pull him to his feet as they came to help Marco. Luffy, there's nowhere you can run to down here, Marco tried to reason with him. Geez, Marco's sound a little less creepy, Haruta hissed. That's not going to make him trust you. It's the truth. It was not the truth. There was a drainage pipe sticking out from the wall. It was about the size of a small boulder with iron bars covering the entrance. But two of the bars had rusted just enough to let a small, partially starved teenager slip through. By the time Marco realized what Luffy's target was, he was already too far ahead of the group. The man caught up to him just as he slipped between the iron bars. Marco slammed against them, grabbing Luffy's ankle as he tried to crawl away. Don't, he warned. Luffy growled in anger as he fell, smashing onto the floor of the pipe as Marco tried to drag him out. Kid Luffy, listen please. If you get lost down here, we might not be able to find you. That sounded fine by Luffy as he tried to kick free, crawling forwards even as he was pulled back. Ace knows where the meet-up point is, Marco continued. He's coming back here. This is your best chance for him to find you. Luffy stilled a bit at that, and Marco took that as a good sign. Listen, I am going to let go, alright? Please don't disappear. We can't follow you in there. Luffy pulled his ankle back as soon as it was released. He did scramble back, hugging his knees to his chest. But he didn't go further than just out of arm's reach from the opening. Thank you, Marco told him. You can stay in there if you want to, but aren't you cold? It will be warmer near the fire. We aren't going to hurt you. It was cold in here, and damp and dark. But after all these months he was used to it. Besides, he kept saying they weren't going to hurt him before hurting him. It was like Lackey 101, they always used to say that to Luffy right before hurting him. His trust in people was shot, even if they were Thatch's friends. Luffy, come out from there. Thatch said, reaching the two of them as he knelt down beside Marco. What scared you? Nothing had scared him. He wasn't a little kid. He had gotten startled though. And if he stayed here, no doctor could get him. Luffy didn't feel like explaining it as he rested his cheek on his knee, feeling tired again. Luffy, please. Thatch held out his hand to him through the bars. Come out. But he didn't come out. He refused all food or water they tried to give him and stayed curled up. Forced to give up, the group moved the little fire closer to the grate to make sure Luffy never left their sight. Marco took a look at Thatch next. He had only brought the bare minimum of his tools, but it was better than nothing as he set to work on his brother. I'm pretty small, Haruta said, sitting down beside them. I bet I could squeeze in there. Leave him be, Marco told him, motioning Thatch to open his mouth so he could look inside. You lost your tooth? It's been greatly missed, Thatch said mournfully. The swelling's gone down. It must have been a while ago if it's healed this much. Does it still hurt? Not anymore, Haruta, we mean it. Leave Luffy alone. If he sees you coming, you're going to scare him deeper, and leave my ears alone. He pushed Marco's little probe stick away from his head. You have dried blood in your ear canal, Marco told him in concern. Is that bad? It's not great. I can catch him easily. Don't you need to look at him? He lowered his voice a bit. What if he dies in there? Don't say dark things like that, Izo scolded. He's not doing well, but he's hanging in there. Forcing him to let me examine him is going to do more harm than good at this point. If Luffy proved anything today, it was that it was nearly impossible to get him to do anything he didn't want to do. He wanted things his own way. You're nutrient deprived, he informed Thatch as the man took off his shirt somewhat hesitantly. Is that? Izo asked, trailing off. Where our good friend Teach stabbed me, Thatch said, rubbing the scarred tissue absent-mindedly. That hurt all right. You're lucky to be alive, Marco told him gently, trailing the wound with his fingers. Yeah, I figured. He sat still as Marco checked the rest of his injuries. Izo was polite enough to turn around, but Haruta kept staring like a wide-mouthed fish, which was making Thatch feel somewhat self-conscious. What happened? His younger brother asked. Teach happened. He did all of that, him and his lackey guards. Thatch growled. These look really bad, Marco said, feeling out some of the purple bruises on Thatch's ribs. You might have internal bleeding. How do you feel? Awesome. I'm being serious. So am I, Thatch assured him. I feel better than I have in months. And it's all thanks to you guys. He smiled at the three of them. Thanks for coming back for me. What would I do without you? Eventually the group took a break, many of them not having slept for days on end. Marco took the first watch as the others settled down, trying to get some sleep despite the fact that the Marines could begin searching the underground tunnels at any time. Thatch settled down on one of the tarps, trying to ignore the coldness of the floor as it tried to seep into his bones. It was only after they had gone to sleep that he finally came out. After an hour or so, Thatch heard the soft rustle of bare feet padding up to him as Luffy laid down against his back. Just like he always did. Thatch waited a moment before turning around. Luffy, Luffy mumbled as he rolled onto his stomach, looking up at Thatch sleepily. The older man pushed himself onto his elbows as he leaned over to gently the top of Luffy's messy hair. Holding his full attention now, Luffy tilted his head curiously, his face asking Thatch what that was for. Nothing, he assured him. You're just amazing. Am not. Luffy answered back, frowning. Yes, you are, Thatch insisted. Trust me. I would know. When Luffy said nothing, Thatch leaned in, bringing his arm over his shoulder to pull him a little bit closer. There were 1,000 things he had desperately wanted to tell Luffy when he thought he was about to die. But laying there now, Thatch couldn't remember a single one. Asking if he was okay was a pointless question. He supposed he might as well try to make Marco's life easier if he had the chance. Listen, Thatch told him softly. I get it, I really do. You are way past done with people. He tried not to think about how overly trusting Luffy was when this whole mess had started. But I've known these guys a while now, and I know that they would never do anything to hurt you. It might not seem like it to you today, but Marco was just trying to look after you. His execution might need some work, huh? Luffy blinked at him, and Thatch had to fight back a worried sigh. He missed the days when Luffy used to talk his ear off. It was hard enough to read him back when he said any and all thoughts that entered his mind. But now it was almost impossible to guess what he was thinking. Anyways, you don't have to listen to me or whatever. You've got pretty good instincts. But if you want to give them a chance, I promise you won't regret it. And if you do, then at least you won't have to worry about kicking their asses because I'll do it for you, okay? You'll be sad, Luffy said sleepily as he pushed a bit closer to Thatch, trying to warm up a little bit in the freezing room. His words were muffled by the other's shoulder, so Thatch had to lean closer to hear him. What? Fighting your family will make you sad. Well, who have we here? This is your subject. I gathered that. The masked man leaned closer to look at Luffy. Luffy pulled back against the Marines that were holding him. I've never played with a kid before? He reached out to grab Luffy's jaw. That was enough of this. Luffy brought his leg up, viciously kicking the man in the face. When the Marine staggered, he sunk his teeth into one shoulder, socking the other in the face to get them to let go. The second their grip loosened, he bolted. But the door had been locked behind them and Luffy could do nothing but slam up against it as he punched it in frustration again and again. Eventually the Marines caught up, dragging him back as he shouted curses at them. Stupid Marines, stupid Teach, stupid base. Apologies, sir, the man on his left said, his voice quivering slightly as they dragged Luffy back in front of him. That was unintentional. We should have held him better, the other added, his lip trembling. These guys were terrified of this man. What wimps. Luffy rolled his eyes at them as he looked back up at the man before him. There was a drop of blood at the corner of his mouth from where Luffy had kicked him. But rather than angry, he seemed amused. Amused at him and at the terrified Marines before him. He brought up his hand, wiping the droplet up before licking it off his thumb. Blood, there's nothing like it, he told Luffy. And Luffy decided right then that the man was super weird. Please forgive us, the Marines babbled. Oh, relax, the man said. I'm not going to. Oh, I don't know, cut out your eye. That seemed to be anything but comforting for the men as their trembling increased. Or am I? The left one looked ready to cry. He laughed at their fear, as if it was all one big joke among friends. That's the problem with soldiers, no sense of humor, I swear. What about you? He asked Luffy. I hear you're not as breakable as my last few toys. When he took a step too close, Luffy gave him a ferocious growl that seemed to spook both men besides him, but this man just laughed. Oh, this is going to be fun. Only one of them ended up having any fun. Just remember, there is nowhere you can go that they won't find you. And there is no one you love that I can't kill. The words were spoken so clearly, as if someone was right there, whispering into his ear. Luffy shot up in panic, falling backwards in the darkness as he looked around him. Nobody was there. Those words. They were in his head. He closed his eyes, desperately pressing his forehead into his knees as his breathing turned to gasps. Don't scream, don't scream, don't scream. Luffy uncurled, turning to Thatch beside him. He reached out to clutch at his wrist. The pirate stirred but didn't wake up, and Luffy felt the steady thumping of his heart under his fingers. He let go shakily. It was just a dream. A really stupid, rude, dumb, stupidest dream. A noise in the hallway distracted him from his thoughts as he shot up again. Only this one wasn't in his head. The black-haired pirate had heard it too. The men, Thatch excluded, had been taking turns keeping watch while the others slept. The dark-haired one stood up, the gun already in his hand as he turned to look at Marco. Marco was already up, if he even slept at all. He put his fingers to his lips, silently telling the other to be quiet, and the pirate nodded, scanning the room. When his dark eyes landed on Luffy, he motioned for him to stay put. Luffy tensed. The two pirates pressed against the wall of the doorway to stay out of sight. A second noise from the hallway, this one much louder, had Luffy shooting to his feet. The fear from his nightmare, still racing through his blood, drove him to sprint across the room. He quickly tucked behind one of the back pillars. The words still fresh in his mind. There is nowhere you can go that they won't find you. He pushed off the wall to watch what was happening at the front of the room as footsteps drew near. Don't move, Izo commanded, his voice low. He pressed the barrel of the gun against the intruder's head in an obvious warning as he stepped out from against the wall. There was a beat of silence, and when the pistol didn't move, the newcomer answered. Are you going to shoot me? He sounded more amused than anything else. We'll see, the dark-haired man replied icily. Who are you? Marine. You don't remember me? We've never met, and if you don't want a hole in your head, you better start talking. The newcomer turned to Marco next. What, did I lose the bet already? Marco sighed as he brought his hand to his forehead. Why are you like this? They weren't shooting each other yet. That was a good sign. Luffy leaned out of his hiding spot a little bit further so he could get a better look. It was a tall young man, not that intimidating looking, with a top hat. Like what? Nothing, Izo, don't shoot him. He's with me. Who is he? The pirate asked but lowered the gun all the same. Revolutionary. Marco answered him. The hell is a revolutionary doing here? The young man searched the room, noting that the other two Whitebeards were still asleep, although Thatch was beginning to stir. He finally caught sight of Luffy at the back of the room. When their eyes locked, Luffy felt a thrill of fear as he pushed himself back behind the stone column. The man moved towards him, but Marco stopped him. Leave him alone. Trust me, or he will bite your finger off. Was it? Thatch asked sleepily as he finally sat up. Revolutionary, the pirate answered as he went to wake up his sleeping friend. Oh, Thatch said stupidly. It's not a party until the revolutionaries show up, is it? He turned beside him, only then realizing that Luffy was gone. Gently but firmly the young man pulled his arm free of Marco's grip. Realizing he was coming over, Luffy pushed his back against the wall. No! Why couldn't revolutionaries just leave him alone, whatever a revolutionary was? There was no point in keeping silent anymore. As the person came to stand in front of the pillar, Luffy let out a very loud warning growl that warned bloodshed to anyone stupid enough to get too close to him. I told you! Just leave him alone until Ace gets back. Marco said in annoyance as he began to walk over as well. The young man ignored him as he caught sight of Luffy. A smile breaking out over his face as he looked him over. Happy just to see him. It made Luffy nervous as he growled again, daring the other man to try anything. Hey, it's okay, he promised, still smiling like he had just won the world. He held up his hands, slowly dropping down to his knees. Do you remember me, Lou? He asked, his voice soft and patient. Because I remember you. You have grown so much since the last time I saw you. Luffy tilted his head, confusion mingling with his defensiveness. Lou? Nobody called him that, but approaching footsteps caught his attention as he turned to look. Thatch had woken up enough to come to his senses as he followed Marco over. Get away from him! Thatch growled. Luffy, the man said patiently, bringing the other's attention back to him. He reached out very slowly to touch him, but Luffy snapped back, hissing at the offending hand. Why are you growling at me? The man said gently, his tone teasing. I thought I was your favorite? And Luffy's eyes grew wide as he remembered those words. Out of everyone in the whole world. He took off his hat, setting it down beside him. That's all right, he promised him. I still like you best. And Luffy felt tears begin to well up in his eyes as Sabo leaned in closer to tap on the goggles around his neck. Thanks for holding on to these for me, Uff. Sabo fell back as Luffy tackled him, knocking them both onto the floor. Crying so hard now that the words were nearly illegible, Luffy answered. I KO'd them. You broke them? Sabo translated, wrapping his arms around the younger. Luffy nodded, desperately hugging his brother back, wrapping his bound wrists around the other's neck as he crossed his legs around Sabo's waist. Luffy, it doesn't matter, Sabo promised, trying to calm him. Yes it does, he sniffed. I'm sorry, I am so sorry. No it doesn't, idiot, Sabo tried to calm him as he looked up at Marco. The two of them had managed to catch the full attention of the Whitebeard pirates. All of them were completely caught off guard by the direction the conversation had taken. Catching Marco's look, Sabo turned back to Luffy. Lou, I don't care about those, Sabo promised him, rocking them back and forth lightly, trying to shush the other. Quiet down, crybaby, he told him lightly. Or every marine is going to hear you. I'm sorry, Luffy sniffed, ignoring Sabo. Sorry I didn't stay put like you told me to. I should have listened to you. New tears welled up in his eyes. I'm sorry, I wish I had listened, I didn't know. God, stop apologizing, Sabo told him as he rested his forehead against Luffy's. You are the last person who should be apologizing. Especially to me. That was my fault, not yours. I didn't know either. Luffy looked up at him. His big eyes still full of tears, and he had to bite his lip to stop it from trembling. He looked so sad. When they were kids, Luffy was always smiling and laughing. Stop your crying, baby, Sabo teased him. We'll be alright. He hugged Luffy to his chest. We won't leave you again, Luffy sniffed, trying his hardest to stop crying as he closed his eyes. It would be easier if Sabo snapped at him, but his brother was nothing but patient as he always was, gently shushing him as he rested his cheek on Luffy's messy hair. He had nearly forgotten what this felt like, having been fending for himself for so long now. It made a fresh set of tears well up in his eyes and spill over his cheeks as he started crying all over again. Luffy held out his pinky, asking Sabo to swear by it. Sabo smiled at him as he locked his finger around his little brother's. I promise, standing a little ways away, so as to pretend to be polite but not far enough to actually miss anything said, were Marco and Thatch. The other two pirates were nice enough, and more confused than anything, to pretend to be busy with other tasks. Izo was cleaning his gun while Haruto was sorting pebbles from the floor. Oh shit, that's Sabo. Thatch murmured to Marco. You know him? Marco asked. I know of him, Thatch said, now confused. He's Luffy's brother, the nice one. What? You didn't know? Marco shook his head as he watched the two of them. He honestly hadn't. But looking back, things were starting to make sense. He was so sleepy. He fell against his brother like dead weight, too tired to even sit up on his own. Not that he would want to if he could. Lately Luffy had been doing everything on his own. With his own power, whatever was left of it after all this time here. And he was tired of having to do everything on his own. But he didn't have to anymore. Just for right now, Sabo had made him get up out of the corner, the safe corner, so he could talk to the Dr. Marco. The doctor was near the two other pirates and Thatch. It seemed like they had some things to talk about. Luffy wasn't really listening. He didn't care what they said at this point. He just wanted Ace to come back, and maybe then they could leave this group, taking Thatch with them, and Luffy could go back to sleep. Only then would he be satisfied that when he woke up he wouldn't be alone again. Or even worse, back in his prison cell where it was so dark and cold he couldn't even see his hand in front of his face. Luffy had finally stopped crying a few minutes ago, right before Sabo had half pulled, half lifted him up to sit by the fire so he could talk to the pirates. At least he had sort of stopped crying. More like he had literally run out of tears, probably because his body hadn't had much water to begin with. Luffy felt the heat of the flames on his face from the makeshift fire, clearing away any of the wetness that might still remain. The fire blaze was bright. Dr. Marco had made it, him and his freaky power. It seemed like today every time Luffy turned around things were on fire. How weird was that? It was also warm, but not as warm as Sabo sitting behind him. His brother's arms were around him, looped loosely around his neck in a way that if it were anyone else Luffy would push them away. I don't think he would risk that yet, at least I hope not. You never really know with him, do you? He seemed pretty mad. Yeah, but mad enough to do that? We have to go get him. It's been long enough. This waiting is making me restless. That one was Thatch. What do you think? You clearly have a plan. They were talking about Ace. Luffy tightened his hand on Sabo's sleeve and the older boy squeezed his shoulder gently in a silent reassurance. My plan was for it to be me who was distracting the Marines. Sabo answered Marco, and when he spoke Luffy could feel the faint vibration against his back. So, he came to help you and you just ditched him? One of the pirates pushed. Haruda, Marco began. He didn't leave me with much of a choice, Sabo told him, his voice calm. When he gets an idea in his head he makes sure that's the way things go. So your plan is to go along with whatever Ace says? Marco said. That doesn't sound like you. There was something in his tone that annoyed Luffy. It's just like me, Sabo argued. When he gets like this I always go along with it at least for a little while. It saves me time. I'm glad this is funny to you, the quieter of the two pirates spoke up. So damn funny. Sabo agreed, his tone impossible to read, devoid of any noticeable signs of anger or humor. But from where he sat Luffy could feel his brother's heartbeat speed up. He too was annoyed but letting none of it show. Aizo, Marco said, sounding very weary. Silently asking the other to keep the peace. We are going to take a stranger's word for it? Aizo asked him quietly. After everything Teach has done, all of the games he played. How do we know this guy didn't lead Ace into a trap and leave him? There it was again. That same tone. What was with these guys? They didn't even know Sabo. And they were blaming him for this. For Ace being a stupid head. Luffy might have no clue, like none at all, what was going on, but he knew Sabo would never do that. Or that he isn't secretly on Teach's payroll? Haruda spoke up. It would hardly be the first time that the bastard got himself an inside spy. Guys, Thatch cut in trying to stop them from saying more. But Luffy's hand was already in Sabo's coat. His fingers closed around the first thing he found, and before the blonde realized what Luffy was doing he pushed away from the other. Breaking free of Sabo's arms, he threw the item straight at the pirate who accused Sabo of sabotaging Ace. He honestly didn't know if he could stand up right now, so instead Luffy settled onto his knees in front of his brother protectively. You're wrong, he told them, and his voice didn't sound at all like he wanted it to. He wanted to sound absolute, but instead he was so quiet the entire room had to strain to hear him. Stupid broken throat. But Luffy's glare made up for what his voice couldn't do. They were wrong. They had been wrong about Ace and they were wrong about Sabo. What was the point of them if all they did was lie about the only two people who would bother to try and save him? Stupids. The pirate was a bit slower on the uptake as he reached up to feel his forehead where something red and sticky coated the skin. Holy shit, am I bleeding? Haruda asked, checking his fingers. Probably not, Marco said, leaning over to grab the item. He hit you with like half of a sandwich. What is this then? He rubbed his hand against his red-stained forehead. Jam. Sabo was quick to pull Luffy back against him. Luffy tried to push him away, but the blonde was insistent. Lou, I got this, he promised, hugging Luffy tightly when he gave in and leaned against his brother once again. He was willing to let it go as long as they were done saying bad things about his brothers. I suppose you want this back? Marco said, holding the sandwich fragment up. You already know I do, Sabo said, taking it back, before tucking it back into his pocket. We should probably catch you guys up on a few things before any more food is thrown, Marco said, turning his full attention to Sabo. You're their foster brother then? It wasn't really a question and Sabo didn't answer. But he didn't need to. The sandwich saving was proof enough, on top of a dozen other things Marco had overlooked over the last few weeks. Ace didn't talk to anyone like he talked to Sabo, but by far the biggest hint happened a week ago, right after they got the location. Sabo fell sick and Ace held off rescuing Luffy to stay with him. Because he thought his brother was going to die. You're serious, aren't you? Izo asked the blonde before turning his question to Marco when Sabo didn't answer. Wait, what? Haruta asked. Any more surprise family members? Marco pressed. Nope, Sabo told him after a long moment, lying as he spoke. It's always just been the three of us. But that part was the truth, and you thought you shouldn't tell me this because it's complicated, Marco finished for him. Yeah, that's what I am starting to gather. Luffy tightened his hands on Sabo's sleeve and Sabo looked down at him curiously. He tipped his head back to look up at the older boy. What is it? He continued to stare, face blank as he blinked up at him. I'm not psychic, Sabo reminded him. You're going to have to say it. When Luffy stayed silent, Sabo smiled gently at him. He had an idea what his brother wanted. But it seemed like he wasn't talking as much anymore. You could have told me, Marco told him after a long moment. I would have been nicer to you. Especially if he had known what Sabo must have been going through worrying about his little brother. Working himself until he passed out with the same feverishness Ace had done. Both of them literally sick with worry. Sabo only smiled at him. What good would that have done me? I had bigger problems to worry about than if people were nice to me or not. God, now that he knew it was impossible not to hear Ace when he spoke. Yeah, well, it might have given me some peace, Marco told him. You know now, are you at peace yet? What a snarky bastard he was. Marco looked at him, and then Luffy, who was falling asleep in his arms. His eyes gently falling shut before he would quickly snap himself out of it, each time tightening his hold on his older brother's sleeve, not trusting the pirates enough to fall asleep. Both of them were still just kids themselves. We'll talk about this later, Marco said after a moment. How long are you going to wait before going after Ace? He shrugged. Another few hours, until the marine storm passes OW. He pulled his hand back quickly as Luffy had bitten deeply into the palm, not liking the idea of being abandoned again. Stop it! He said, pulling his arm back before his brother could bite it again. Don't you want Ace back? Sabo's eyes met Luffy's, but the younger didn't say anything. After a long second, Luffy broke the gaze, turning away as he pulled away from Sabo. He didn't say anything, only pulling his knee tight against his chest as he turned his hurt expression into the floor. Hey, it's okay, Sabo told him gently. I'm sure Ace will come back on his own. We just need to give him more time, okay? Luffy didn't look up. I'll come with you, Marco told him. If it comes to that. He added for Luffy's benefit. Thank you, Sabo told him honestly, but you can manage. Marco finished for him. I'm sure. I'll still come. Thatch had immediately given in to Marco's suggestion and gone back to sleep, but the other three pirates stayed up talking together. It seemed like they had a lot to catch up on. Sabo looked over at them. He hated missing out on what they were saying, a habit of any revolutionary worth their salt. But it didn't seem like Luffy was going to do anything without him, so it was a sacrifice Sabo was happy to make. He had grabbed one of the dusty sheets lying around, protecting some of the old barrels long since empty. Now it would protect them from how cold it was down here. He dropped his backpack beside them before shrugging his jacket off. Luffy sat watching him with his cheek pressed against his knees. He hadn't said anything in a good little while, and the silence was getting to be too much. Because Luffy always had something to say. I can't believe anyone would ever mess with you, Sabo finally said, unable to take it any longer. With how sharp your teeth are. He had been joking. His hand had been bleeding a little bit from earlier, but he honestly didn't care. But Luffy sat up at that, and his expression was the furthest thing from amused. He looked devastated. And to Sabo's absolute horror, a tear spilled over his cheek, with more soon to follow if this kept up. Luffy bit his bottom lip to try and stop it from shaking. And for a horrible second, Sabo was reminded of that time when he and Ace had rescued Luffy from the bandits, and Luffy could barely stop crying long enough to thank them. Sabo he said, very careful to keep his words clear. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He closed his eyes as another tear followed the first one. I'm sorry, I am sorry, I'm sorry. Luffy continued to repeat the words senselessly. Sorry. Oh my God, he had broken him. Sabo quickly moved towards him, trying to stop the small and absolute breakdown the other was having. He placed his palms on Luffy's cheeks, forcing his little brother to look at him. "Luffy, it's okay, I have another one." He showed him his unmarred hand, which for whatever reason only made the other cry harder. What did they do to his eternally happy little brother? No, Sabo knew what they did. "Why do you keep apologizing to me?" he asked gently. "It's not at all like you. I'm the one who let you down." Luffy just shook his head. "I tried. I promise I tried. I promise, I know you did," Sabo told him, trying to stop him before he broke down again. "I wanted to be strong." "You are," Sabo told him. "I couldn't do anything," Luffy said, shaking his head. "I thought I was better since you saw me." "Less useless." "Luffy, you were never useless," Sabo told him. I'm worse. I'm so dash." He trailed off as his voice failed him. "Weak, Lu dash. I couldn't stop them. I couldn't fight Teach. I couldn't fight the Marines." He sniffed, wiping his cheek. "I couldn't protect Thatch. I couldn't protect Ace. I can't save anyone. I can't even protect myself." Sabo was beginning to see what this was about. "And now I can't even stop weaklings. I used to, but not anymore." He reached up, grabbing Sabo's wrists as he gently pulled the older boy's hands off his cheeks. His eyes were dark and impossible to read as he looked up at his brother. "I keep trying, but I just keep failing. More and more. I'm sorry. I can't even help you get Ace." Suddenly the biting incident made a lot more sense. He let go of Sabo's hands. "I thought you were dead. I just got you back, and I'm not strong enough to protect you." "Oh, Lu," Sabo said gently. "Is that what you think?" He hadn't really thought of it before. But it was very Luffy-like to see things like that. See this whole horrible thing, the fact that he couldn't single-handedly go up against the world government and the Blackbeards, as his own personal weakness. "Of course you can't protect me, or Ace. You never could. When we used to fight you never even landed a real punch." "But dash," he began, only for Sabo to cut him off. "You're our little brother. You're not supposed to protect us. We're supposed to protect you. Maybe the day will come when we spar and you can kick my butt 10 times over, and then you can worry about protecting me, okay? But until then you are going to have to trust me. I'm going to look out for you and Ace, and I promise Ace will do the same." "I'm that useless?" "You're not useless, Lu. You did amazing, all on your own. I wasn't there, but I know you. And I can't imagine how hard things must have gotten for you. And I'm sure you annoyed the hell out of everyone who tried to control you. But you never gave up, did you?" Luffy didn't say anything, and Sabo knew he was right about this. Whatever hell Luffy had survived, he hadn't done so without loss. This is the adults' table. Like the strongest in the world. Not even the best pirates on the seas can bring these guys down. You're still young and very hurt. They've been hurting you, so you can't stand up against them. But you won't stay hurt forever, and you're going to get older and stronger. And then you can show them, you can show everyone." Luffy didn't reply, instead reaching up his finger to trace Sabo's scar. His hands were light and very cold. But Sabo let him do what he wanted until he dropped his hand, deep in thought. Wholly unlike himself once again. Sabo was getting the feeling that it would take a long time for him to become like himself. "Okay?" he asked him softly. Luffy didn't say anything as he pushed forwards into Sabo's chest. Sabo obliged him, wrapping his arms tightly around him, all the while wondering where this sense of independence came from. He gave Luffy his coat and his socks to try and keep him warm, either of which he reacted too much. He tried to get him to drink some water, but Luffy didn't seem to want it, and in a few minutes he was passed completely out, leaving Sabo alone in the darkness to wonder just when the hell his little brother had become so dependable. He remembered when they were little how Luffy would hide behind their backs when he got scared. How weird that Sabo missed that now. "I can't believe how much you went and grew up. I can't believe he didn't go with you." Well, Blondie wasn't looking so good. The doctors don't know what's wrong with him. They think it's some type of brain damage. But they won't know how serious until he wakes up, if he wakes up. "I understand," Whitebeard said honestly. "But everything Ace has done as of yet was for his brother. I have a hard time believing he would suddenly put someone else before him. Simply because he has yet to do so." "Honestly," Marco told him. "No one knows what's going on inside Ace's head except Ace. For his sake and ours, I pray your mission is a success." "Me too," Marco said, thinking of Thatch. "I can't help but get the feeling that if we lose Luffy, we lose Ace. 3 days ago. Can you look up for me, Luffy?" Marco asked. Luffy continued to stare at the man, as if he hadn't spoken at all. "Luffy," Sabo said softly, reminding the other to behave. Luffy huffed but looked up, then down, then side to side as Marco commanded, following his finger. You don't like me much, do you? The kid Ace had described to him was outgoing, friendly, and cheerful. But this kid wouldn't stop glaring daggers at him. Not that they had gotten off to a great start yesterday. Can you open your mouth? Why? So I can take a look. Luffy opened his mouth reluctantly, letting Marco poke around his tongue. Some of your back molars are missing, Marco said. Do you remember what happened to them? Look, Luffy, I'm on your side. If something is hurting, you can tell me. I might be able to help. A few beats of silence passed before Luffy turned away from Marco. Someone took them. Took them? Marco said, and then it clicked. Oh shit. He glanced at Sabo, whose brow was furrowed in worry. He had gotten the message before Marco had. What else did they do to you? He asked. Luffy turned to look at him. He didn't say a word, but the expression on his face clearly read screw you. And Marco fought back the urge to sigh. Why did this remind him a bit of Ace when they had first met? Only Ace had been quite vocal and had no shortage of creative swears. Luffy was mostly silent and preferred to ignore and avoid the Whitebeard pirates, with the exception of Thatch, who he was super sweet to like he was with Ace and Sabo. Marco considered himself an empathetic person, to an extent. But he was also a pirate with medical training and healing abilities. He wasn't an expert in child psychology or trauma, so he didn't exactly know what the correct thing to say to a kid that he just found out had 4 of his teeth pulled out by a psychopath. Somehow that's rough, buddy. Didn't seem like it would cover it. He couldn't sit there and ask, how did getting your teeth pulled make you feel? Or whatever it was those guys would say to him. What he could do was try and help him as a doctor. Screw what the proper procedure was. It wouldn't matter if he hurt Luffy's feelings if he ended up dying before they could escape. Time to stop trying to be gentle, not that it was working anyways. What are his symptoms, Thatch? Marco called over to his friend, who had been sitting with Izo, eating an enriching breakfast of protein bars and stale water. Huh? Thatch looked up, mouth full of food. How would I know? He garbled out. I ain't no doctor. You were with him for most of it, were you not? You should have seen something? Thatch frowned as he moved to stand up, stumbling quite noticeably before Izo went to help him. He spent nearly an entire month puking up blood. What? He said in response to Luffy's betrayed look. He's just trying to help you, Thatch promised. He's not like the other doctor, all right? Teach doctor, he said for Marco's edification. And what was he like? He asked, searching around in his bag for his cotton swab. A sadistic drunk. That doesn't surprise me, Marco said as he moved the tool towards the teenager's ear. Caught off guard, Luffy flinched. His hand shot up to cover it protectively. Luffy, Sabo sighed. Please. Luffy turned to his brother, still shielding his ear. Can we go back to sleep? You already slept 8 straight hours. It took 10 minutes to wake you up. It nearly gave me a heart attack, Sabo told him. It was right after that Sabo had forced Luffy to let Marco look at him. Are you tired, Luffy? Marco asked, reaching up to pull his hand away from his ear. This isn't meant to hurt, he said as the teen reluctantly let his hand fall so Marco could poke around inside his ear. Luffy nodded after a long moment. On a scale of 1 to 10, how tired do you feel usually? When he didn't answer, Marco turned the question on to Thatch. I'm not sure, but by the end he wasn't able to stay awake for very long. Like an hour or 2 and he would fall back asleep for half a day. Right in the middle of a sentence sometimes. It was kind of scary. That wasn't good. But Marco figured everyone could figure that out on their own. He traded the cotton swab out for a clean one as he changed ears. The right one had been infected. He had expected a similar situation for the other, but the moment he looked inside he immediately understood Luffy's defensiveness. Sabo, he's really dirty. Do you think you could find something to try and clean him up with? If the dirt gets into a cut, it could cause an infection. Sure, it's cool, Haruta said, standing up. I can go instead. He caught Marco's look. Never mind. Maybe not. Sabo looked between the two of them, and Marco found himself wishing he wasn't the smart one out of his brothers. Sabo? Yeah? I guess. Sabo stood up. You good? He asked Luffy, who stared up at him. He didn't say anything either way, so his brother took that as a yes, leaving to go find something everyone knew Marco already had. What really happened to your ear? Marco asked once Sabo was out of earshot. His eardrum was perforated, and it didn't look like it happened naturally. And Marco could imagine, from his own experience of having siblings, that Luffy didn't want to worry his brother more than he already was. When Luffy didn't answer, he continued. We can talk about this now, or we can talk about it when your brother gets back. As well as everything that was done to you. Up to you, Jesus Marco, maybe go a little bit easier on him, Thatch told him, disapproval clear in his voice. Going easier on you isn't going to make you feel better, Marco told Luffy. I'm going to try and help you whether you want me to or not. Because I'm not an alcoholic doctor. So if you don't want Sabo finding out, I suggest you start talking to me. A needle, Luffy said after a long moment. He put a needle in my ear and I couldn't hear anymore. Hearing loss is temporary, Marco told him. It's badly damaged, but it can typically heal on its own as yours is doing. If not, we can fix it. Okay? Luffy nodded at him. For once not fighting him. He seemed almost trusting? Maybe he was just grateful to know he wasn't going to be half-deaf forever. Although he had done a good job at hiding it, Marco patted his head gently, silently telling him he had done a good job before moving on. He checked his sinuses, which were infected, and his nose, which had been fractured, but it was mostly healed now. Thanks to his devil fruit powers for that one. Luffy didn't seem to break bones like normal people did. It was possible with Teach's newfound devil fruit power. But they healed like puzzle pieces, quickly and without the bruising or marks most people would get. The only sign his nose had been displaced was the subtle bump in the bone, which was common a year after breakage for normal people. And apparently after only a week, or so in Luffy's case. Marco moved on to his torso next, where most of the damage was. He asked Luffy to take off his shirt, and when the kid was slow to obey, he made the three staring pirates turn around. Luffy fumbled clumsily with the buttons, while Marco got his bandages ready. From the brief glimpse he had seen yesterday, there was some major bruising on his stomach, likely internal bleeding. It was being treated by the sadistic doctor, but not nearly as closely as it should have been. Like Thatch, Luffy must have been dealing with this throughout captivity. Abdominal pain, bruising, trouble breathing. Marco asked, more out of habit than anything else. He didn't need the confirmation. He had seen these enough times to know. Most recently on Thatch. But even Thatch's wasn't this extensive. When Luffy finally conquered the last button, Marco gently pushed the shirt off of his shoulders, getting it out of the way as much as he could with the way Luffy's arms were bound in front of him. His stomach, chest, and shoulders were covered in a sickly purple color, blackening in some places. Luffy was staring at him. He realized it only when the other's breathing hitched, and he moved to pull his shirt back up. Marco forced himself to smile at the kid. You'll be okay. He lied. But leave it a little longer, okay? I'm going to change your bandages. It might sting a bit. Someone had been taking care of him, at least a bit. There were grimy but not yet stained bandages wrapped tightly around his chest and parts of his arms and legs. He could worry about that later. Did the doctor do this? He asked as he began to remove the old wrappings. Luffy nodded. Every day? No. When the bandages came off, Marco finally understood Luffy's panic. This was a lot. Even for him, and he had seen it all by now. Nothing needed stitches, at least the other doctor could handle that part. There was no need to ask who had done this. Can we turn around yet? Thatch asked. Bored already in typical Thatch fashion. No, Marco told him, pushing Luffy to lie down on the blanket while he took care of the various cuts and contusions the bandages had been hiding. He cleaned the area first, as if he didn't have a rag all along. This is going to sting all right. Luffy hissed as he tried to sit up, but Marco gently held him down until the sensation passed. I saw where you were, Marco told him after a moment. Want to tell me about it? Unsurprisingly, Luffy shook his head. What about Sabo? Would you tell him? Luffy shook his head again. Why's that? Why would I want to make him sad? Luffy asked, and Marco didn't have an answer for him. How long were you there? I don't know. Did they ever let you out? No. You can sit up, bud, Marco said, as he helped him up so he could rewrap the bandages. Do you know what month it is now? Luffy shook his head. Can you guess? July? Luffy said softly. What about you, Thatch? Can I turn around yet? Staring at this wall is starting to give me a headache. Listening to Thatch complain about watching the wall is giving me one, Haruta said. Fine, Marco said. He was almost done anyways. It's probably fall by now, isn't it? It's October, Marco confirmed. Oh, Luffy pulled his knee into his chest, hugging it close to him in that way that he seemed to do when he was upset and trying to comfort himself. Thatch saw this as well as he came to sit beside Luffy, throwing a hand over his shoulder. Luffy made a surprised noise, somewhere between a yelp and a squeak as he was pulled against the man. It's okay, Thatch promised. I once went on a bender for like a straight week. It was so bad that I thought it was Christmas in like June. Marco remembered that. Thatch tried to put up Christmas decorations on a palm tree, and the entire ship ate Christmas ham and eggnog for a solid 3 days. Really? Yes, the Izo and Haruta said together, and Thatch smiled. What I wouldn't give to see Pops and everyone again. You don't have to give anything, Marco told him without looking up. They will be here before you know it. Ah, Thatch said, you old softy. Get off my patient, he said, but Thatch just laughed. Sabo came back while he was rewrapping Luffy's fingers. Marco was glad the blonde had missed that part. Luffy had been hurt there as well, and although Marco was certain that if given the chance it would heal nicely, it was obviously causing him a great deal of pain. Still okay? Sabo asked as he came to sit down beside him, patting Luffy's head affectionately when he nodded at him. He had actually managed to find some sheets, which he had cut up into rags. Marco paused to let Sabo clean the other. He started with Luffy's face as he scrubbed viciously at the dirt, and blood layered onto his skin. You look like a person again, Lou, Sabo teased him, lightly tapping the tip of his nose with his finger. Marco figured this was why Luffy liked Sabo so much. He was obviously worried about his brother, and everything that had been done to him. But he let very little of it show on his face, choosing instead to try and make him feel better, shoving the darker emotions and worries down in a true revolutionary fashion. Sabo was hard to read, or at least harder than Ace, who wore his emotions openly. Usually this was annoying to him, mostly because Marco had been trying to figure out Sabo's motivations for the last month. But now he was grateful for the blonde. Sabo was good in these types of situations, even though this one was clearly hitting too close to home for him. After all, it was different when it was your own family that needed saving. Marco rewrapped Luffy's legs next. His toes had been injured much like his fingertips were. There was no way Sabo hadn't noticed the missing nails, but he didn't say anything, only let Luffy slump against him in absolute exhaustion. Now breathe in. And back out. Luffy did, although he began to cough on the exhale, which was a worrying rattling sound. Good, Marco lied anyways, moving his stethoscope around a bit to locate the blockage. Perfect. On top of everything else, Luffy may have pneumonia. Like he wasn't already dealing with enough. Not that it had surprised Marco after hearing how ragged his breathing was. It was honestly a miracle he was still standing. Not only standing, but he was running and fighting and doing everything he could to defy Teach. It was so well there wasn't even words for how impossibly stubborn he was. Except maybe Ace's brother. Either way, he had Marco's respect. Although respect wasn't going to keep him breathing. Lay down for me one last time, Marco told him. Can I go back to bed? Luffy asked his brother. I'm bored, and super sleepy. Marco caught Sabo's worried look. For the second time that day, he wished Sabo was just a little bit dumber. He might not know exactly what Marco knew about medicine, but Sabo knew it was bad. Otherwise he wouldn't be as pale as he was right now. In a bit, after you eat something, okay? Luffy said nothing as he let Marco gently push him onto his back once more. I don't want you to be scared. This isn't going to hurt you, all right? Marco explained to him, and Sabo, who he knew would send him flying halfway across the room if he thought Marco was about to burn Luffy with Phoenix fire. You probably figured it out, but I have powers like you do. You're stretchy? Luffy asked, confused. No, I am a Phoenix? A Kleenex? I can make you feel better, Marco told him, figuring it wasn't worth the explanation. Not when Luffy was a few minutes away from falling asleep on him. It's going to heal you, but I can only do so much. Especially when the injuries were this extensive. He hardly knew where to start. Powerful as he wasn't a miracle worker. There were limits to even what Marco could do. He couldn't replace organs, generate blood, or magically uninfect lungs. What he could do was give Luffy some more time. No more kicking me if you get surprised, all right. I have enough bruises from you already. Okay, Luffy promised as he watched Marco summon his fire into his palms, holding the blue blaze in his hands for a moment. Whoa, Luffy said, impressed. Marco started at his chest, letting the power seep into where it was needed. It's warm. Oh shit, I had forgotten. Izo said. The guards told us something about him. I meant to tell you before, but it slipped my mind. Yeah? The Marine said something about him not eating. I guess he was refusing. I don't know for how long though. Marco had guessed as much. Most people with Luffy's type of injuries weren't overly concerned with food. But while it may not have been news to him, it was to Thatch and Sabo. Wait, seriously? Thatch said, looking between them like Izo was pranking him. Are you sure they were talking about him, and not someone else? It was definitely him. Aren't you hungry, Luffy? Sabo asked him, his tone steady as it always was. But he was clearly scared. From their reactions, Marco gathered this was highly unusual. When was the last time you ate? Marco asked him, and he shrugged, picking at a stray thread on the blanket below him. Clearly not the least bit interested in the turn the conversation had taken. Luffy, it's important. Marco told him. Don't know. What do you mean? Sabo asked him gently. I don't know time, and Marco understood. Luffy couldn't tell time where he was. He had no idea how long it had been for him, or how many days had passed while he had been there. Marco remembered how withdrawn Luffy had become when he had asked about the month. That's okay, Marco said, cutting off Sabo's questions. The other had missed that part, and he wasn't going to be the one to fill him in. What do you think? Marco said, turning to Thatch. If his friend was surprised by the news, then it must be a recent development. That was good. But Thatch couldn't give him anything concrete to cling on to. I don't really know, he admitted. You didn't see him eat? No, I mean I have seen him eat. He eats a lot, like Ace level fast. Maybe even quicker. But I don't know when he last. I mean I haven't seen him eat since before he dash. Thatch trailed off, his face becoming pale as Luffy looked up at him curiously. He looked around, realizing all eyes were on him. Before? Marco prompted. Thatch opened his mouth, and then seemed to think better of it when he caught Sabo's worried expression. We kind of got separated, he settled on. I haven't seen him in a while before yesterday. So I don't know. How long is a while? A couple months, 3-ish I think. I wasn't that great at tracking days either, he said apologetically. Sorry, I wish I could be more help. What do you guys know about it? Marco asked, turning his attention to the two pirates behind him. Nothing really, Haruta said as he shared a look with Izo. Just what the guards told us. That he had stopped eating, so they were forcing him to, and it would make him sick. Narc, Luffy told them disapprovingly. They're trying to help you, Marco told him, turning his attention to Sabo. Can I talk to you? He asked the blonde boy. Sure. Sabo rose to his feet once more, alongside Marco. He smiled at Luffy over his shoulder, silently telling him he would be right back before following Marco. He led them out of the room and into the darkened tunnels. Thanks for doing that, Sabo told him as they went. I'm sorry about the biting, he's not usually like this. Marco stopped, deciding they were far enough away not to be overheard. Sabo, listen, he cut the other off. I know you don't want to hear this, but I have to say it all the same. I think I can help him with my devil fruit, but only so much. Luffy is dash. He's dying. Sabo finished for him, crossing his arms over his chest. Marco looked at him, caught off guard. You knew? Sabo nodded. His life force is disappearing. Haki. Marco had expected an outburst, a stunt of pure stupidity. He had been expecting an Ace reaction. You're taking this well. Not really. Sabo told him. I tried to kill a Marine Admiral when I found out. Ah, Marco said. That was what that was about. What's wrong with him? It's hard to say without any of my equipment. Most of the worst injuries are internal, so I can only guess. Guess what? Sabo pressed, refusing to be sidetracked. Right now, it's everything. In addition to heavy external injuries, he has mass internal bleeding. It's been left untreated too long, and other things have developed from it, like fluid buildup in the lungs and, most concerningly, early signs of multiple organ failure. Isn't there anything you can do? My powers let me repair damages. I can fix the surface injuries, but I can't generate organs. If his body shuts down, there isn't much I can do to stop it other than try and keep things under control. There has to be something we can do. There is, Marco told him. But not here. We need real medical supplies. We can do that as soon as help arrives, just a few more days. That's what I needed to talk to you about, Marco told him. Luffy was hardly speaking in full sentences. Ace was gone, meaning the decision fell to Sabo. It is really tricky to tell how the body is going to respond to organ failure. Especially since I am completely in the dark with where the failure is. He could have weeks, or he could take a turn and be dead in a day. Then he might be fine, Sabo argued. You said it yourself, you don't know. He can hold on until help arrives, Sabo, Marco said softly. I'm telling you this because I don't think he has weeks. People stop eating and drinking for a reason. So what are you saying? That he's going to die, and we are all just going to watch it happen. Marco said nothing, and Sabo's eyes narrowed as he leaned in closer to the man. Screw you, he told him. I'm not going to let him die. I know, Marco told him. That's why we might need to come up with another plan. Like what? We are trapped here. Our best chance of survival is evading the Marines. We don't stand a chance against them right now. I understand, Marco said. I wish I had an answer for you, but I don't. I just know that it might be Luffy's only hope if he takes a turn for the worst. Which can happen anytime. Okay, Sabo nodded, his gaze fixed on the floor. His mind already turning through the possibilities of pulling off an impossible plan. If anyone could do it, he could. Okay, he repeated as if trying to convince himself as well as Marco. I'll come up with something. I have to. No, I will. I know, Marco told him gently. You're not alone in this, either is Ace. I'm going to help you. Why? The question was so automatic it was nearly insulting. Well, I might be a pirate, but I've always tried to be a decent person. I didn't mean it like that, Sabo said, but Marco waved him off. It doesn't matter. I don't want Luffy to die either. Plus, I owe him. You owe him? Sabo echoed. What does that mean? He saved Thatch from a bad situation. But I worry it cost him a lot. I don't know what you're talking about. It's not important right now, Marco told him. Just try to come up with a contingency. My powers can help him, and hopefully buy some time. But until then, try and keep him calm and still. All the running around and fighting isn't good for him. Sabo nodded. I can do that. But I need to go find Ace soon. He should have been back by now. Can you guys take care of him for a little bit longer? Better if it's you. He doesn't like us, Marco told him. I think he will try to go after you if you leave right now. I can go get Ace instead. I appreciate that, Sabo told him honestly. But I can do it. No, I need to do it. I'll talk to Luffy and get him to cooperate, if that's what you think, Marco said. He didn't have much of a choice other than leaving it up to Sabo to decide what was best for his brothers. Even if he was stretching himself a bit thin. He followed the other back to where the group was waiting. Aizo had begun to clean his gun, as he always did when he was stressed. Haruto was watching him in a true display of boredom, as was Thatch. Luffy was still sitting where they had left him, staring at the wall in disinterest. But he perked up when he saw Sabo return. Like a puppy after it had been left home alone, or more accurately like a kid who had been stolen from his home and subjected to months of isolation torture. Marco silently vowed not to compare trauma-derived behavior to that of an animal again. Was that the kind of group meeting we get to hear about, or? Haruto pressed gently. Not so much, Marco told him apologetically as Sabo sat down again beside Luffy. Everything okay? Thatch asked, concern clear in his eyes as he moved to sit beside them. Marco didn't know how to answer without lying. It will be. We just need to talk. He blinked at Thatch expectantly. To Luffy. Luffy turned around as if he expected to see a second Luffy behind him. When he didn't, he pointed at himself. Me? Yes, you already did that a bunch. He reminded him. Can't I be done? I didn't like that. Most people don't like checkups. Marco told him. Almost okay. He looked at Thatch again. About personal stuff. Oh, I'm staying. Thatch told him. Trust me, Luffy doesn't care. If it's fine with Sabo? Sure. See, Thatch told him. You're outvoted. Now what's wrong? True to his word, Luffy really didn't look like he cared. He just seemed bored that he also had to be there while they discussed him. Fine, Marco caved. Luffy, Sabo and I were talking, and we are a bit worried about you. Why do you care? He asked. Not out of spite or meanly, but he was actually curious. Why did everyone keep asking that today? Doctors are supposed to care about people. Marco told him. Luffy's nose crinkled in confusion. I don't think so. He was no doubt thinking of the other doctor he knew. Luffy, Sabo said, taking over the conversation before Luffy could rabbit hole them, as his brother knew he often did, especially on serious matters. Marco said he is worried about you, and how you're holding up. Holding up what? Marco honestly couldn't tell if Luffy's confusion was genuine or part of his symptoms. Maybe a bit of both. Wait. What's wrong with him? Thatch questioned. Is it serious? Serious enough that we might want to think about ways out of here before reinforcements arrive, Marco told him. That's suicide. Thatch said. Yeah, we know, Sabo said softly, and it clicked as Thatch's question answered itself. His face paled and realization dawned on him. Shit, it's okay, Marco told his friend, trying to keep him calm. He hadn't expected Thatch to be the one that needed reassurance. We're not going to let that happen. We'll think of something. Right. Sabo nodded. By this time they had completely lost Luffy's interest, as his gaze had drifted back to the ceiling. Sabo nudged him with his elbow to catch his attention again. Luffy, what do you think? Luffy blinked at him, looking around the room. Can we go? He asked his brother. I don't like it here, not while they're still looking for us. Sabo told him. What do you think about finding a way out of here on our own? We can do that, he asked. To his credit, Sabo seemed much more patient than Ace was as he gently re-explained the situation to his attention-deficit younger brother. So, we are all leaving? No, Sabo told him. Just you and me. Luffy's brow furrowed. But what about Ace and everyone else? I don't know about Ace, Sabo said, trying to keep his worry about their other brother out of his tone. I still need to talk to him. But everyone else is safer here waiting for reinforcements. Marco figured they were going to have to spell this out for him so he could understand. But Luffy seemed to keep catching him off guard. You guys are going to risk something stupid because you think I'm going to die? He said. And you're worried that Ace might try and stay behind and get himself killed to help us. For a second Marco wondered if Luffy had understood from the very beginning and had just played stupid because he didn't want to talk about this. Yeah, basically, Sabo sighed in surrender. So much for trying to keep Luffy calm. Although he seemed to take the news in stride. No. Luffy said. No what? No. Give us a little more than that, Lu. No. Stop saying no. Sabo told him. We might not have a choice. Don't let Ace die. Don't do something stupid cause you're worried about me. Don't take advice from doctors, he was listing on his fingers. Don't let stupid Teach find you. Don't leave Thatch and everyone. And I'm not going to die. It's not really something you can control, Sabo, he said, determination in his eyes. I can handle it. That's not how it works, Marco told him. I can handle it. He insisted, staring the man down until he sighed. This was the same boy that had challenged Oyaji. There was no doubt about it. Maybe he hadn't changed so much since then. Even if it seemed like he had, Marco caught Sabo's eyes and the blonde boy sighed again. You're certain about this? He asked, and Luffy nodded. Fine, Lu, Sabo said. But just for right now. If you start to go downhill, we're not going to hesitate, all right? I won't. Luffy insisted. That means I'm going to have to take a look at you every day, Marco told him. Not like he wasn't already going to do that. Both of you. Thatch held up his hands in surrender, not liking being grouped with Luffy as a problem patient. No arguments here. A doctor a day keeps the apples away, Luffy made a face. And you have to tell me everything, no more ignoring my questions. I won't go away if you don't talk. Nothing will. Deal? Fine, Luffy said after another nudge from Sabo. Can we be done? That took forever. Yes, Marco told him. You can be done. He didn't expect Luffy to lean forwards, patting his forehead in silent gratitude. He looked to Thatch, slightly confused, and the man just shrugged back. Clearly nobody knew what was going on in that boy's head. You're welcome, Luffy, Marco told him. Glad to know he wasn't hated anymore. At the very least he wasn't despised. Satisfied his message got across, Luffy leaned back onto his brother, nearly collapsing into his side. You said we could go back to bed now. I guess I did. But I should probably go find Ace. He's been gone too long and I'm worried. Can I come? Was the immediate and expected response. No, Sabo told him. You will be safer here. I don't care about that. Well, I do. Why don't you both stay? Marco said, and Sabo looked at him traitorously. Wherever Ace is, he is hiding from the Marines. He can probably afford to stay there another few hours. He gets into these situations enough to know how to take care of himself. But, Sabo, get a few more hours of sleep. You're taking on too much. Marco told him. If he was anything like Ace, then telling him that his little brother was dying right before sending him into a confrontational and possibly deadly situation was a bad mix. Marco wanted him to cool down for a little while and think about it. I'm worried about him. Sabo argued. Another 3 hours won't matter, Marco insisted. And then I'll go with you. All right, fine, Sabo conceded, much to the relief of his brother. Marco left to fill in the other two, at least on most of what transpired, while Sabo forced Luffy to drink some water. He took a little bit but did his best to refuse the rest. When he started to spit it out, Sabo decided that was as good as he was going to do today. You aren't thirsty? Sabo asked as Luffy leaned up into his shoulder sleepily. He shook his head. Maybe later. Luffy said nothing as he slipped deeper into him. Lu? He tried, putting the water beside him on the floor. He's been doing this a lot lately, Thatch told Sabo, seeing his look of concern. Doing what? That, he gestured at him. Where he falls asleep in the middle of a sentence. That can't be good, Sabo said, reflecting Thatch's exact thoughts. Their worry only grew as Luffy slipped from his shoulder as he fell back into his sleep coma, hitting the ground. Both of them rushed to check on him. Even Marco looked over from his conversation, but Thatch waved him away. Luffy kept on sleeping, totally oblivious to the fact that he was on the floor. Luffy, Sabo tapped his cheek, once and then again. But the other just shifted in his sleep. I told you it wasn't something you could control. Sabo scolded him. Not like it would stop him, Thatch said as he moved to take his legs. Can you help me? We should move him. Together the two of them carried him back to the makeshift bed Sabo had made. It wasn't much, but it was better than the floor. Sabo laid Luffy's head onto his bag, tucking his jacket over him. You know, Thatch told him after a long second. I always thought you would be older. I don't know why. I just did. Sabo turned from Luffy to give the man an odd look. We don't know each other, do we? No, Thatch told him. But I heard about you from Luffy. Really? Yes, not a whole lot. But I just figured you were older. You're still a kid yourself. I'm 18, came the automatic reply. 18 really isn't all that old. They were all kids to Thatch. He seemed a bit too young to be completely responsible for taking care of his younger brother, who was reaching the point of being beyond help, and of rescuing Ace, who was God knows where fighting God knows who. But he was handling it well. Surprisingly so. He was very mature for his age. Most people who picked up this life young were. But even then, Thatch was impressed. He figured Marco was as well, which was why the man was trying to take some of the responsibility off his shoulders. Nolan the whale, right? Thatch asked him with a smile. Oh my god, I had forgotten about that. Sabo said. He didn't tell me much, Thatch told him. I heard the whale story. You died, I guess. No way to sugarcoat that. And that you were the best. Sabo blinked. I am, according to Luffy. I asked him why, and all he said was something like he just is. Oh, that sounds like Luffy. He's constantly overestimating people. But thank you for telling me. And also for I'm guessing you took care of him when no one else did. Friendships are mutual, Thatch told him. He helped me as much as I helped him. And no offense, but I think you're wrong. He might be slow to give people the benefit of the doubt anymore. But I've never seen him give his trust to someone who didn't deserve it. Sabo apparently didn't have a response to that. But that was alright, Thatch didn't need one. You guys took care of him when you were little, right? Did Luffy tell you? Sabo asked. Not really, Thatch said. I can just tell. Luffy didn't want his parents because he had never known them. He wanted his brothers because he was upset and hurting, and they were the ones he had learned to rely on. He had never asked Thatch for help because that wasn't how things worked in his world, Ace's either, so instead they did everything on their own. A lot of things were making sense. We didn't really have parents, Sabo said somewhat hesitantly. Or anyone that was taking care of us. And Luffy was always in danger somehow. So, we either had to start taking care of him, or just let him get eaten by something. Yeah? Thatch said. Not at all the answer he had been expecting. Wait, eaten by something? Sabo just shrugged. Families are weird. Thatch looked back at his own, the three of them deep in discussion. Yes, they are. Oceans away, with dozens of islands between them, a renowned pirate sat by himself, bottle in hand as he nursed a particularly bad hangover with the experience of a pro drinker. The ocean lulled softly around him in a soothing sort of way. Only it was doing little more than irritating him right now. Stupid ocean, stupid sunlight, stupid hangover. Come to think of it, they might have gone a little too wild last night. Although any excuse to drink was a good excuse. Oi, Captain, talk to me later, he insisted, resting his forehead on his palm. Someone came all this way to say hello, Ben's voice broke through the rest. Probably should hear him out. Old friend? Shanks stood up, his fingers itching towards his sword. For pirates, an old friend could mean a lot of things. Hey there, kid, it's been a while. All thoughts of conflict were completely foregone as he locked eyes with their guest. Oh, Shanks said, a smile creeping over his face as he folded his arms. My, it has been a while, hasn't it? Many years. They had been crewmates what felt like a lifetime ago. But still, it wasn't often Shanks got to see his old friends. Usually it involved a great deal of partying and catching up. However, he knew this wouldn't be one of those times. Because Rayleigh had retired, washing his hands clean of piracy. And he had stayed uninvolved for the years following their captain's death. However, if he was here, that meant he wanted something pretty serious from him. I'm not exactly a kid anymore? I guess not. You've certainly become your own man, haven't you? Wouldn't be much of a captain if I couldn't even do that. Shanks told him brightly. Now, not that I'm not thrilled to see an old friend, especially if that old friend is you, but I have to say I'm not entirely happy you're here. Oh, Rayleigh asked. And why would that be? Well, you're obviously not here for my legendary parties, are you? Unfortunately not. Although I wish I were. Consider this more of a formality. And I come seeking some clarity. Clarity, huh? On what? Perhaps the two of us might take a walk? If you can spare the time. Anything for an old friend, Shanks said, signaling to his crew that he would be back before gesturing Rayleigh to lead the way. The two men walked down the beach, away from the rest of the crew. Shank's headache was long forgotten as he mulled over what he had done in the past month that could piss the Dark Knight off enough to warrant a personal visit. He came up empty. There was too many things but nothing that actually meant anything to the retired pirate. So, what is this truly about? I've never been a fan of surprises. Not when they are at my expense. I can't think of a possible reason you would go through all the trouble of finding me just for a leisurely stroll. It's about a few things. As of late I have grown a bit concerned with the rising tension on the seas. It seems like a war is nearer than we thought. This is about the Whitebeards, Shanks realized. He had heard buzzings of unrest on the ship. But he hadn't interfered. They were rivals and it was no business of his how Newgate decided to deal with traitors. It's unusual for you to involve yourself in affairs. I am retired, Rayleigh agreed. And I plan to stay that way. The course of the world, including the fate of the new era, is beyond my control. I played my part years ago and I am merely a spectator now. However, as of late I'm finding it harder and harder to be a passive one. I fear if I don't do something now I might be letting down those who passed before me. You lost me, Shanks told him. What is this truly about? It's about your hat. My hat? Shanks echoed faintly. Of all the things, he had not been expecting that. Or rather our old captain's hat. I told you, I gave it to a friend to hold, along with your arm, Rayleigh told him humorously. Yes, well the thing about that what started all this is he doesn't have it anymore. Poor Gasty. Ace has the hat right now. Ace, Shanks repeated. Why would Ace have it? That's what I was wondering. This kid dash. Luffy, Shanks supplied him. Luffy right. Well, Ace was particularly protective of it. I couldn't help but wonder if he knew who the previous owner of that hat dash. No. Shanks cut him off. No, he doesn't know. At least it doesn't seem like he does. And honestly, if he did, I doubt he would hold on to it. Most likely burn it. He smirked to himself at the irony. You know him? Rayleigh asked. I've only briefly met Ace. Shanks told him. And it's not what you think. This has nothing to do with Roger. Ace came to thank me. To thank you? That boy I saved, the one I entrusted my hat to, was his adopted brother. Oh, Rayleigh said, pausing a moment. Well, that's unexpected. The universe sure does have a sense of humor, doesn't it? I've never been a big fan of coincidences. Shanks said. Or the universal plan of it all. I guess not. But still, at my age you can't help but appreciate the way some things end up working out. After all, you gave our captain's hat to the brother of the son of our captain. That's nothing if not funny. Well, it's not like I planned that, Shanks told him. I didn't know until much later. Although he had a good laugh as well. Not that he had told Ace the reason for his mirth. Although if Ace has the hat, do you think something's wrong with Luffy? That's why I am here. Something's wrong with both of them. I ran into Ace and Marco. Whitebeard's 1st and 2nd Division commanders, and they were doing the dirty work of the Whitebeard traitor Teach. Recruiting for him. I might not know Ace well, but I'll be damned if that man had a son that grew to be a traitor. And even so, Marco would let the world burn before he turned on Edward. That's troubling, Shanks told him. Very, very troubling. Having a traitor in the crew was one thing. This was entirely different. Have you heard the rumors? They say the Phoenix is dead. That Teach killed him. And Edward can't think about getting vengeance without risking the life of one of his favorite sons. I had heard whispers of blackmail, and of something befalling Whitebeard's right hand. But I had dismissed it. It will take a lot more than a traitor to bring Marco down. He is almost invincible. These stories are just that. Yes, but that's just the thing, isn't it? You see, all of this happened in Sabaody. And I've got my ways of getting information on my own island. So it seems like Teach was blackmailing them to get them to work for him. But then Marco disappears, and Ace returns unscathed. Teach claims the credit, but no way he ever stepped foot on that island, and I doubt any lackey had the power to make that happen. So, Ace would never, Shanks told him. You might not know him, but I do. He isn't the type to betray his crewmates. He would rather die, I figured, Rayleigh said. That's what didn't make sense to me. If Teach has the 4th Division commander, that's effective for blackmail, but less so for murder. You can't justify murdering one crewmate to save another, not if both are your friends. But sacrificing a friend for your family, that's a different matter. Oh shit, Shanks said, catching the man's drift. No. Ace wouldn't do that. I mean, he wouldn't betray his whole crew. And that would mean that Teach has Luffy. I honestly don't know, Rayleigh admitted. I'm just thinking out loud here. You know more than I do about him. Because Teach is definitely blackmailing him with something, and he was carrying his brother's hat around, so I connected the dots. But is there anything anyone else who Teach could use to control him? Shanks wasn't all-knowing about Ace's life. He had only met the kid once. But he knew he wasn't a traitor or a backstabber. The same way he knew he cared a great deal about his brother. No, he admitted softly. I don't think there is. So Teach has Luffy? I can't tell you for certain. But it looks like he might. Although I don't know how Teach could have pulled this off. I have a somewhat reliable information network. I like to stay up to date with the happenings of the world. And even so, if it were me with all my resources, there's no way I would have been able to pull this kidnapping off. Even if I had known Ace had a brother, I would have no idea where to look. So, I have a hard time believing Teach was capable of it on his own. And I have a harder time believing Ace told Teach or anybody where his brother was. Few pirates were stupid enough to give coordinates to their loved ones. And that's a pretty important thing to consider, so don't put too much weight into this idea. That's true, Shanks said, trying to console himself. From his brief meeting with Ace, it was clear that he was cautious, protective of personal information with the crews. It wasn't that he didn't trust them. He just seemed to have an extremely hard time talking about his personal life, even to Shanks, who knew everything personal there was to know about Luffy. So if his crew didn't know, and Ace didn't want to tell anyone, then Teach couldn't possibly know. Right, I mean, how many people know Ace's full story? Garp, Shanks said. And the other did a double take. I'm sorry, did you say Garp? Like the fist? But Garp would never share information like that. He had raised the two of them for that specific reason. His entire personal and professional life would be at risk if he said a single word about it. Plus, he might be a questionable guardian, but he wasn't a bad person. No way he would sell out his grandsons, both of who he considered his family. So the only ones that could have talked were Ace, which didn't seem likely, Garp, which was even unlikely, and me. Shanks said softly. What? Dear God, please forgive him. Because Teach was slippery. More treacherous than any of them had thought. And although Shanks hated to think about it, the timing lined up perfectly. Too perfectly. A bunch of unrelated coincidences shifted to place inside his mind. You knew about his brothers? So what? No, Shanks corrected him. It was me. I think I might have started all of this. Luffy, I am so sorry. Thanks for watching this video. You really enjoy this video. Like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow FawnTheFox for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.